Hello everyone and welcome back to the Bonte Wever in Assen for day 2 of the 2026 Dutch Open. Yesterday we focused entirely on the open pairs and women's pairs, and what a star-studded lineup we've got in the men's. Dirk van Dijvenbode and Mike Kijvenhoven will take on Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe, the defending Lakeside champion, in action in that one. We've also got a couple of tour card holders, but we're focusing on the singles today. And Jensen Walker, the #1 seed, my word, what a start he has made to this 10 o'clock contest. There are 4,096 players competing in this stage of the tournament. It is absolutely ridiculous, and this could be ridiculous as well. Walker potentially starting the day with a 9-dart finish. I'm Dan McCarthy. Marco Meyer is alongside me. Marco, what are we about to witness here?
Well, good morning, Dan. Well, let's focus first on this 1-4-1. Oh, the 7-dart goes. So, what a ridiculous start at this time in the morning here in the singles in the Bonte Wever.
Well, he's the #1 seed for a reason, and he's already getting a big round of applause at 2 minutes past 10 in the morning. He's taking on Luca Bedeau.
I feel sorry for him.
I've got a feeling Jensen Walker's going to win this one 3-0.
Yes, I have a feeling as well. He misses the big number here.
Well, it's the first missed start at double, but Luca Bedeau, I mean, when the draw comes out and you find out not only are you playing on the TV lane, you're against the #1 seed, you know, in all likelihood you are going to be on the cameras. It must be a rather daunting experience as Walker does get the job done in 15 darts. So a fabulous start for the 19-year-old who has become one of the best players in the WDF system. He was a semi-finalist at Lakeside just gone. He was a winner in Romania last week, so we know all about Jensen Walker's talents.
He's definitely the #1 seed for a reason. When you see him play the last, well, let's say the last year, he did really well in the youth system. Then, yeah, he did exactly had the same results what he did in the men's. So fair play to him. But I also feel a bit sorry for him. He's the #1 seed. Oh, you think, oh, nice, I have a bye. But nobody has a bye because it's a full bracket. And then you find out that the #1 seed is playing at 10 in the morning.
Yep, those are the breaks. And then there are some players who don't get that first game underway until 20 to 6 tonight.
Yes. Yeah, because we have to explain this. We split it in half, so the first session is from 10 till around 3 o'clock. And then the bottom half of the sheet will start at 3 till the end of the day. So it's going to be a long day of darts.
A switch from Jensen to leave himself on a finish. Won so many titles in the WDF system last year. If he was to take the title this weekend, it would be the biggest of his career to date.
Yeah, what you said. Last year he won the Czech Open, the Italian Open and the Malta Masters. And of course the great run at the Lakeside World Championships, of course.
Yeah, he was only defeated in the end by Mitchell Lawrie, who, well, he didn't win the Lakeside World Championship, took a lot of the headlines. Walker went 6 darts into a 9. That would have been headline grabbing to say the least, as Luca Bedeau has improved in this second leg. And he is down to a finish, so Walker might have to take this one out. Which he does.
Solid start here for Jensen Walker. He's 2-0 up.
It is such a rapid-fire format, first to 3 legs, and you almost have to feel sorry for Luca Bedeau, the fact that he's travelled. I don't know whereabouts in the Netherlands he's travelled from, but he's travelled, he's paid his entry fee, and he could be off the stage at 7 minutes past 10 in the morning.
A lot of people are still in bed because they're in the second session. Yeah, that's the most, I said it every year, I say it every year in commentary, this tournament, every 20 minutes, 128 players goes out in the men's competition. And the more you think about it, the funnier it gets.
Yeah, I'm still going to laugh. If you mention that in 5 hours' time, I'm still going to laugh.
Yeah. Well, you played last year. What's your ideal starting time for? And then we're gonna go into details how your game was, but...
Well, I mean, I started at 12:30, which on paper is a good start time. But
Yeah.
the game lasted 7 minutes, so maybe it wasn't.
But was that because of your ability or your opponent?
Both.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair point. But fair play to Jensen Walker. He's could be wrapping up in 14 darts and he's around a 90 average. And then at 10 in the morning, it's a good start.
Well, this is to wrap it up. On double top for Jensen Walker. Thank you very much. A 3-0 victory for Jensen Walker against Luca Bedeau. And we have concluded that game at 6 minutes past 10. Bedeau walks off. He made a slow start. Walker made about as quick a start as it's possible to do. And a nice ton finish has secured him the victory in his first round match. We saw him yesterday in pairs action with Caden Smith, who he's just shaken hands with down there. You were in action in the pairs yesterday, Marco, with another member of Team Ref, Christian Sorensen.
Yes, 100%.
And I think that the headline moment for you was coming over after your defeat and saying, well, at least we got further than Stompe and Jack Neulart.
Unbelievable, is it? Yeah, we were sitting at a table in the VIP area and we had a lot of fun. And of course, everybody knows who knows me and who watches me yesterday. My darting ability is not that good. But I was quite happy with my performance yesterday. And yeah, well, it was funny, but everybody thought Jack Neulart and Stompe, really nice that they're going to pair up, but they lost first round.
There was a few technical issues during one of your games, shall we say. You were awarded a leg that you lost.
Yeah. My opponents, they checked out on 4-4 or something, but the marker forgot the previous score. And then he checked, I was on 146, but he didn't look at the score, so he did 3 on Dart Connect and presses enter. Well, 2 things on that are unbelievable. First, that I check a 146, that's quite remarkable. And the second thing, the other guys were so much better than Christian and myself, so... Now, at the end of the day, I think the game was, being done in 2 minutes, had a little break, and then it was fixed, and then they won the final leg.
The match one of the matches you played, you had a higher average than Christian, didn't you? And Christian
is a way better dart player than me.
Christian was part of the Denmark team that won the Europe Youth Cup back in 1990. So
yeah, when we still had black and white television. Yeah. That was quite a long time.
When he had hair.
Yeah. No, my average was around 55 yesterday, so yeah, I was happy.
Well,
this is a dangerous first round game. Jamai van den Herik, well-known player from the Netherlands, of course, played at this year's PDC World Championships, where he lost to Madas Rasma in the first round. But he plays Justin van der Velden, and that's the brother of Bradley van der Velden. And he can play as well. So it's a dangerous first game.
Well, there we have it. It's 1-1. I mean, what we will expect to see for much of the early stages, like we did in the pairs, a lot of 3-0 wins, a lot of players who are regulars on the tour compared to just your average punter that's come from the Netherlands to have a bit of fun. The longer the day goes on, the more close games we will have. So we might be seeing a lot of 3-0. So this, and the very early stages of this morning, could be something of a close game.
Yeah, this is definitely not a nice draw for Bodum, because both have the ability to progress it to Sunday. Because, of course, you see it here in the score graphic, last 4,096. That's a lot of games.
Yeah, just to reiterate the point, Jeffrey Sparadans, who played last year, had to win 13 games to lift the Dutch Open title. So anyone that even gets to the last 32, last 16, has had to work hard, let alone getting to the quarterfinals. That's when you will play on the stage. And then Jeffrey Sparadans last year was a 3-0 victory against David Fathom of the United States. Speaking of United States representative has just walked past us. Jules Van Dongen getting ready for his first game. It would be nice to see Jules do well after his very well documented problems with vocal dystonia. He's now playing left-handed, so a work in progress, but hopefully the rewards or his hard work will be rewarded.
Yeah, going back to this match, Jamai van den Herik maybe is in a bit of trouble, because Van der Velden has a chance to break him.
Dangerous game, but this would be a major surprise if Justin was to win. Jamai van den Herik played at Alexandra Palace last year. He was one of the best players on the Challenge Tour. That's the secondary system in the PDC. But he's gone inside on double 11, which is always the danger.
Yeah, but 112. Van den Herik takes a bit of extra time. Still possible. Yes, tops for Van den Herik. Ooh, what happened there? Yeah, that was a mile off. That has to be slipped out of his hands, because...
Yeah, let go of that very late indeed for the dart to drop down, and Justin van der Velden has gone 2-1 up. So, big surprise perhaps on the cards. Marco, this is my third Dutch Open. I don't know how many you've done over the years, but just...
I think 15 or 16.
15 or 16. Just tell everyone how special this tournament is, not just to you, but to the Netherlands in general, and the pride that the Netherlands has for putting the biggest Open tournament in the world on.
Well, I think this is really special, because I live in a small town, and I play in a really small league. In our league, we only have 120, 130 players, but 30% of them are here. Everybody wants to experience the Dutch Open. This tournament is a tournament like no other. And of course, what you said, you can't be kicked out in 7 minutes, and it is brutal, but the atmosphere, and you can see so many good players, and you can see so many darts, and it's so good organized, and there's time for everything. You can watch all the good players here in the stands. It's not really full at the moment, but at the end of the day, there are like at least 500-600 people watching. There are people having there are food corners, is a party area. It's unbelievable. There's so much to do for everyone. It's so good organized in a brilliant venue.
It is fantastic. The venue has the attached hotel, and there's so much room. There's everything available to these players to try and do as well as they possibly can at the Dutch Open. You might come from a small town, Marco, but the highest ranked Dutchman in the draw comes from your team, Connie Grunewald.
Yes, he lives 2 minutes away from. Yeah, we know each other really well, and he plays in my team in my local league, so that always helps. It's a good setup shot from Van den Herik, but Van der Velden. This is for the match for 130. He needs to find a treble with dart 1 or dart 2. Oh, he starts with a treble, and now he goes for double 5. Ooh, he takes his time. Was that smart enough? I thought the rhythm was good.
Don't want to overthink it. Justin van der Velden wants double 5 to beat Jamai van den Herik, and that could not have been much closer. It was right on the wire. Van den Herik has survived the match dart, and it's perfectly possible that Van den Herik, if he wins this game, wins the tournament, because he's one of the best players in the room today. And
100%.
Wow, that would be some story if he was to go on and take the title, surviving a match dart in the last 4,096. I don't think that's happened too often in the Dutch Open in the past.
No, but that's the funny thing in the Dutch Open singles, of course. There are so many players, they only play one WDF tournament a year, and that's the Dutch Open. So all the good players from the Netherlands, and you know then, there are a lot of good players in the Netherlands, they all come here. But some of the people, you can go through to Sunday, because the last 128 players will continue on Sunday. Sometimes, if you average 60, you progress to Sunday. But there's also a lot of games, if you average 60, you didn't win a leg. So,
yeah, it's a complete mixed bag. It is luck of the draw at the end of the day. You could find yourself in a position where you're a steady 60 average player. That's a good pub average, as
100%.
A lot of watchers will know. But you could be in a bracket where you're up against players of a similar standard or lower. You could find yourself in the top 32, and then you bump into someone like Jamai van den Herik, Martijn Kleermaker, who's on the board next door, and that's when you find out that...
And they're all unseeded players.
Yes.
That's the most dangerous thing.
lovely last start from Yimai to leave Shanghai. Justin, well, he may have had his opportunity now. It's a treble 18 that's been picked off.
Yeah, he had, of course, that one dart on double 5 for that 130 outshot. This is for the match. Jamai van den Herik. Can he do it with a Tom plus finish? Tops for the match.
Well, it's not in, but Justin's on a bogey number. All he can do is apply the pressure. It's exactly what he is doing.
This is a great setup shot. Unbelievable. What a game of darts here in the last 4,096. It's the first round for both players. They're both on a double.
And it is Yimai van den Herik who takes it, surviving a match start at double 5. And that was a really good game of darts to start the day. Yimai van den Herik surviving a scare, but he is a 3-2 winner against Justin van der Velden. Well, we turn back to the action here at the Dutch Open in the last 4,096. And we've got an American in action, not Jules Van Dongen, who we mentioned just a few moments ago, but we have Paul Pruitt, who does have some pedigree on the WDF Tour, has been a finalist in a ranking tournament, the Scary Hair 2025. They're all weirdly named tournaments over in the States.
I love it in the United States. Some tournaments, the names are so much better than winning the Belgium Open or the German Open. Now you have brilliant names for tournaments and some brilliant trophies as well in North America.
I think my personal favourite would be the Hedgehog Hellraiser. John Leonard Gates has won that a few times. And why wouldn't you brag about it? Well, Paul Pruitt has made the long journey over, but he's not been rewarded as it stands. He's 1-0 down to Chris Mook of the Netherlands.
And the average is what we found from last year, where he made it to the final of the Scary Hair 2025. His average were around 70, so that was a lot better than what he's shown now.
That's a nice treble 20 from Chris to get down to a makeable finish. And this is not going well for Paul. Does get the treble 19 in the end, but it's not enough to leave a finish. How about this, 111? Oh, he's bossed.
Don't go for treble 19. That's unlucky.
Yeah.
That's unlucky. Then you're on the stream. You're an average player. You're on 111. Start with a beautiful treble 20.
Yeah, you're averaging 49, and that's the moment you pick out a 2 treble visit.
74 left.
Well, it's not the greatest setup. 1-8 is tricky. Pruitt needs treble 20. Doesn't get it, so back over to the 18s, I think. Well, shaking his head, he's probably wondering why he's not performing better, because for someone that has reached a final in the States, this is obviously a real downturn in performance.
It's quite nice from Paul that he had a nice special shirt for the Dutch Open with a Dutch windmill, the orange colours. That's what we like to see then.
I brought an orange suitcase with me.
Really?
I I did.
Wow. You've never seen the like.
Double top. Wrong side of the wire. Now needs double 15. Well, he wasn't too far away with dart 2. Just a little bit north of the target. Dart 3 was wild, so double 16 for Paul Pruitt. That's close. That's not close. So Chris Mulk with another chance. Okay, 10 double 10. Why not? He's 2-0 up, and Paul Pruitt is in a spot of bother. You can just see on the board next door, we have got one of the participants for the pairs final.
Yeah.
In fact, he's the only one that's eligible to play in this because
The other
Jimmy
one.
Van Ski, Dirk Van Duivenbode and Mike Cavanaugh have got tour cards.
I think it was a really nice thing from the PDC to let them play here at the Dutch Open. And I spoke with most of the guys and they said, yeah, we played this tournament. We played this tournament as a youth player, and yeah, it's Dutch. The NDB did a lot of good things for us, so it's really nice that we can give something back to them to play in the pairs, because the people loved it yesterday when all the big names were here.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, when you were watching games finish, the likes of Dirk Van Duivenbode were being mobbed by fans in the crowd. They were asking for photos. Normally you just collect your darts and walk off, but not these big names, but they were more than happy to oblige.
And that's really nice as well. Of course, they had a goal. They want to reach the final, of course, but they had so much time for all the fans and all the supporters and all the players here in this tournament, and that's really nice of them as well, I think.
Absolutely.
And of course, this is not PDC ranking money, but I think they're really proud that they're there in the Dutch Open pairs final. Chris Moak is already 2-0 up. And yeah, when we looked at the stats from Paul Pruitt, I didn't know him before, but when we looked in the database, he made it to the final. His average was around 70. What happened then? Or
I don't know if he's jet lagged or if this time of morning just isn't suiting him.
well, to be fair, Dan, it is quite early.
There's a lot of head shaking going on. It is very early for darts.
But yeah, that's the thing. We have to start early with so many players, because what you said, I think the last game was scheduled at around 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, we were finished at 9:30 on the stream last night,
Yeah,
so it was
11 and a half hours of darts
Yeah.
yesterday. And today, we're going to have exactly the same.
We will endeavour as best as possible to keep you up to date with some of the scores from elsewhere. Obviously with so many players involved, with so many people in the venue, the Wi-Fi's a little on the slow side, but we will do our best to try and keep you up to date with some of the other big names that are in action.
Yeah, because for the people who are just joining, okay, there are 4,096 players. Do you know the number for the ladies, for the women's singles?
I think it's
It's around
250-ish, and then
plus all the supporters.
yep.
So for the people who are not playing, you have to buy an entry ticket for a couple of euros. But there are no tickets available anymore. I think today in this venue, including staff and security, there are nearly 7,000 people playing darts, having a party. Let that sink in. For a darts tournament, 7,000 people.
And the real hard work will start probably at 9:30 when it's done, because they'll have to turn the TV lanes, the streaming zone, into a big stage for tomorrow's action, which is live on Dutch TV. RTL 7 will be covering all the action, so that'll be the Open quarterfinals and beyond, the women's final and the pairs finals, the junior finals as well. So there's so much action as Paul Pruitt has left the bullseye here. Well, he doesn't hit it. Chris Moak, 112.
Yeah, this is for the match. Another single 18. It's always a funny thing. Was he aiming for the 18 now, or was he aiming for the 20? Because you know, if it's treble 18, it's 58 left. Oh, he misses the 18, so no match darts coming in. And he miscounted here. It's 41 left.
Well, Danny Van Tripe just seen a walk-off, and he's completed his round 1 contest. That's a double 13, which Paul definitely didn't want, so he's left 19. He'll have to burn a dart to get to a double. That's plumb in the middle, so double 8 potentially to stay in the match. And it's wide, so Moak steps up. And he's hit a double that he didn't mean to hit as well.
That is 9 in total. So now, a shot for double 16. I know how it feels, mate. Don't worry. But that was a match dart.
Good dart from Paul. And he halves the gap. It is now 2-1. So it's not just the Open tournament we're bringing you. We've got the women's tournament as well.
Yeah, I think the first rounds are scheduled for around 11 o'clock, and I'm not sure, already started in the ladies as well. So much going on in the moment. We have 128 boards for the men's competition, plus these 5 TV lanes for all the bigger names. And I think we have 32 boards for the ladies. Then we have a lot of practice boards. I think there are nearly 200 boards in this venue.
Yeah, you go out into the main arena away from the TV lanes, and I can only liken it to like an airport terminal.
Yes.
He's very keen on switching around the board, is Paul. The darts do land a little bit flat, so if they are above the top wire, he's going to be looking for other targets. Look at the averages, almost level.
Yeah, but Moak has still the advantage. He is 2-1 up, already missed a match dart. And this is, no disrespect, but the average they're playing, and at this moment you hit a 95, it's a good score. And Paul Pruitt, he's definitely not happy with himself. And it could be the second American who goes out this morning, because, yeah, he just had a nice story about Jules van Dongen. But unfortunately for him, he lost his first round. What? Maybe I don't understand, but his first dart is above the treble. So why is he switching all the time? Because it looked like a good dart from this angle.
I mean, we don't have the vantage point of the player, but it looks like the dart is sat down a little bit, so it's covering some of the treble 20 bed.
This is a good dart from Pruitt. He wants to have a nice setup shot here. That's unfortunately for him. He started with a nice treble. Then Moak, this is for the match again from 76. Oh, that's a beautiful dart. 2 darts for double 8. And he gets it in 1. And Chris Moak with a beautiful finish in the final leg. And he crashes out Paul Pruitt, who made a final just a couple of months ago. Fair play from Chris Moak, and he advanced to the next round.
Yeah, well, he looks absolutely devastated at how he's played there. And it must be disheartening, the fact that he's come all the way from America, but it's not been a good morning for Paul Pruitt. He's lost 3-1 to Chris Moak. Now, this is a match to look out for because we have seen the #1 seed in action in Jensen Walker. And we're about to see a former WDF world #1, Andy Bartons, back in 2023, was the dominant force around the WDF circuit, and it culminated in a fantastic lakeside title. He beat Chris Landman 6-1 in the final. And he wasn't really tested throughout that tournament. He then goes on to win his PDC tour card, and I think it's fair to say that he didn't make the impact that we thought he would. He came off the tour at the end of last year, failed to regain his card, but all is not lost because he can come back to the likes of the Dutch Open and try and go forward and win one of these massive titles. We've seen him win big titles before. There's no reason why he can't again this weekend. And he had certainly a good warm-up yesterday because he was partnering Gela Klassen in the pairs, and they got all the way to the semi-finals before just losing out to Dirk van Dijvenbode and Mike Kijvenhoven. He's taking on Robin Satter in his first round match in new colours, it seems. We associate Bartons with blue, but it looks like a fiery orange shirt. He's trying to win favour with the Dutchman, it seems to be. But the beast from the East Belgium is stepping up to play his first game. And Marco will be seeing so many players across the course of the day who we think could be potential winners, and Andy Bartons is definitely one of them.
This is definitely one of them, and yeah, what we said earlier, of course, he's an unseeded player. I think if you're a seeder, you are doing most of the tour, and you see Andy Bartons is in your size of the bracket, you are not a happy man.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's one of the wild card players because he's fresh back to the WDF, so he's not got any ranking points to his name. It is going to be Robin Satter to start the game, though. And I don't know about you, Marco, but I always think that anyone that comes here with a customised darts shirt should have some ability.
I have a customised dart shirt as well, Dan.
But you're famous in darts.
No, I'm not. Now, I also think when you go to the Dutch Open, and I only wear a dart shirt once a year. That was yesterday in the Dutch Open pairs, because if I play in my local league, we don't have a team shirt or whatever, because I'm not a big sportsman. No, I play darts for fun in the pub, so then you don't need a dart shirt. But in my opinion, everybody who plays darts should have a personalised dart shirt.
Well, if I do play again, I will get one.
Yeah, so next year you want to be in as well? You're going to enter again?
We'll see. I'm not going to make any promises. As much comedy value as it could provide. We've got a working darts referee behind us who's enjoying his first Dutch Open weekend. Hello, Charlie. How are you?
Fantastic, mate.
Fantastic, mate, was the answer.
Really good. Yeah, what I said earlier, it's Charlie's first time at the Dutch Open, and it's yeah, I spoke with a lot of people yesterday, and for some of the people, it was their first time as well, and they can't believe it. They heard the stories, they've seen the pictures and videos from the last couple of years, but you have to experience yourself at least once in your life, I think.
Yeah, any darts fan, I think, has got to try and come here at some point in their lives, whether it's to play, whether it's to watch or support someone that you know who is playing.
Yeah,
it's got to be done.
Because if you go to another WDF tournament, like in Europe, for example, I think the entry numbers are between 300 and 500. Here, they have to stop at 4,096. But I think they could fill it easily to 6,000. And I've heard some rumors that next year we don't have a strict number anymore. Everybody can enter. That's the rumors I've heard, and I think I'm right. So maybe we have 6,000 singles, maybe 5,000, I don't know.
Yeah, 4,096 isn't quite enough. That's good news for you.
We can have more people in next year. But the only reason there is a number, because in this venue today, there are around 6,500, 7,000 people, I believe. And from security and all the reasons, it has to be a stop, otherwise it's too much.
Well, this has been a very slow leg for Andy Bartons, and he's wayward once again. Gets the treble 19 to put pressure on Robin Satter. But look at, this is a man who won Lakeside. He won Lakeside convincingly. He could be about to go 1-0 down, he does. Robin Satter leads. What a moment for him.
Yeah, Robin Satter is 1-0 up, and that wasn't the steal. It was fully deserved that he got the first leg. And when I know Robin a little bit, he lives in my area, and when he thought, okay, I'm playing Andy Bartons, in your head you think, I don't have a chance. But when your foot touches the hockey, you always think, I have a chance. And then when you realize after a couple of throws, oh my God, what's going on? Maybe I can win the first leg. And now Robin Satter thinks, wait a minute, maybe I can win it.
Andy Bartons has not woken up yet. It is early in the morning. It is 10:38 local time. It's not usually a time for darts, but Bartons has got to pick himself up, and quickly, because Robin Satter is looking solid, if not spectacular.
Is this the same Andy Bartons who reached the semi-finals of the pairs yesterday with Jelle Klaassen?
Is this an imposter wearing an Andy Bartons costume? 60 scored for Robin Satter. One big score, I think, would set Bartons alight. 96 is okay, but could do with a 140, a 180, just to light the fire somewhere.
But you see, Robin Satter is a bit nervous as well, but that's an important last dart for him. Find the treble. But what you said, Andy Bartons needs a 140 to settle him in a little bit. 81 will do. He's leaving a finish.
Okay, he needs to think about this. Should go over to the 18s. Could use the bullseye. He's about to throw at treble 20, just off the cuff, but gets the treble. That's a nice little bonus for him. So Bartons is left on a 75 finish. Treble 17 was the target. Now leaves tops, and that's just sat on the top wire. So a break opportunity here for Robin Satter. What a turn up this would be.
Yeah, he chooses the bull route. That's a smart decision. Now he has a dart for the bullseye.
Well, he was not far away at all.
Andy Bartons only has one dart at a double now. That is for double 18, and that is a mile off. Now Robin Satter, 3 darts in his hand to be 2-0 up against the world champion from 2023. What is going on?
Well, it's hard to believe what we're actually witnessing here. And I think the most surprised man out of everyone is Robin himself. Double 18 for a 2-0 lead.
That's just inside He chooses to switch.
Barton's straight at double 9, wants to show Robin how it's done. But he doesn't. 3 more missed darts at double. What on earth are we watching here?
And he's shaking his head in the background. There's all the energy from what he did yesterday. Doesn't he have any energy left? And Robin Sutter finds the double 3 and is 2-0 up against Andy Bartens. What is going on?
Well, a huge surprise is on the cards here.
It's getting busier and busier here with the stands, and it's getting more quiet because everybody, they want to see, is the big shocker coming, or is Andy Bartens going to win the next 3 legs and survives a little scare?
Well, you wouldn't rule it out because despite this performance, Bartens, we know he's still a high-quality operator, but he's given himself so much work to do, and necessarily so as well, because he's just been miles off it. I mean, the average, that's what Andy Bartens would normally produce with 2 darts.
Yesterday, there were around 4,000 people in the pairs, of course. There were ladies' pairs, there were everything. He was 13th in the overall averages.
And where would he be with an average of 61? He'd be a long, long way down.
Yesterday, if you averaged 61, you were on place, let's say, 435.
And bearing in mind as well, that's pairs.
Yes.
So
you have
the
more
average,
scoring options.
Yeah.
This is a bit better for Andy Bartens in this leg. And now he finds a treble. This is a good score from Andy Bartens. Maybe he can settle in now if this is happening.
Well, it's a couple of 2 treble visits, and that's what he required. My dear, look at this. 174 from Robin Sutter.
What a brilliant setup shot from Robin Sutter to leave 100. Does he come back to the board? That's a brilliant outshot from Andy Bartens. Check the 92 in 3, and he is on the board. After that 174, did you think that Robin Sutter thought, ooh, I'm coming back for 100?
I think he will have done, based on how Bartens has played in this game.
And he starts with a 140.
Very well played.
I had Andy Bartens as one of my favorites to win the tournament.
Me too, and especially with the confidence he'll have gained from playing with yellow class, and yesterday in the pairs, reaching the semi-finals. Okay, it's disappointment that he didn't reach the final, which will be played on the big stage tomorrow, but
they had a brilliant run.
Yeah. And that's loose from Robin, and it's a missed opportunity to try and zoom away from Bartens.
Only 54. Still the advantage with Robin Sutter. Finds another treble. It's a good score.
Bartens, well, he needs 2 treble 20s or 2 big trebles to leave a finish.
His average is a bit up with the first 2 legs, but this is a brilliant setup shot from Robin Sutter. And he's on 100 for the match. In the last leg he left 100 and he didn't came back to the board because Bartens checked out the 92. That's a single, 80 left. Went for the 16 route. I'm not a big fan of it, but he left himself 54. Andy Bartens to stay in this tournament, and he's not. Check out the 143, so match darts coming in for Robin Sutter.
Should get 2.
And he gets 2.
Double top. And Robin Sarter hits it. What a shock at the Dutch Open. The former Lakeside World Champion, Andy Bartens, the former WDF dominant force, has been dumped out by Robin Sarter. And that is a major, major shock here at the Dutch Open this morning.
Definitely, what a shock. The 2023 WDF World Champion is out in the last 4,096.
Well, we have seen an immense shock already here at the Dutch Open today. Andy Bartens, former winner at Lakeside, has been beaten by Robin Sarter, and deservedly beaten as well. Some of Sarter's scoring and setup play was majestic, and it was a 3-1 victory for him in the end. We are currently watching Sander Lammers and Calvin Nicolai in action. Nicolai looking now at double six. And hits double six to go 2-1 up. And that is a rather unique throwing style. Well, the way that Phil Taylor was right-handed but left-eye dominant, Bobby George, for example, they would bring the dart across their face. I've never seen a player bring the dart across their face quite as much as Calvin in this Dutch darting derby. Marco Meijer denied being a celebrity in the previous match. He's not with us right now because he's doing an interview with Dutch TV. Yes, he is a celebrity. So Nicolai, having lost a leg in this match, is looking the more settled and comfortable of the two players. There's a big gulf in the averages, as you can see. And that's a lovely shot. Nice 1-3-6. Sander Lammers lunging a little on the release of his darts. Nicolai would love something like a 1-3-3. It's not going to happen now because he started on the 20s. And they were three well-thrown darts, but no reward for them. No reward for Sander Lammers. 113 for the match then. Now, he can still do this if he wants. Might want to end with something of a party piece. Not going to get the option now. Needed treble 20 for a go at the bull. Went for the bull anyway. And that leaves tops, so a terrific setup shot. And that might be a nice way for Sander to bow out if the match does end here. Nikolai looks at tops, straight in the middle. And that's a good performance from Calvin Nikolai, who will obviously have started a little bit slowly to have lost a leg against Sander Lammers, but Nikolai and Lammers shake hands. It's a 3-1 win for the wiry Dutchman. You can see 5 boards are in action simultaneously here in the TV lanes. We focus our attention, if you can see the letters above the tablets, we focus on boards B and C. A, D and E, although they don't get any TV time per se, they get time in front of a big crowd. You can see on the nearest board to us, Martijn Dracht, who on Monday and Tuesday will be playing in the PDC Players Championship events as a Challenge Tour top-up player. What a weekend it could be for him. Potential win at the Dutch Open, followed by some time back on the Pro Tour after he lost his card at the end of last year. So we are going to focus now on the match on board B. And we have got another former Belgian star at Lakeside, Sybren Heibels, who in back-to-back years has had very good runs on that big stage. He's up against Nick Roivers. And he's playing some outstanding stuff right now, Sybren. He's on a 10-darter. Now needs double 4. Well, hopefully the averages aren't going to plummet too much. It's a potentially awkward finish. Heibels looking at double 2. Looking no more. That's the second leg on the board for the Belgian. He was a pairs finalist here at the Dutch Open last year with Dimitri Hermans. They did play again yesterday, but were knocked out in the earlier stages. You want to keep an eye on all the action from around the boards. Go to tv.dartconnect.com, navigate your way to the WDF section, the Dutch Open, and then everything will be there from all 170 boards there or thereabouts that are opening tournament action. So Heibels is on the verge of completing a very comfortable 3-0 win over Nick Roivers. So it has been a bad start to the day for Belgium, but this is going to improve things. Leaves 96. Nick Roivers needs a 180. Well, he's a third of the way there. Dart 2 is wild and then drifts with Dart 3. Been an okay display from the Dutchman, but Heibels, I was going to say way too strong. That dart was thrown way too strong. It's a good 3-4 inches away from its intended target. That was much closer. So Heibels will come back. Roiver needed to switch to the 19s with the second dart to give himself the best chance of leaving a finish. Double 9 now. Well, the scoring's been sensational from Heibels. The finishing less so. He's on a 10-darter in leg 2 before he mucked around on the doubles. Double 18 is there, a comfortable 3-0 win for Sibren Hybels against Nick Roivers. He's a player who's done the business up on the lakeside stage. There's no reason why you can't do the same here at the Dutch Open. Hybels with some good darts there and a very easy 3-0 win for him against Nick Roivers. So we do go over now to board C as the games come thick and fast. And we have, I am reliably informed, a Dutch celebrity taking to the hockey in this latest contest. The man with the ponytail, Marco Meyer, please tell me about him.
Yes, 100%. This is rapper Donny, and he is really famous in the Netherlands. He has a lot of big songs in the Netherlands, big rap songs, and he works together with a lot of Dutch artists. And he is one of the biggest darts fans in the Netherlands. He's also good friends with Raymond van Barneveld. They made a rap song together, and he has made a rap song about darts. And he also worked with the new walk-on song from Gian van Veen.
Can't imagine Raymond van Barneveld rapping. Or did Donny do all the rapping? Raymond just politely appeared in the video.
He appeared in the video clip. But when the darts was a couple of years back in the Netherlands on RTL 7, he did some stuff for RTL 7, and he visited, win the World Championship, he visited all the players who were representing in the Netherlands in the PDC World Championship, and he made a small documentary with all the players. It was really fun to watch. It's still on YouTube. So after this 12 hours Days of Darts, go to the RTL 7 YouTube page and see Darts with Donny. It's really funny, it's really fun, and he went to the normal jobs with the guys, played the bullseye game for 50 quid. Then you have he always started first, and then if he hits the bullseye, he gets 50 quid from the opponent. If the top player hits it, he had to pay 50 quid to the guy. And then at the end of the day, he made a little rap song about that guy, about his living, and that was really funny.
How much money did he lose?
I think he lost most of the 50 euro. I think he hit a bullseye once, and he with the first dart. And then his opponent was like, "What?" So yeah, mate, that's 50 quid from me. But yeah, it was really fun.
Well, he's going for the bullseye now in the spirit of things.
But how good is it? That's the Dutch Open it's all about as well. Even famous Dutch people like rappers who are a big darts fan enter the singles. How good is that? That's what the Dutch Open is all about as well.
Yep, it's a tournament for absolutely everybody. But Michael Sakrev looks like a very handy player. He didn't need to go treble 20 and double 15. It's not the greatest setup shot, but he's played some solid stuff so far. We'll look to leave double top. Isn't able to do so.
He's also throwing with Raymond van Barneveld darts, with the old darts from Raymond van Barneveld. But to be fair, then, an average of 31 in the first leg is not going to help you any further.
No, he needs to spend a bit more time on the practice board than behind the microphone. Don't we all? He's having fun, though. You can quite clearly tell that. And double one is found by Michael Sakrev to hold in the first leg. Some good scoring from Michael, but the finishing and setup shots leaving a little bit to be desired.
Well, you can see from Donny, he knows that he's not going to win, but Donny he has fun, and that's what the Dutch Open is all about. Even if you're a 30 average player, even if you're an 80 average player, it doesn't matter. The Dutch Open is for everyone. If you're here for, of course, all the, let's say, good players, they want to progress to Sunday. But all the players, let's say, our standard dam, they all have a brilliant time. Because yesterday you did a long shift commentary-wise. Did the guys give you some time off or not?
I got about 15 minutes.
Okay, so later today, Nick and Anthony will take over from us. We will have a do a tour because we want to experience the party tent as well.
Correct.
So I think Anthony and Nick, I didn't see them yet, but if they are here later this afternoon, we will have at least an hour break and experience the Dutch Open. You agree with that?
Yes.
They don't listen anyway. They're not listening at the moment. So.
I'm up for that.
Yeah.
The chanting has started a couple of minutes after 11 o'clock.
Yeah, this is the 5 boards you see. We stream 2 boards, but 5 boards are playing for the big audience. But yeah, this is not the only boards at the Dutch Open. Let's explain that to the people, of course. This is for the big players and the famous people who are playing the Dutch Open. But we also have 2 big rooms in this hotel. One room has around 96 boards and the other room is around 70 boards, I think. In total, in the men's competition, we have 128 boards for the men's competition and 32 for the ladies' competition.
And crowded round every board in one of the 2 big rooms, you've got about 20 different people just stood there watching, trying to get the right vantage point to get a proper view of the game. Donny's on a finish now. Michael looking at 136.
Yeah, the funny thing is with the Dutch Open, everybody is so excited when the draw comes out and everybody's posting it on social media. I was doing the same. I was looking at who my opponents were yesterday in the past. You look at the average and you think, oh, maybe I have a chance or I don't have a chance. And Michael, I think he did the same. When he saw the name Danny Slosky, he didn't know who Danny Slosky was because really no one knows Donny's last name because everybody knows him with rapper Donny. And then he was looking on the internet, on Google, who is this? And then he thought, what? Is this really happening?
Well,
that would be a surreal moment, I think.
He could win a leg.
Hopefully he comes back for a double, yes. And Donny is looking over his shoulder and he returns to the board for double 19. You can hear the audience. They want Donny to win a leg.
Oh, he wasn't far away.
But you can hear it in the crowd. How many people are watching this game? How good is that? But Michael has none of it. And well, he finds the double 4 and he gets 2-0 up.
Well, if Donny had hit that, I suggest he would have written a rap song entitled Double 19.
100%. No, it's one of his famous Dutch dart songs is that you can drive 180 kilometers on the left side of the motorway. How funny is that? But yeah, it's sometimes with Donny, everything he does, also on TV, he appears in a lot of TV shows, and he has so much likability. And how good is it that he enjoys his darts?
Yep, that's the most important thing about the Dutch Open. Yes, when we get to the latter stages, it becomes serious. It's a competition that everyone wants to win, but at this stage, fun is the main thing.
100%. This is good for Michael Segraver. Finds a 1-2-5 scoring visit. His average is dropped down a little bit, but he is definitely the better player of the 2.
Definitely being the more solid of the 2. Scoring in the first leg was really good. I believe we've got Marcus Meyer on the board next door. The German version of Marco Meyer, you could say.
No, he's definitely the better player of the two. He was a bit lucky. He entered Lakeside because he was a reserve player, I think.
He's a reserve player who had to be called up because there was a withdrawal just before the tournament started.
This is for the match, 170. This is really well done from Michael Sekreve. And probably these are the last 3 darts from rapper Donny. I think he really enjoyed himself. I have a feeling he's coming back next year.
I think he will be. 7 tops. Double tens found, and Donny puts the darts straight in the pocket and looks more excited for Michael than Michael himself. But Sekreve was a comfortable victor there against Donny, who is going after the photos, and Michael Sekreve looks a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights there, but that's what it's all about the fun of the occasion, arms around the shoulder. Sekreve beats the rapper to wrap up the game 3-0. Well, here we have a very familiar face. Florian Hempel, a former PDC tour card holder who lost his status after 5 years on the professional circuit, opted not to return to Q School, deciding to go in a different darting direction. And his first port of call is here in Assen at the Dutch Open. The German, who's had some very strong moments in his PDC career, particularly at Alexandra Palace at the back end of the year, made a habit out of struggling through the course of a calendar year, then playing really well in the latter few months, getting to Ali Pali and having some good runs. Beaten Dimitri Vandenberg up on the big stage before. And if all goes to type, Hempel should be a player to watch out for. He's taking on a Dutchman by the name of Matthijs Hickink. And Hempel will begin this match as the favourite, as we just await the conclusion of the practice starts before the dart for the bullseye is thrown. He is one of 2 German players playing in the 20 past 11 slot. It is meant to be on our Dart Connect system. Paul Kroner is in action against Abel Kars, someone who played at Lakeside. Hempel wins the bull, and that bodes well for the German as we kick this game off. Former handball player Florian Hempel, so a multi-talented darter and person in general. Starts off with a nice 1 treble visit. And Matthijs Hickink will be very grateful to have found that treble 20. Can be some nervy moments early in the piece, understandably so. First to 3 legs, remember, in the last 4,096 of the Dutch Open singles. I've seen a few players record early victories. Marcus Meyer, who was at Lakeside, a 3-0 win for him against Marco Maiboom. Martijn Dracht beating Mike Erzelman by the same scoreline. Martijn Kleermacher was taken all the way by Xander van der Most before winning that game. Patrick van den Behard beat Matt Padley of the United Kingdom 3-0. Patrick Mark, we saw yesterday, beat Yuri Norbart 3-0, but the biggest surprise of them all undoubtedly came about half an hour ago when Andy Bartons, former WDF Lakeside World Champion, was beaten 3-1 by Robin Sata, the little-known Dutchman. And Bartons, with an average in the mid-60s, simply did not get going. Hempel's got going now. 50 left. He's not going to go straight for the bull. He's a professional. And he leads 1-0. That's snuck right into the corner. Well, Matthijs has accidentally found treble 18 a couple of times. He's not going to complain about that too much. 1 treble visits, you suspect, will be more than enough for Florian to get the job done. There's another one. It's been steady away so far for Florian. Not really necessary for him to play his absolute A game. Matthijs with the visit that no one wants, 3 single ones. Hempel, 59, trims it down to an even 220. Hekink has really struggled to keep the darts straight. A lot of them are drifting over to the right-hand side. So Hempel, all he needs to be is steady. 3 well-thrown darts, but the way the second one just kinked as it went into the board made everything slightly awkward. .83 left, so should be looking at treble 17. And this right now is easy for Florian Hempel. There's Hekink playing on the 18s again. I'm not sure whether it's on purpose or not. Double 18 for Florian Hempel. Couldn't make it back-to-back 21 darters. He will look at double 9 next time out. He may opt to switch. Go 2 for double 8. He's looking at the score now. No, he's going straight at it and straight in. So Florian Hempel goes 2-0 up in this first to 3 legs contest. Welcome back, Marco Meyer. Florian Hempel is someone who maybe a little bit of a surprise to see him enter, but he chose not to go back to Q School. He wants to explore different darting routes, and he could very well be a star player in this year's Dutch Open.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, sorry, I had to leave you alone for a couple of minutes, but I had to do something for the organization. So, but I'll be right back. I'll be back now for a long time with you then. So don't worry. But yeah, Florian Hempel definitely he's an entry I didn't expect. Well, yeah, really nice to see him playing at the Dutch Open. Do you know what his reason was why he didn't attend Q School anymore? Or
I think he just didn't want to commit for a year to the full professional circuit and wants to do things on his terms, so to speak. So he's here at the Dutch Open, and maybe if it goes well here, we'll see him pop up in more WDF competitions. He did play 1 day of Q Schools in order to play the Challenge Tour this year.
Yes,
so,
I know that.
So he's leaving his options open.
Well, maybe he did it for a couple of years. Maybe if you don't feel it anymore, it's not a problem to come back for a year or two, maybe to enjoy your darts again, enjoy your winning, because for Florian Hempel, he's definitely one of the better players in the circuit, of course, to have the feeling back and maybe then try again. There's nothing wrong with that, because a lot of people underestimate how hard it is to be a professional dart player.
Yeah, and especially for players on the continent, with a lot of the standard tournaments, Players' Championships taking place in the UK. There's an awful lot of travel involved for the likes of Florian. He's had to travel across the border here, but he's looking at double top for a 3-0 win. So signs are good for Florian Hempel. 3-0 win for him against Matthijs Hekink. Always looked straightforward for him. A 21 darter, 22 darter, and then a lovely 16 darter. Sealed the deal there, and Florian Hempel showing his professional class against his Dutch opponent. Handshakes all around. Hempel, the latest man, through to the next round.
And we are back with the next game on the streaming board, and that includes Bradley van der Velden. Here, Wolfpack. He is starting his campaign in the last 4096, and he is the Dutch Open Youth champion from last year. But now he enters in the singles, also in the men's competition. And his main goal is, of course, to progress to the last 128 for tomorrow. If he's doing that, he's not able to play in the youth and defend his title. That's the risk of youth players. If you're playing today and if you progress to tomorrow, you can't play in both competitions. But he made a decision. I want to play in the men's. His first opponent is Roy Fleer today. And let's see how Bradley gets on the way. He's not only the Dutch Open Youth champion from last year, he's also the WDF World Youth champion from 2023.
Yep, he won that title when he was just 15 years old. He's progressed now, and Bradley will be hoping that he can't play in the youth tournament because he'll want to try and get to the senior quarterfinals at the very least. I think will be the aim for someone like Bradley. Get through to the televised stages. Obviously, with it being on RTL 7, it's a big thing for the Dutch players to play on TV, and well, he's made a solid start here.
100%. Of course, the main goal for everyone is get through today, and Bradley van der Velden definitely has the capability to progress to Sunday. Of course, it's a long day because you have to win a lot of matches to progress to Sunday. And well, you see it in the top left of the scoreboard. We are still in the last 4096, and I'll tell you then, that will stay there for a couple of hours.
It will. I think we've got our first round of 2048 games are set up for just after 12:30 local time. Jensen Walker's playing against Boyd Hendricks. Danny van Schrijp will play Dennis van der Veen, and Jemai van den Herik, who we saw earlier, really be pushed all the way by Bradley's brother. He's playing Terry Leach of Scotland.
Yeah, so even if we have 128 boards in the men's competition, it still takes nearly 3 hours to conclude the first round matches. And Van der Velden want to do better than his brother, of course. But I think this Van der Velden has an easier draw than his brother.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, nothing's going to be easy if you're missing the board when going for a big number. And they were very poor darts from Bradley. Half a chance, well, no chance now for Roy Fleer.
A lot of youth players are playing today. Of course, it's good training, and yeah, what a moment it is for youth players if you can come to a field and maybe play tomorrow in the last 128. Here is a couple of darts missed for the first leg for Bradley van der Velden. So Roy Fleer has a chance from 74. 20 and tops. Ooh, that's a big miss for Roy Fleer. Well, that's 20 in total, but no darts at tops.
Well, double 10 now for Bradley. Should not really be losing this leg from the position that he was in. He might very well lose it. Now, a few of Roy's darts have gone way off to the left. That's a better dart, leaves double 10. Nervy times. Can the Wolfpack step up and take double 10? Yes, he can.
First leg in 28 darts. That's not the start he wanted. The good thing for Van der Velden is he's 1-0 up. And I think, no disrespect to Roy Fleer, but I think Bradley has the feeling, I'm going to win this, but still you want to perform better than this, of course. Also for the confidence for your next game. He also attended Q school in the beginning of the year. He came through to phase 1, but he didn't make any statements in the final phase. But he's still young, of course. He's playing darts. It's not possible, but he is literally playing 8 darts a week of darts. He wants to do better. He plays a lot of stuff. He plays WDF. He plays the NDB rankings. He's doing really well over there. He also plays a lot of ADC tournaments, and he qualified for Modus, I believe. So he's doing a lot in the last couple of months. He wants to do better. He wants to be a better dart player. He does everything for it. So yeah, see how we get on today.
Yep, keeping himself very busy is Bradley van der Velden. And it's clearly a a darting family with Justin's involvement earlier on in what was, I know we've not seen a huge number of games so far, but definitely game of the day so far.
100%.
Jemai van den Herrik surviving that match dart, and who knows what he could go on to achieve. No doubt that Bradley a little bit tighter in the trebles than Roy. Some of his darts are drifting.
Even Van der Velden is not happy with his own performance at the moment. Roy Flair doesn't look happy either with his own performance. They both have the feeling it can go a lot better than what they show us today.
112 now for Van der Velden. Under no pressure, and he's hit the treble that he wanted. Now leaves double top.
Just above the wire. But he will return for tops to have a 2-0 lead.
Well, he was put under severe pressure in the first leg. He's under a tiny bit of pressure here with Flair on 170. Double 10.
That's 3 darts. They're really far off the double.
It's an awful dart, the third one, because Flair's on 170. The likelihood of him taking that was very slim. And now Van der Velden has got to try and get rid of this very awkward score of 5.
Oh, he has the single 1. Now 1 dart to go for double 2. And that's another 2 misses on the double. I think he is lucky that Flair is still on 129. Because I don't have the feeling that 129 is going to take out. No, he's going to miss the 19 with the first dart. So Van der Velden returned. But the first leg was in 28 darts. Now he's already in visit 9. But he is 2-0 up. And that's the main thing.
Yeah, flick of the wrist indicates he's not happy. But as you mentioned, Marco, he's 2-0 up. It's all about winning at this stage. You don't need to play your best darts.
No, 100%. There's one important thing for today. Try to win your games and progress to Sunday. And it doesn't matter how it goes, you need to do it.
Yeah, with the open field, unlike yesterday where we played all the way to the semi-finals, played that and then teed up the final, the open field will continue tomorrow morning while the youth games are being played on the stage. So we get down to the last 64, I believe, Marco, tomorrow. We did that last year, definitely.
I think
got to the last 64.
I think we started with the last 128 on the Sunday morning. But
128, yes.
That starts at 10 in the morning. The tournament, progresses at 10 in the morning tomorrow. And also the youth competition starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, I think. Yeah, around 9 o'clock in the morning, because they have to finish before a certain time, because we want to have the youth finals on stage as well. And what a story about the youth yesterday, Dan. About the Turkish girls. Oh my word.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're 15 and 16 years old respectively, you've got one who's a world champion, one who was part of the Turkish team that won the Europe Youth Cup teams. I mean, they are absolutely outstanding.
And won the World Cup medal in Korea at the World Cup. So they're both world champions.
Both world champions, both technically incredibly sound dart players. They have got huge futures. There might yet be more of a future to this game because Roy Flair wants 112.
Double 8 left. He's asked the marker, is it double 8? Yes, confirmed, it is double 8. And that's unlucky. That will be a really nice finish for Roy Flair. But Van der Velden is a 158 for the match. Is Roy Flair is going to return? I think the scoreboard froze. Oh, the scoreboard needs to have an update. He was on 68. Apology. Match dart missed. And Roy Flair takes out double 8. And he's on the board. And Bradley Van der Velden is still not happy with himself.
Well, this didn't look likely, but Roy Flair has been able to win a leg. Although that score of 28 has been quite regular in Roy Flair's scoring segments. frustration for him, but there's not a great deal between them in terms of the averages. Bradley's is much lower than it should be because of all the missed darts at double. There have been more visits like that 1-2-5 from him than there has from Roy. He wants to complete this fourth leg of the match with no stress whatsoever. It's dependent on him, it's dependent on what his opponent can throw at him.
Oh, 100%. You don't want to get to a deciding leg here on the streaming lanes. This is a really good visit from Bradley van der Velden. That flicks into the 12. That was definitely a 140 or maybe a 180. But it's a good shot from van der Velden. And this is by far the best leg of the match for him.
Yeah, he just needs to finish it off tidily, and he'll get a chance here. Double top for a 15-darter. And that hit the gold-plated numbers on the outside of the board, which just goes to show how far away it was.
But he is returned for tops with 3 darts in hand. And with the first dart, he hits the tops. He had a bit of a scare in the first couple of legs. He wasn't, well, he didn't play his normal game, but in the end, he won it quite comfortably at 3-1, and he progresses to the last, 2,048.
Yeah, he can practically see the trophy in his grasp. Yeah, Bradley van der Velden, a 3-1 win for him there. Nicely done. And he will wait for his opponent in the next round, and we will wait to see what will bring you on the TV lanes here at the Dutch Open of 2026. Back over to board C now on the TV lanes, and we have Raymond van der Ende in action. He's 1-0 up against Kalen Tax of Belgium. He's after a finish of 79. Well, those numbers on the outside of the boards are taking a battering. That's another dart at tops that's floated way above its target. Van der Ende now looking at tops himself. That's how you do it. 2-0 to the good for the Dutchman against the Belgian.
Yes, Raymond van der Ende. He won one WDF title in his career in 2023. He won the Catalonia Open. He also played in the World Masters in last year in Hungary.
Yeah, so a player who is used to playing in big tournaments.
Yeah, 100%. Last year he reached, for example, the quarterfinal of the Malta Masters. Also in the World Masters, he progresses to his group, but he lost in the last 128. But he does quite a lot of WDF tournaments in Europe. He travels a lot with Corné Groeneveld, for example.
Corné is someone you know very well, of course, Marco, being a friend of yours and a teammate for a long time, and he's playing on the TV lanes a little bit later this afternoon.
Yeah, he's playing in his second time slot, I think, for today. So when the draw came out, I'm here with two mates, Corné and René, and they are so happy that they play at 3 and 4 o'clock. They are still in bed.
why not? Just a score of 7 there for Raymond, so not the greatest showing. Kalen takes some advantage, gets that treble, so Raymond is chasing in this leg. There's a sort of Robert Owen quality to the way that he throws the darts. They don't just land flat, they land downright rather than upright, so...
Yeah, 100%, and that's, yeah, his style where he, well, I know him for many, many years, but that's the way how he plays his darts, and his darts are so, well, it's not even flat, I think it's worse than Gian van Veen, I think.
Yeah, they do lie down. A Scotsman has awoken.
Unbelievable, and that before midday.
No, he's dressed quite resplendently, I've got to say.
Cornet and René, I just had a message for them. They are watching from their beds the stream from the NDB because I said, I think they're still in bed, and we have a confirmation. Yes, they are still in bed. Well done, guys.
Yeah, it's just about good morning to you, lads. 11 more minutes. Good afternoon. .45 scored, so Kalen looking at 108. Misses the big number required. Had a go at the bullseye, which he didn't want to leave, but ends up leaving double 17.
104 for Van the Ende. No treble 18, so no match dart coming in. What is Tux going to do? Is he going to go directly for double 17 or is he going to split it? No, he's going directly for double 17. It's one of the most difficult doubles on the board, but he hits it.
Yeah, absolutely knew what he was doing there. So he's pulled one leg back.
Yeah, Van der Ende, he made it last year, semi-finals. He reached of the Finnish Masters, for example, and he has a lot of last 16s, quarterfinals in Malta, what I said, so he's doing quite well. And of course, his goal is one day to reach Lakeside. But now he has a bit more time, he has a bit more sponsor money, so he can go to more tournaments now, and he's doing quite well the last year. So yeah, hopefully a good one for him, because this is a platinum event, Dan. And a platinum event means the further you got, the more points you get, of course. That's why it is also popular for a lot of players, because if you have a really good result in this tournament, you can skip maybe another weekend where there's 2 bronze events, for example.
Yeah, and you can then look at some of the bronze events and think, oh, I'm a seeded player for this. I should, in theory, have an easier draw. And with the platinum tournaments, along with the gold tournaments, if you win this outright, you're at Lakeside. It is an automatic pass.
100%. So it's not only that you're here with a trophy on the Sunday night, but it's also a free pass to Lakeside at the end of the year. So it's a beautiful prize, plus a really nice bonus.
Yeah, exactly that. So a couple of years ago, after Jano Bottenberg won the Dutch Open, he could put his feet up. He could focus on other darting ventures, and then he went to Lakeside.
Yeah, talking about Jarno Bottenberg, he came through the qualifiers at the Winmar World Masters here in 22. He came, that was in this same venue. Then he entered the Dutch Open. He was, I think he was 19 games unbeaten in this venue, because he won the qualifiers, and the year after he won the Dutch Open.
That 1-3-1 checkout, one of the greatest checkouts that this tournament, that any tournament has ever seen to win a title.
100%. That was against Wesley Plaisier in the 5th and deciding set in front of his home crowd, because Jarno Bottenberg literally lived 15 minutes away from here. In front of think 3,500 people here on on Sunday afternoon in the venue.
He did have a very big travelling army with him for that Dutch Open and at Lakeside a couple of years ago. We'll no doubt be seeing Jarno in action later on this afternoon. But for now, Kalen Tax is giving Raymond van der Ende a real tough workout. He's treble 17. Well, 60 left. The way his darts lie in the board, that's not going to be tricky to try and navigate around. There, double 2 now. Didn't need to do that. Oh, that was in and out.
Yeah, that's 2 darts missed for 2-all. So Van der Ende back for 60 to wrap up the game.
Well, he's hit tops already, misses it this time. And misses double 10. Kalen Tax has a chance. And hits double 2.
So even Anthony is just out of bed. To be fair, he brought us some drinks, and that's for a Scotsman then. Fair play to him.
Yeah. I mean, he's not had to use his own money, but still, thank you very much.
Anthony, you will hear him later in comms, because they don't know it yet, but we already made an agreement. When the first shift is done, then we will take over on Anthony and Nick Waltz, of course. But we decided this morning we are doing the early shift today.
Yep.
And we had some crackers today.
We'll explore the Bonte Wever venue, and then I'll be back later on this evening to close the show out before we really get to the serious stuff tomorrow, the big stage of the Dutch Open, which will culminate in new winners of that tournament. We won't have a repeat winner in either the Open or the Women's this year, because Jeffrey Sparidans, on the back of his successes last year, went back to Q School and won his tour card. Ryan O'Sullivan is absent as well. Women's in particular, very open this year.
Yeah, because it clashes with the first women's series of the year, of course.
Lorena Rietbergen is the #1 seed. She was a beaten finalist in both the Dutch Open and the World Championship last year, so she'll be hoping to get over the line. Kalen Tax first to a finish, but Raymond, I was going to say, should be on a better one. He maybe should have looked to switch after the first start with it dangling over the treble 20 bed.
Yeah, he was 2-0 up in this game. And in my eyes, it will be a big shock if Raymond van der Ende goes out here in the first round. Tax left 100. Van der Ende is a 146. That's treble 19. That's one. He needs another one. He couldn't find it. So maybe Tax. Match darts are coming in. Van der Ende leaves 60 again.
Well, this would be a surprise. Maybe not to the level of Andy Barton's losing, but Kellen Tax, does he fancy 2 tops? He did. Fair play to him, he went for it, and he's kept them nice and straight. So huge pressure on Raymond.
Yes, definitely. Needs to find a single 21st. Now he has 2 match darts again.
Gets the job done, and he was given a huge workout by Kalen Tax, who certainly did himself proud up on the TV lanes. Raymond knows he'll have to play better than that to progress further. But he lived up to the pressure, and he's through to the next round. turns swiftly back to the open singles on board B. Robin Smees, a Dutch international. We saw in action with Wesley Harms in the pairs yesterday, a former WDF #1, and he's got a game on his hands against Denny van Opstal. Can see some of the bigger name Dutch players depart early on, and Robin does not want to be one of those. Denny wants a 1-3-1. Where have we seen this check out before? Well, he wasn't planning on doing it the same way as Bottenberg did a couple of years ago. There's only one way to go out on 1-5-6. But Robin Smees did not get the first requisite treble 20. Denny gets tops, and he goes 2-1 up. Games going on in this time slot. We've got the brother of the women's #1 seed, Lorena Rietbergen. Roy Rietbergen's in action against Jeroen van Reyden. Jeroen Leerleveld plays Bradley Roos. Francois Schweyen, the clock. Lakeside semi-finalist, plays Frank Jan Helder. Robin Smees is the latest player to suffer the misfortune of a bounce out. So it's 2-1 to Denny van Opstal. Robin Smees is chasing this game. It's, as you can see, a very decent standard for this last 4,096 game. Denny's looking good, and a potential Dutch international could leave in the first round, Marco.
Yeah, it's a tricky draw for Robin Smees in the first round. Played in the pairs with Wesley Harms yesterday. But what you said, he's a Dutch international, played in the Four Nations tournament, also played in the Six Nations tournament, I believe.
Yeah, he did. He had a very good Dutch team with him for that tournament. Jimmy van Schie, Connie Groeneveld, Alexander Merckx as well.
This is a good score from Robin Smees. But this is Denny van Opstal. Could be for the match. That's the first one. That's a perfect dart. You can't follow the second dart in the treble. But the pressure is on Smees now.
Huge pressure. 9 for double 16, the chosen route. And it's a good choice as well. Takes us to a fifth and deciding leg. Denny has been very solid so far, and that's when you consider he does not have the most orthodox throw. It's quite jabby the way that he releases the dart. There's very little in the way of follow through with the arm, which is not what any coach would recommend. Robin's got a nice action going through, and that's a nice 1-3-5 to start the fifth and deciding leg.
What I said yesterday, he played in the pairs with Wesley Harms. Wesley Harms, 2-time semi-finalist at the World Championships at Lakeside. It is more than 10 years ago, but still, former Dutch international. They won a lot of games, and they reached the last 16, where they lost at the end against Jelle Klaassen and Andy Bartens. So it was definitely a good run for Robin Smees. And hopefully he wants to do the same today, of course.
Well, he's taken charge of this deciding leg for now. Even though that's treble-less, he's more than 100 points ahead after 9 darts thrown each. Denny needs something big. It's okay, it's one treble, but Robin will feel like he's got Denny in the palm of his hand.
Every score with a treble is important. Not that one. Oh, that's unlucky. So close, but it's only 43. So 6 darts for Robin Smees for 172. He wants to have a good setup shot, but isn't. Ooh, that's an important last one. It doesn't look very good with the first 2 darts.
No, it's it'll make him feel an awful lot better hitting that treble, and now Denny is starting to flounder. That's a poor visit, just 26, and Robin Schmeis will get more opportunities for the match. Double 16 for a 106 checkout, and he takes it. It was a stern test for Robin Schmeis, and he realises with the cuddle for Denny, gives him maximum respect. It was a good game, that. And Robin Schmeis, after his good run in the pairs yesterday, gets through to the next round after a 3-2 win over Denny van Opstel. I believe we are going to go over to the next board, where player mentioned, Francois Schreyen, the Lakeside semi-finalist from a couple of years ago, and he was a quarter-finalist in the tournament just gone. Got plenty of his own unique quirks, Francois Schreyen. He's nicknamed the Clock because his arm goes from side to side when he throws, like a pendulum.
And the pendulum is in the middle of his shirt. But I asked his manager, who was always coming here at Lakes, I asked why it's the clock. But it is basically the pendulum, what you see in the middle of his shirt. But that doesn't really sound good in English, so that's why they decided it's the clock. And to be fair, on the back, on what Francois dart shirts like, I'm really a fan of the back of his dart shirt. It looks really nice with the gold and black and white. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, it's very well designed. It's nice and intricate. He's up against Frank Jan Helder of the Netherlands. Aside from the Netherlands, which we're obviously going to see loads of representation for, we get a lot of players coming over the border from Belgium. Schreyen takes the first leg out. We don't get too many players that come from the French-speaking part of Belgium, but that's where Francois is from. He's a representative of southern Belgium, as it is.
Yeah, Wallonia, we call it in Holland. You have Flanders and Wallonia. Flanders is the top, that's the Dutch-speaking part, and Wallonia is the south, is the French-speaking part.
But he's here, he's 1-0 up, and he's averaging in the 80s. Has been a title winner in the WDF system 3 times before. Win in his home open of Belgium, Latvian Open winner, and Lower Austrian Masters winner as well.
Yeah, a lot of people in Belgium ask why you are never playing Q-School. I said, I have, I think he has a really young child. He said, I can't have the time off. I play darts for a hobby, I play darts in the weekends, but it's not possible with my job that if I have a tour card, it's not possible because all the Pro Tours are, of course, are most of the time in midweeks. So that's why at the moment he decides to still play WDF Tour. A lot of people, I always say, if you're good enough and you have the sponsor abilities, go to earn the money. But a lot of people don't have the options or the ability, the options to go to the Pro Tour and play midweeks because it's a lot of things. You have the situation from home, situation at your job. Of course, it's difficult for a lot of people. And Francois Schreyen is in this position. He said, "No, I'm staying with the WDF for the moment. I play as much darts as I can." But yeah, family and work goes first, of course, because yeah, at the end of the day, they're all amateurs.
Yep, exactly that. Francois Schreyen happy with his lot in darts right now. He's another player who will fancy a deep run here at the Dutch Open, and it will take away any pressures for Lakeside qualification if he was to go on and win this tournament. He's now looking at double top for a 2-0 lead to double his lead against Frank Jan Helder, which he does. 74 finish, 2 legs in. The writing might be on the wall for Frank Jan.
And that's what you want, Francois Schreyen. Of course, you don't have to show your best darts, but you want an easy win in your first round game. Because then you have to win a lot of games to progress to tomorrow. It's long days, so you don't want to spill a lot of energy, of course. And then when you see, okay, my opponent is around a 60 average, I know what I have to do to beat him. but don't have to do extra special things. And I think when you're a top player, I can imagine that that is a really nice feeling.
Yeah, it's a confidence-boosting first-round win if Francois is able to get the job done. A game where he's been put under no stresses whatsoever. Visit of 85 from Elder, but Schweyen is well in front now. Some of the second round games, or the last 2048, whatever you prefer, will be getting underway soon. But we've got some big name players coming up on the streaming board soon. Ron Meulenkamp, the bomb against Daniel van Helden. Jonas Bremerman of Germany, who's been a good player in the development tour system. Willem Mandegers against Yannick Hugveen, and Lorena Rietberg and the #1 seed against Sharona Veld.
Yeah, and that's an interesting clash in the first round. But later, about that game, of course. This was Schweyen for the match. He's not going to take the 170. But Helder still far way open, 2-5-2. He definitely needs to find a 140 to still have a chance in this match. Please try to leave a finish. Needs to find a treble. And by the looks of it, that wasn't the treble. So this is for the match. Schweyen. Finish is gone. He needed 4 18s to leave tops. Now single 17, because tops is definitely the favorite double from Francois Schweyen.
Yeah, it was good thinking from Francois to go to the treble 17 segment.
Even the marker looked a bit confused. You don't see that route very often on 108, 4 17s, but it's definitely the route for Francois Schweyen, because that means he leaves tops. He looked to the scoreboard. Where is Helder on? Helder was on 164, and Francois Schweyen thought, nah, you're not going to do it, so I will bust my score. And I always love if a player then hits that finish. I think the most famous one was with, well, Mensur Sulju wins against Van Gerwen, Keith Deller in 83. I love that moment.
Yeah. And statistically, Schweyen was right to do what he did, but like you say, Marco, funny darts, but that was clinical darts from Francois Schweyen. 3-0 win for him against Frank Jan Helder. Walks off, he'll be happy enough with how he played there. Another big name player at this year's Dutch Open who's got the job done in round 1. Ron the Bomb about to start his match. And nearly robbed his opponent's dart. Daniel van Helden is the man who's going to try and stop the former PDC tour card holder from getting a win at the Dutch Open. Spent quite a few years in the PDC. It's been a while, though, since we've seen Meulenkamp play on the professional circuit. He's a player who lost a lot of weight compared to what he was carrying in his earlier career, and I've seen it sometimes where losing weight just doesn't help players because it completely changes their balance and how they throw the darts. But the Bomb is looking to get a win here at the Dutch Open. Played in 2 Lakeside World Championships, lost to a couple of Garys in 2012 and 2014 to Stone and Robson, and then has played in 6 Alexandra Palace World Championships. This is a good start from Ron, and it's a 180 to boot.
It's a brilliant start from Ron. After 12 darts, he's on 36. And that's the start what you want. Well, the best start we saw this morning was at 10 o'clock.
Yep, 180 for Jensen Walker, and as I was rabbiting on about introducing the Dutch Open, Jensen was on his way to hitting a 9-darter, so it quickly shut me up.
So maybe for the people who were not awake at 10 o'clock, shall we do after this game, we're going to do a new introduction about the Dutch Open for the people who are just tuned in. Shall we do that?
We'll do that.
Because there's so much to talk about this Dutch Open. This was a good start for Meulenkamp, 1-0 up with a nice 15-darter. There is Barry van Peer behind us, playing later today, I guess.
Yes.
What time is he playing?
5:40.
He's the lucky one.
Yeah, Barry's got a long wait. But he is a former Dutch Open winner, and he's hoping to do it again.
He's playing around 5:40, he said, this afternoon. So he's in the second time slot.
Now,
I think it's a really good thing that they split it in 2 time slots because, for example, the last couple of years, it was 1 time slot, so everybody started at the same time. So if you started at 10 o'clock, your last game is at 9 o'clock. Now you do your own bracket in 5 hours instead of 10 hours. So I think it's a good decision. It's the first time trying, but I think nobody complained yet, and I think everybody is really happy.
yeah, we've got to maybe spare a thought for your pairs partner, Christian Sorensen, who's had the longest wait of everyone. His first game was scheduled to get underway at 20-6.
Yes.
And his opponent has withdrawn. So his first game will actually be at 7 o'clock. I wonder what he's doing with himself all day.
I'm so happy that I'm not in his position. On the other side, I had breakfast with him this morning. He said, that's going to be a record for me. I was never in the Dutch Open till 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening. So that's a big plus for him.
Well, hopefully he gets the job done, gets a win, because it's a long time to wait for no victory. Meulenkamp's playing some very good darts here, averaging double his opponent, which is not something you see too often.
He had a 15-darter in the first leg, and he can do again in leg number 2. And this is a brilliant start off from Ron the Bomb Meulenkamp. 15-darter, 15-darter. And that's what you want to do in your first round of the Dutch Open darts. I'm impressed so far.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking sharp, and it's exactly the impression you want to make in the early stages of a tournament. .140 to start. He's persisting on the treble 20 despite that dart looking like it's a blocker.
And his opponent makes a picture of the big screen to see himself making a picture of himself to take a picture.
Yeah, work that one out.
But yeah, for Daniel van Helden, I guess when he looked up the draw and he saw I'm playing my first game against Ron Meulenkamp. Meulenkamp, what you said, played on a lot of world championships. We also see him on regular basis at Viaplay. Do the analyzers at the big majors in the PDC. So yeah, everybody knows him. And if you can play him in the first round, it's a nice thing, of course. Because I always say, there are 4,000 players, but there are 3,000 players for my standards.
Yeah.
Fun players. And if you can, it's better to lose to Ron Meulenkamp on the TV lanes instead of on board 97 against another nobody.
Yeah. You would rather go out in a blaze of glory than
Of course.
than losing in a 78 dart leg.
Of course. This is what a Dutch Open is all about. Of course you want to win a couple of games, but they also, most of the players, want to play against a big name here on the TV lanes. No, I don't think that's going to happen because Meulenkamp puts in a solid performance so far. He had two 15 darters in the first two legs. And now, on 15 darts, he left himself 60. But what a beautiful game so far from Ron Meulenkamp.
Single, four, double is the order of the day for Ron Meulenkamp, with Daniel van Helden nowhere near Meulenkamp. Now needs to go for double 10. It's usually a favoured double for a left-hander, but Meulenkamp just drifts inside. And he's going to get loads more opportunities.
It's a good marker, and with the second dart he finds the double 5. Had the handshake from his opponent, but it was a solid start for Meulenkamp, and he progresses to the last 2048. And what a beautiful moment. Now he can have the picture with his opponent. That's what the Dutch Open is all about. And I think on board C, we have the #1 seed against fellow Dutch international Sharona Veld, and that is in the ladies. I think the clash of the first round, I think.
Without question. I think we're going to be going over to that one very shortly indeed. Lorena Rietbergen, the #1 seed for the Women's Dutch Open. And she'll be looking at the field and believing she is the best player here, best equipped to go and win this competition, with Bo Greaves no longer playing WDF events because of her tour card. Rhiannon O'Sullivan is playing the Women's Series. Dieter Hedman likewise. This is a chance for Lorena Rietbergen. We're joining at the start of this game, which has been started very well by both players. Sharona Veld down to 2-6-1 after 6 darts.
Yeah, and when both of these girls or ladies looked at a draw, they both thought, ooh, that's not really nice to draw each other in the first round. And what a brilliant start from both ladies here with the first leg. And you can see it in the bottom of the scoreboard, or in the top left of the scoreboard. We start the ladies tournament in the last 512, but this is the last 256. But look at this.
Well, I like the intent from Sharona Veld, because she stayed on the 20s. 180 would have left 27, but she didn't care. She just wanted to pile the big scores in. 82 left, should go bull first.
That's 14, so 68 left. Now, another shot at the bullseye. Oh, what a brilliant finish here from Sharona Veld. And she takes the first dart in first leg in 15 darts with a brilliant checkout from 82 on the bullseye.
Well, could we be losing the #1 seed in the very first round of the ladies' tournament?
Yeah, it's the first round for them. Lorena Rietbergen, she's #2 in the WDF main ranking at the moment. And last year, she won so many titles. She played amazing. And all the way to the final on the Lakeside. Had a brilliant run. She beat Aletta Weyer first, then Eve Watson, then Rhiannon O'Sullivan. And at the end, she loses out to Dieter Hedman in the final. But it was a brilliant achievement by Lorena Rietbergen, of course. She said it on social media. This is her last tournament for a while, because she's going to have some operations in her arm, I think, or in her wrist. I'm not sure about it. But this will be her last tournament for the next couple of months. So she want to have a she wants to make a big statement, of course, to get really far in the Dutch Open. And yeah, well, we all expect it if you're the #1 seed, of course.
Yeah, so perhaps that brings its own pressure, knowing that if you don't have a good tournament, you're going into this period of surgery kind of still thinking about it. You don't have an opportunity to put things right straight away. So, yeah, big call for Lorena to go and have the surgery. Well, there's some pretty fervent support for some players in the venue. Few games going on simultaneously. Rietbergen hits a 140, so a much better leg for Lorena this time, and Sharona Veld has not backed up her 15-darter from the first leg. Double top for Lorena. Dragged it just south of the target. Double five. Ops to bust. 156 now for Sharona. What a shot this would be. Not going to go.
First dart is indeed under the treble 20. Maybe with a good setup shot. That's a good last dart. So the pressure is on Rietbergen, who is on 20. She needs to hit this double 10. Now for double five. One dart to go when she misses. And now Veld is on 174. The leg before, she checks out the 82.
Should get one dart. Oh, but it's a terrible second dart, which she drags into treble five. Needed just a big single 20. Another chance for Lorena. Chance she does not take. So Sharona Veld with an opportunity to go 2 legs up against the #1 seed. Next door for double eight. Still she looks, but she does not hit.
That's good news for Lorena Rietbergen, who missed a couple of darts before to make it 1-all. Now she has to go to double one, and she finds the double one. And she is cheering, but deep inside, I think she's really happy that she's not 2-0 down, because Sharona Veld had 3 darts at a double to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, she's masking any anger with the sarcastic celebration.
Sharona Veld, also WF title winner. She won the German Open in 2023. She played also a lot of women's series in the PDC, but she decided, of course, this weekend to play at the Dutch Open. But I can imagine it's a difficult choice for a lot of players, especially in the ladies competition. What do you want to do? Are you want to play the first women's series of 2026, or are you playing the Dutch Open?
Yeah, it's a shame for those ladies players that they do have to make that choice. I think the majority of the Dutch ladies players have come here to the Dutch Open.
But yeah, I also understand that you choose for the others. So yeah, it's a shame that it clashes. That's a big shame. Hopefully next year is not clashing. But yeah, even the PDC or the WDF, the calendar is so full, and we only have 52 weeks. It's not even possible to.
Yeah.
There's so many tournaments.
Yeah, it can't be helped.
This is leg number 3. Sharona Veld is in a good position. This is for a breakout throw, and she has 6 darts for 126.
Well, you can look at the averages and draw a conclusion that Sharona is definitely outperforming Lorena right now. Now double top for Sharona to go one leg away from the place in the last 1-8. So obviously not as many ladies participating, but it's still a strong and healthy field that we start in the last 2-5-6 round. Only 59 for Lorena. Sharona Veld back for tops.
This is to go 2-1 up against the number 1 seed. 1 dart to go for double 10. She could be winning this 3-0 because the leg before she misses 3 darts to go 2-0 up. Now she misses again and Riedbergen comes back to the board for 56. She has 2 darts for tops as well. That's a good marker. Sharona Veld hits the awkward single 1. Now 2 darts for double 2. That was a nervy dart.
Nervy as you like, and Lorena Rietbergen has punished Sharona Veld, and she now leads 2-1. And if Lorena does win this match, she might have got away with it because she's not played particularly well, and she's faced opportunities from Sharona.
Of course, it's always a nervous game, your first round, even for a seed. But if you know if you play also a Dutch international, that's not the draw they both wanted. And especially for the number 1 seed, you don't want to lose. But we had 3 legs of darts, and Sharona Veld had darts, and all darts at the double, and all 3 legs. And now she had a 180. And I think, to be fair, then, this match deserves a 5th and final leg.
I think it does. Lovely 180 from Sharona Veld, and she's firmly in control of this match. .78 scored from Lorena Rietbergen. Sharona Veld should be getting to a finishing range here. And she does, but only just. Still a very strong position, though.
Riedbergen is not going to leave a finish. So, at least 6 darts for Sharona Veld to go all the way in this match. She decided to stay on the 20s. It's a bit of a weird choice for me. I think there was a lot more space at the 19s.
Yeah, and then if you hit the single 19, it's 96 compared to 95 for treble.
Yeah,
140 for Lorena. Puts her in a good position now.
Now 95. No dart at a double. Ooh, and a single 1. So 75 left. That 140 from Riedbergen came just at the right time. Now she's on 71 for the match. She decided to go 18-18, but she misses the single. I think the whole game she went the tops route, and now she decided to go 18-18. Veld to go all the way.
Well, that was nervy. She could go double-double here. No, she goes...
I think it's in.
Treble 12, it is in.
So double 18 to go all the way for Sharona Veld. Massive dart in this match.
Missed opportunity to take us all the way. And Lorena Rietbergen, the number 1 seed, does make it through to the last 1-8. She was put under constant pressure from Sharona Veld there. She took the lead, but Lorena mounted a comeback to win by 3 legs to 1. That's a real scare for her, though, in the early stages, and she'll have to play better going forward from this one. But the important thing is she is through. Well, the number 1 seed was put under an awful lot of pressure. Let's see how the number 2 seed fares. Lorraine Hyde, player who has made a real habit out of winning big WDF tournaments. Defending winner of the World Masters. She's won the Irish Open, she's won the Denmark Open, so effectively last year she qualified for Lakeside 3 times without considering her ranking position. The first match of the day is against the Dutchwoman Jacqueline Seitzinger. But Lorraine Hyde, one of those who decided to play here instead of the PDC Women's Series, will feel that the Dutch Open is a title within her grasp. It's missing off her CV at the moment. But Marco, Lorraine has won several huge titles in the WDF system, and there's no reason why she can't win this one.
No, 100%. She is the reigning World Masters champion. She won the title in Budapest in the back end of 2025. What a run she had. She came to the group and then she won in the quarterfinals against Hong Kong player Rita Ip. In her semi-final, she beat Sophie McKinley 5-0, and in the final, what an incredible final it was in Budapest, she beat Ragnar David 6 legs to 5. And that's why she was a World Masters champion and a Platinum event winner. And I think for Lorraine Hyde, of course, it was a difficult decision what you're going to do, Dutch Open or PDC Women's Series.
Yeah, I think she's so high up in the rankings in the WDF, and she's never really pulled up trees in the PDC. I think for her it was probably an easy decision to come here and try and add the Dutch Open to her CV, which is really starting to bulge now. She's in finishing range, 136. Try and leave double 18, and she does. It's a fantastic third dart.
Really well done here from Lorraine Hyde. We just saw the number 2 in the rankings. Lorena Riedberg, and Lorraine Hyde is the number 3 in the WDF main ranking in the women's competition. And that's a good start from Lorraine Hyde. She finished the leg with 19 darts, and it's 1-0 for the World Masters champion.
Jacqueline deciding to play on the 10s at the start of the second leg.
Yeah, that's what I should sometimes do on a Thursday night as well, Dan. So
we are soon going to see Jensen Walker back with us after his first round excursion against Boyd Hendricks.
So that means we are now progressing in the second round in the men's competition, Dan.
It does.
And we said a couple of games ago we are going to do a new introduction, but we had to talk so much about the ladies' game, what we saw. So shall we do the introducing again for the people who are just tuned in?
Yep, if you are just tuning in, this is day 2 of the Dutch Open for 2026. It is the biggest open tournament in world darts. There are over 5,000 players thereabouts who have taken part over the course of the weekend. Starting in the round of 4,096 for the women, 4,096 in the Open, 256 in the women. We had so many pairs in action yesterday, and we're going to whittle them down. There are over 170 boards in action, not just here in the TV lanes, but around the main venue as well, which is resemblant of an airport terminal. The amount of people that are there, people wandering around towards their own board. And then at the end, the winners of the Open and the women's get a place at Lakeside.
Simple as that. In the women's competition, we started with around 3,500, I think, and they play all the way to the final. The final is being played tomorrow, live on RTL 7. In the men's, we started with 4,096, and they play till the last 128, and that continues tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. But today, we play in 2 time slots. We started at 10 o'clock this morning, and we are here with you with live darts from the Dutch Open till, I believe, around 9 o'clock, 9:30 this evening.
It'll be around that point, yes.
So it's going to be at least 11.5 hours of WDF Dutch Open darts for you.
Absolutely.
If I wasn't here, I would know what I was doing when I was at home. Put the telly on, do your things in the house, watch a bit of darts. Brilliant day.
Yep. So we are thankful to those of you that are tuning in. Lorraine Hyde looking at double 10 now. She got very close without landing the double she wanted. Jacqueline Seitzinger not close to a finish.
Lorraine Hyde, the doubles are going really well in this match. She's 2-0 up. And it looks like this is got an easy win for the reigning World Masters champion. She also played at Lakeside, of course. In her first round game, she played against Emin Dursun, the lady from Turkey, who won the warming up tournament here on Thursday. And I think Emin Dursun, how many match darts did she have? Did you remember?
13.
13 match darts to beat Lorraine Hyde. But they went all outside or inside, so Lorraine Hyde progressed to the next round. But there, Priscilla Steenbergen from the Netherlands beat her in the quarterfinal. And I think that was a bit of a disappointment for Lorraine Hyde because she just won the World Masters, so she was a big favourite to go really far in the Lakeside tournament.
Yeah, I think she would have been disappointed with losing out to Priscilla Steenbergen. For all the great moments she's had in the WDF, winning the likes of the Irish, the Danish and the World Masters, she's never really done it up on the Lakeside stage on a consistent basis. She's coasting through this first round game though.
She's averaging around 70, and that is enough to progress in this first round game. And of course, in the ladies competition, the top players in the ladies, they know, okay, if I do well, I can reach the last 16 or the quarterfinals. You see Lorena Riebergen, the #1 seed, with a really difficult draw, and that's also the dangerous thing about the Dutch Open. For the ladies, maybe you can play 4 rounds easy, but also you can get knocked out first round because there's a lot of players who only play this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And you do get some good players who come into this unseeded as well.
Talking about an unseeded player, Jimi Hendrix is watching here from the commentary booth.
Yeah, this is the great thing about where we're positioned. So if you look at the tiered seating behind you, over to the left-hand side, there's a little corridor where players come through from the VIP room. They often like to pay us a visit, like to watch what we're doing.
But they never bring us a drink, and that's the problem. I think we had 100 handshakes so far, but they never bought us a drink. So maybe... No, only joking. The NDB is really looking after us, Dan. So
they certainly are. Lorraine Hyde is looking after this game because she's on the verge of winning it 3-0, double 12. Well, that's the wrong double. She is going straight for double 7. And sensibly chooses to bust. But she will be back. I think there will be bigger challenges ahead for Lorraine. Double 6, is that a challenge? And she gets it. 3-0 win against Jacqueline Seitzinger. Easy for Lorraine Hyde, the #2 seed, who has progressed through to the last 1-8 of this year's Dutch Open. Well, I wonder if Jensen Walker is going to treat us to as rapid-fire start as he did at 10 o'clock this morning, where he hit back-to-back 180s before missing dart number 7 for a perfect leg. He was roundly booed by the fans that were in the crowd, and then he had a playful moment with them. And he's up against Boyd Hendricks, who will be hoping to provide a sterner test to him than Luca Bedeau did at the start of the day. Jensen Walker, the number 1 seed here at this year's Dutch Open, and by that very token, you put him as one of the very hot favourites for this tournament.
And Boyd Hendricks is here in the second round. He won his first round game with a 74 average. That's a quite decent performance in the first round. Of course, Jensen Walker, the number 1 seed, is the favourite, but it's only best of 5, Dan. And we saw earlier today, weird things can happen.
Yeah, 73 average, if Walker's not at his absolute best, will provide him problems. There's no doubt about that. So Boyd Hendricks getting that victory over on one of the outside boards. Let's just see how he gets on here against last week's Romania Classic winner. That's the thing with Walker. His last tournament victory came literally a week ago, so he's going to be here full of confidence. It's only a visit of 41, but he does get down to a finish.
And how good is it? I think he's only 19 years of age, and then you're a number 1 seed in the biggest darts competition in the world.
Yeah, it's quite a feather in his cap. No, is he going to go for it? No, he's teed it up. Sensible from Jensen Walker. We would have loved to have seen the fireworks of a 167 finish, but not necessary. Nice ton from Boyd gets him to a finish.
It's a smart decision, and that's what you see on Jensen Walker. He is here for one thing only. Progresses to Sunday and then play his best darts again and then try to lift the Dutch Open title. Not do stupid things, especially not in the best of 5 game, because it is dangerous. It's a brutal format for everyone. And we already saw a few top players who had a really difficult game in the first round, or they're already out in the first round.
Andy Barton's the biggest casualty. 3-1 loss to Robin Satter. Boyd's levels are a little bit down on what we saw from his first round match. Jensen with a 180. He's brimming with confidence right now.
Really impressive stuff from the young Englishman. Started this campaign at 10 o'clock in the morning with 2 180s. Now he's already around the 100 average mark. The tournament is underway now for nearly 3 hours, and we just started with the second round. So the first round was done in around 2.5 hours.
Now then, treble 19. Well, this is a good showing from Boyd Hendricks, and he's on double 14. Now double 12. Crucial dart for Jensen Walker, because Boyd Hendricks was sat there ready to take out double 14. And I think the dart in the double 7 was actually a blessing in disguise, because it meant he could go up to double 12. It's a more standard double that's used.
Yeah, 100%. And he hit the double 12. Now you saw the confidence. Yes, I'm 2-0 up. It was dangerous because my opponent was on a finish. And then you see the confidence from the number 1 seed, because directly he starts with a 140. It looks so easy with Jensen Walker the last couple of months.
Yeah, he's got one of those very effortless throws. Just seems to float them in, and they do go for Walker at the moment. Now, this has been promising though for Boyd Hendricks, and it's he's one of those players who probably has been scuppered a bit by the draw, because in round 2 he's facing Jensen Walker. I think had he been in one of those sections of the draw that we've spoken about, Marco, he could have made his way through to the last 1-8 and maybe still been playing tomorrow, but as it stands, it's looking very difficult. I think Jensen is ready to seal the win here.
That's the luck of the draw. See, this is also a really smart decision. Don't go for the treble 14, but set it up. And to be fair, then, it's impressive stuff from Jensen Walker so far.
It certainly is. He's about to record a mid-90s average. Wins by 3 legs to 0 against Boyd Hendricks. And, well, Jensen Walker is outlining his status as the #1 seed, as one of the big tournament favourites. Boyd Hendricks certainly played well. He averaged in the 80s himself. It was an improvement from what he showed in his first round match. Clearly there's a talent there, but there's an even bigger talent in Jensen Walker. As the two players walk off, Walker gives the crowd a salute. We will move over to the goings-on on board B for now. So we move over to the board B, where Johan Brouwer is actually playing his first match of the Dutch Open, because he was given a walkover in the round of 4,096. So Max van As is the player that Johan Brouwer will be facing. Let's see what Max can do, because Johan Brouwer is someone who's been around Dutch darting circles for quite a long time now. He's not had his first round match because of the player he was meant to be playing withdrew from the tournament, so he's been given a little bit of an extra preparation time. We'll be hoping that it pays dividends.
Yeah, Johan Brouwer plays also a lot of darts. Plays Super League, plays a lot of NDB rankings, plays ADC, plays a lot of WDF. Also tried Q School, so he's a busy man, plays a lot of darts.
And here he is playing in jeans. Get yourself some trousers. This is the great thing about the Dutch Open, the fact that you can get players who are maybe not professional, but on the verge of being professional, like a Jensen Walker.
Yeah.
And they can play someone who's wearing a hoodie and jeans.
Yes, 100%.
I went for the black t-shirt, black jeans look last year.
For 7 minutes.
Didn't work. I lost 3-0 in 7 minutes, yeah.
7 minutes. But maybe, you said it earlier this morning, maybe you are going to entry for next year.
Yeah, we'll see how my wrist holds up.
Yeah. I always only play in the pairs. I never enter the singles. The pairs is for fun. And if we don't do well, I always can blame my teammates. In the singles, I have to blame myself.
Yeah, you can hide a bit more in the pairs, can't you, as Johan Brouwer ends the first leg in 16 darts. It's a very good leg of darts against Max van As. These two could definitely be passed off as brothers.
Yeah, 100%. That was a good first leg for Johan Brouwer. Also a Dutch international. Played in the Four Nations tournament. That was held also here in Assen in the beginning of 2025.
He's looking at a 180 here and hits said 180. Maximum delivery from Johan Brouwer. Pushes his average just over a ton. Speaking of tons, that's a good visit from Max. Johan's looking very comfortable here. Has to shuffle across a little and then delivers the dart to the wrong treble. So leaves a bogey number, but he's way in front of Max. Should go treble 19. That was the plan, but this is good so far from Johan.
Really well, really good. Averaging nearly a ton. And that's what you want in your first round. Of course, we know Johan Brouwer is a really good and decent player. But you want to have your own standard and don't get in any trouble in this short format. And see, this is what it means. Even your opponent is on 255. You checks out a 70, be happy with it, and get 2-0 up. He knows, okay, one more leg and go through to the next round. Because, we said it before then, it's a long days, and especially for the better players, you don't want to spoil a lot of energy. See, another 180 here from Johan Brouwer. And I'm not sure if we already had a ton plus average, but Johan Brouwer is definitely, this is impressive.
He's on course to hit it, and Max van Ass, all he can do is politely smile, give the fist bumps and the handshakes to Johan. Hang on a minute.
Yes, that's 5 darts in the treble 20. That is 6 darts in the treble 20. And for the second time today, we see 180, 180 and 141 after 6.
Oh, what a moment this could be to seal the win, to get into round 3 of the Dutch Open. Johan Brouwer wants 141.
He gets a big round of applause from the big audience who were in the stands. Everybody was holding their breath. But it's the same result as Jensen Walker. Dart 7 is outside of the treble, but what a brilliant leg of darts. He's on 44 after 9. Oh my God, what an average.
Yeah, I think he's indicating that he let go of that dart a bit late. It dropped some way below the treble 20 wire, but this has been truly outstanding from Johan Brouwer. Still not over yet, but it is going to be over sooner rather than later. Needs double eights.
It's a shame that he misses the doubles, because is he staying above that 100 mark?
Well, he gets a huge round of applause from the crowd, and quite rightly so as well. I think the average will have dropped well below the ton plus mark. Unfortunately, as Max van Ass shakes the hand of the official and Johan Brouwer, who's still smiling about that missed 7th dart to shame, but Johan Brouwer with a statement of intent in his first round match.
Back to the ladies competition, where we see the Turkish player Emin Dursun here on the live stream. And she was here on Thursday when the warming up tournament starts. She won 7 games in total, and she was the title winner of the Dutch Open warming up tournament. She beats Anka Zelstra in the final. She didn't play in the pairs yesterday. She's only here to get a lot of points and maybe to win 2 single titles here with the Dutch Open. But of course, this is the big one.
Well, it's possible. She's a big talent. I mean, Dursun, and, well, this could be a truly outstanding weekend for the Turkish as she goes up against Sam Waldschmidt-Marcus. You can see that Amina's got her own way of doing things with the wristband and the tape all over her arm. She's someone who's suffered a lot with dartitis over the space of her short career.
Yeah, 100%. She was the Europe Cup girls singles champion in 2017. Then she had problems with dartitis. Now she's back on the tour for around 2 years, I think. And I have a lot of respect for her because she always travels on her own. And it's hard if you come from a different country where darts is not that popular. Well, in the ladies competition, maybe the titles will all go back to Turkey at the moment.
Yeah, it's really exploded in Turkey, particularly in the girls scene as well, which is not something you often see. Normally it's the men that lead and the women follow suit because, well, historically more men have played darts. So it's good to see.
Yes, 100%. 21 darts. She's on tops. This is for a 1-0 lead. On Thursday, when she won the warming-up tournament, she had 1 bad game. She still won it 3-1. I think that was because of a lot of missed doubles. But almost all of her games were over 70, 75 average. So she played really well that day. And of course, that's what she wants today. Of course, first she wants to hit double 10.
Well, Sam needed the treble 19, ended up getting a treble 11, so she's trimmed down her score. See the lean forward there and the back leg kicking it up from Amin.
That's another 3 darts missed at a double. 29, so double 13 now. She thought it was in.
Well, there was some hesitancy about the way that second dart was released from her hand, so, well, when you don't want a treble 20, that's when you hit one.
It's a beautiful dart.
Beautiful dart at the wrong moment, and Amin hits double 2. Lunges over to take the first leg of the match. She is the number 7 seed for this weekend, Amin Dursun.
Yeah, last year she started traveling to all the tournaments, reached a couple of finals, and then came to Lakeside for the first time last year. She won her first round against Paula Murphy, and then she played Lorraine Hyde. What we said earlier, she missed so many match starts to reach the quarterfinals, but I'm 100% sure that Amin Dursun is back at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that she will be. Who knows, she could be joined by some compatriots if they decide to attack the senior WDF tournaments.
100%. Zera Gami and Isagul Garagus, 15 and 16 years of age. They are in the women's pairs final. What a run they had yesterday.
It's not fair, is it, how good they are?
No, then I played darts for 25 years. I'm never going to be that good. Well, it's not a problem. It's beautiful to see. It is their first Dutch Open. I spoke with a manager yesterday. He said, I can't believe this tournament. I saw so many videos from the last couple of years, and yeah, we really want to come to the Dutch Open, especially because Zera is now the world champion in the girls, and Isegul won the World Cup singles in the girls competition. So he said, maybe we have a chance to win again. So let's go to the Dutch Open. They entered the pairs. Now they're all the way to the final. And Emin, she won the warming up competition on a Thursday. So it's amazing for them, I think.
Absolutely. Well, she's looking to make light work of Waldschmidt Marcus. Try and keep the darts nice and straight.
I mean, definitely not happy with herself at the moment. She wants to have a better performance as this, of course, but on the other side, it's going to be hopefully a long day for her. So a win is the most important.
Yeah, she only needs to be steady in this game. Doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary.
Martijn Dracht just finished his game, and he decided to start talking to me, and then he realized, oh, I'm on the live stream.
The microphone is a giveaway.
Yes, yes. We're here for a reason with a microphone, Martijn. It's really funny to see, because all the players who are just played on the TV list, they walk behind us to go back to the VIP. And basically, 80% of them decided to have a chat with us in the middle of a game we are commentating.
And you know what, it's fun. We can relay the information that they tell us. We were getting a lot of insight from Jimmy Van Schie yesterday into his thinking behind certain shots. Emin is on the brink of completing victory here against Sam. 6-6. Getting closer.
That was 3 good darts, but unfortunately for her, they're all outside the 6-6. But she will return because her opponent is not even halfway in the leg. And even Emin is not happy with her performance. It's still around the 60 average. And if your opponent is not averaging 40, it's not a problem to go to round number 2. She only needs to find a winning double. And she hits the winning double with a 6-6. And Emin Dursing, the winner of the warming up competition here on Thursday, progresses to the last 128.
Well, for the first time today, we're prepared to welcome a former winner of this competition. Eileen de Graaf has won the Dutch Open numerous times across her very glittering darting career. And she is looking to reclaim that crown once more. She was in pairs action yesterday with Anke Zylstra, but experience was defeated by youth as the Turkish pair of Zerigemi and Aysegul Karagöz were successful against Eileen and Anke. And she is playing her first assignment of the day against the leather trouser-clad Vilma Cope. So Eileen will begin this game as the hot favourite, as you would expect. Number 3 seed here behind Lorena Rietbergen and Lorraine Hyde, who won their first round matches but in very differing circumstances. Lorena was pushed all the way by Sharona Velds. Lorraine Hyde was allowed to just coast through her match. It's a very slingshot type action that Vilma has, and it's always interesting to see watching the Dutch Open. You've got a meeting of semi-professionals and pure amateur players that all come together at the Bonte Wever in Assen, and they've all got their own different ways of throwing darts. Vilma happy to leave there with a treble 18. Expect Eileen to do some ridiculous things at times in terms of her board management and counting. She'll start on the 19. She'll even start on the 17 sometimes if she feels like it. So marking her games is a real test of mathematics. It's an unenviable task. 162 is a bogey number, so Eileen will not be able to finish, but she takes 99 points off to leave 63. And already it looks as though she's going to win this one comfortably if Vilma doesn't start throwing straighter. I was going to say 18 for double 16. You think the big number is assured of, but nothing is assured in darts. Paul Kroner on the board next door, the German who was at Lakeside this year. Nicely done from Vilma Cope. 1-2-1. But double 16 is there for a 19 dart hold of throw, which equates to an average of 79.11. And then Wilma responds by starting on the double top. Eileen looking comfortable here. Jimmy Van Schie is in the building. He can put his feet up until tomorrow. Not in action today in the singles. Not eligible to play because of his status as a PDC Tour card holder. Well, that's 3 times now that Wilma has accidentally hit tops. She'll take it. .140 for Eileen de Graaf. Gets her down to 141. Yeah, this is good from Eileen. When she's at her best, she's a terrific player. She can be erratic at times. But it's double 10 now for a 2-0 lead. And a very comfortable 2-0 lead. Can't get much closer than that. The concave of the dart was in the double 10. Uses those spring onion shaped ones. Well, she was on a bogey number, just gets down to a finish now. Double 5 is there for Eileen de Graaf, and it's another 19 darter, this time a break of throw. Getting ready to cross the winning line. Normally a good player on the 19s, but she's eschewed the usual tactic of treble 19 for a more conventional start on treble 20. I say that. She goes down to treble 19. And then across to the 17s. Good counting, though, from Eileen, because 93 leaves 350. It's a number where she hits a 180. She can leave an outshot. That's a collector's item score. 1 on the board for Vilma Cup. Once more. It's clever, it gets her down to a finish to get on the 19s. Not going to end in ultimate style. She has left 98, which can be tricky. Oh, double-double. Now back up to tops. Missed by Eileen, but I like it. I like the confidence. Vilma's top shooting has been excellent, sadly. It's not been at the end of legs. Double 10. And there we go, Eileen de Graaf wins her first round match by 3 legs to 0. 19-19 and 21 darts. No challenge was put up against her by Vilma Cope. Eileen de Graaf won't mind that one bit. She's through into the second round of the Ladies Dutch Open. Meanwhile, on board B, Paul Kroner, the German, former PDC tour card holder who gave up his professional status, decided that tour card life wasn't for him, couldn't combine it with work and his education. He's in action, and he's up against Benjamin Hootsma of the Netherlands, who's kicked off the second leg with a 1-2-5. Kroner playing well, and wow, that is a very front-on style that Benjamin Hootsma has got. It's as if he's leaning backwards when he throws. Look at this. just standing straight on, facing the dartboard. Not sure how he's able to throw straight. Well, he's making it work for him. This is a good leg so far, but it's also a good one for Paul Kroner. Down to 76 after a dozen darts. He's keeping them very nice and well, apart from that one, he's by and large keeping them very nice and straight. Kroner now wants double 8 for a 2-0 lead. And now double 4. May have spoken too soon about the darts being kept straight. Double 1 for Paul Kroner. Is there. That's a 2-0 lead for the German. Kroner leads here 2-0. He's looking very at ease with that leaning style of his. It's reminiscent of Wes Newton back in the day. Just to confirm, Martijn Dracht, who's had a very good start to 2026. He's already won a Challenge Tour. He's here looking to win the Dutch Open before heading to the Pro Tours. He averaged, in his match against Sasha Mason, 115. How did he do that, Marco?
Yeah, it's amazing. It was his second round game here on the TV lanes. We didn't see it on the stream because it was on the outer boards of the TV lanes, and we only have cameras on 2 of the 5 boards. But he did it in 10, 15 and 14 darts in 5 minutes. I feel sorry for his opponent.
Well, at least he got 2 games today rather than 1.
Yes, 100%.
Wow, Martijn Dracht with form like that. Who knows what he could go on and achieve.
Now, this is Paul Kroner for the match. He goes the bull route on 95, so now to the 20, and now back to the bullseye.
Ooh, just kissing that bullseye wire. Well, imagine if Benjamin was to hit this. There's an enormous gap in the averages. He's not going to do it. And that could be his last darts of the tournament. So Kroner looks at double 8s, hits double 8s, and it's another win on the board for the German, Paul Kroner, former tour card holder. He's looking to become a Dutch Open winner, and he's going about his business very nicely indeed. A 3-0 win for him against the Dutchman. Welcome back to the Dutch Open, where we now join the former Girls World Champion Paige Pauling, someone who has won tournaments at a senior level as well. She's looking to add the Senior Dutch Open to her resume, and after, I think what's fair to say, was a maybe disappointing World Championship campaign, where after beating Lisa Zolikova in round 1, she then got beat by a really good pal, Sophie McKinley. That maybe wasn't the height of the disappointment, but what was disappointing was her defence of the Girls' World title, where she lost to Zeragami, who we've been talking about very positively over the past few days. She wants to show why she is the best player in her age category, and she's up first today against Jill Toan of the Netherlands. Paige Pauling, a huge talent, Marco Meyer, and she's looking at tops, floats it over the top, but another potential winner on the cards.
No, 100%, of course, 100%. Of course, she lost the World Masters title and her Lakeside title, but oh my God, I think this is only a first or 3-leg match, but if we have to tell all the titles Paige Pauling won, we can't do it in one match. She is, in my opinion, the best under 18 girls dart player in the world. Okay, she didn't win the World Championships last year, but oh my God, the talent Paige Pauling has is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think it will have disappointed her, particularly as that was her last year of eligibility in the girls' title. So it's just women's darts going forward now. But she's been talked about for a long time as a potential superstar of this sport. She already is a superstar with how she's played some of their games. We've been talking about quick games, Marco.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quick. I love on the way how Paige Pauling throws her darts, because no disrespect, but in a lot of the ladies competition, some of them are quite slow or are mature to play darts, and Paige Pauling is really a rat-ta-ta player, and that's what I love about darts. You know, I'm a referee and I love quick players, and Paige Pauling is fun to referee. She's quick, her counting is good, she's all over the board, she knows what she's doing, and that's fun to watch. It's good for the sport. And yeah, a young new talent on the scene. That's what we all want.
Yep, have to agree. There was a match in the WDF Europe Cup Youth this summer just gone that was played at this very venue, where she played Hannah Rabakosi. Talking of quick games, 4 minutes it took for her to win. And that was against Hannah Rabakosi, who's another really good player in that age category as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Paige Pauling played in this year's Europe Cup together with Ruby Gray. They won the overall competition, but they lost the team event against Turkey again, against Aysegül Karagüz. Not even Zera Gaming was in the team, but Saylan Atas was in the team. They lost a brilliant team final. The first time a team competition was held in the girls competition, and what a great success it was. But yeah, Paige Pauling, I have the numbers in front of me. She won 7 titles in the WDF Cups. She won 6 ladies competitions in the WDF system. She won 3 times the majors, so 1 time the World Championship, 2 times the World Masters, and she won 46 girls titles. And then a few other ones as well with British internationals and stuff. So it's unbelievable how many titles this young lady already has. I want to see her trophy cabinet in her house. It's unbelievable, I think.
Yeah, she's done all this. She's 18 years old.
It's not fair, is it?
Frightening.
It is.
Well, she's looking comfortable enough here against Jill Toan, who's too many darts straying into the 5 segment. It's not just about players from the Netherlands. We've got some real international flavour here. We've got Denmark versus Japan over on one of the adjacent boards. Hannah Korsbro against Yuki Sakaguchi, who's made the long trip over from the Far East to take part.
Yeah, and she want to go in the footsteps of Mikuru Suzuki, who won this title a couple of years ago. Could be her be the second Japanese player who are winning the Dutch Open. And of course, everybody wants to be a Lakeside World Champion or a World Masters Champion, but the Dutch Open title, that is something special. Even the top professionals in the PDC say it. If you are winning the Dutch Open, that's a massive achievement, and it's a massive title, and it's really nice to have on your CV.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you look at the players over the years that have won the Dutch Open. Martin Adams, a 4-time winner. You've got the likes of Raymond van Barneveld, won it 3 times. Wade Mardle's won it. Steve Beaton, Scott Waits, Daryl Fitton. The list goes on. Paige Pauling could be one of those to lay claim to the title. Tops is her favoured target, but not that time.
Yeah, she won the Dutch Open, the girls' competition the last 2 years. Can she go really far in this women's competition? Well, maybe she can do the double, because the ladies play all the way to the final. So the youth players, if you reach the final, they can play in the girls' competition tomorrow morning as well. Paige Pauling, definitely a favourite in that competition, of course.
There's the victory, 3-0 for Paige Pauling. Not the classiest performance that we've ever seen from Paige, but doesn't matter. She's got the win on the board. That was necessary. It was 3-0 as we await our next game. Next game on the streaming board. We return to the Open tournament. 4,096 have entered. And we've got Dylan van Dijk in action, who certainly had a very good result in the World Masters in Budapest at the back end of last year, reaching the quarterfinals in that before losing to Jeff Smith. So a player with undoubted ability. We'll get another throw at the bullseye before we start this game. The cheers are going up from the watching supporters. Lots of games happening. Wesley Gronhardt, his opponent for this one in the last 2048. So let's see if Dylan can maybe produce some of the form that led to him becoming a World Masters quarter-finalist, which will have earned him plenty of ranking points in his WDF ranking, and they'll be hoping to push on this year, Marco.
Yeah, 100%. He had a bit of a scare in his first round. He won his opening game 3-2 against Yard Altena. He averaged nearly 80 and his opponent only averaging 65. But then you see it's a difficult form when it's only first of 3 legs. So hopefully for Dylan, he wants to have an easier game in round number 2. Yesterday, he also played in the pairs competition, won a couple of games with Jeremy Dude, eventually losing to Wesley van Trijp and Nigel van Milliken in the last 128. He played 5 games yesterday, so had a lot of practice for today. But yeah, today is a new day, an exciting day.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players do use the pairs competition as match practice for the singles. It is a bit of fun, but it does help give them, you know, a few goes on the practice board. And that's exactly what the likes of Dylan van Dijk will have wanted to do.
Of course, it's a lot of fun, but I think when you ask all the amateur players in the WDF system, you see that at most of the tournaments there are 2 single tournaments. But I think when you do that, I think for all the amateur players in Holland and from all the other countries, I think the fun is gone, because for a lot of people, the pairs are the same importance as the singles for a lot of people. That's what the fun is all about. This is a good start from Dylan van Dijk. First leg in 17 darts, breaks the throw. It was a good opening leg for Van Dijk, who lives really close from here. I think he's only 20 minutes away from here. It's always nice to stay in your own bed.
Yep, very handy for Dylan van Dijk. Wesley Gronhardt, his opponent, who is playing some okay stuff right now, but it looks as though Dylan is in a different class here. Fortunate that that dart just rattled off the board and onto the ground.
You see it, the stands are getting fuller and fuller at the moment. At 10 o'clock there was not a lot of people, of course.
Yeah, there's a capacity of, I'm guessing, around 300, 400 seats in that little grandstand behind us.
Yeah, and especially at the end of the afternoon on the side. You can't see it in this shot. I think there will be more than hundreds of people watching at the end of the day. And this is a 180 from Wesley Gronhardt. And he is celebrating, and all his teammates who are winning, they're celebrating if he's winning the World Championships. And if you play on the TV late against a Dutch international and you hit a 180, then you have a big reason to celebrate. That's
Wonderful.
what it's all about.
Great darts from Wesley.
Van Dijk on 82. Now he goes for tops for a 2-0 lead. And this is inside. Can Wesley produce a brilliant finish after that 180?
Well, not this time he can't. Dylan van Dijk eyes up double 10 and gets it. 2-0 up. Despite the 180 heroics, Dylan van Dijk has silenced the Wesley Gronhardt fan club.
Yeah, Wesley averaging under 50 in his first game. He's doing a lot better now. No, Dylan. That wasn't a 180. He thought it was in. After when he releases the darts, he wanted to do the celebration back to Wesley, I think.
Yeah, it took a slight deflection, I think. Did dart number 3. It landed in a different angle on the board. How about now? Maximum.
Yes, this is a maximum, and now you can celebrate Dylan van Dijk. Yeah, this is beautiful. Wesley said to him, I think it was my time to have a celebration. Why are you doing the same? We know you're going to win. But to be fair, it's a good performance from Dylan van Dijk so far, averaging over 90.
Very good. Great use of the bullseye, loose single to double. Well, in the 5 or so minutes we've had Wesley up on stage, he's been entertaining, he's hit a 180, but this young man could be a force to be reckoned with. Double top for Dylan van Dijk, and he drags it.
Yeah, 2 match dart missed, but Wesley is not on a finish, so Van Dijk will return for double 10 to close the leg out, and maybe 13 darts. An impressive second round game.
Still work to be done. Oh, it's in the wrong bed. And Dylan van Dijk misses the chance to close the match out. Wesley Groenhart couldn't take 136. Well, he's unfortunate. I think he should have been going down to the 19th personally, but it matters not. Dylan van Dijk completes the match. 3-0 victory for him. Maybe doesn't paint the full picture, and then he gets the cheers from the Wesley fan club because he salutes his beaten opponent, who can go home and say, I hit a 180 at the Dutch Open on the TV lane, and that's the biggest prize of them all. Up next, we have the Dutch giant, Martijn Kleermaker, someone who reached the latter stages of the Dutch Open last year. He lost in the quarterfinals to semi-finals to David Fathom of the United States. He's someone who walked away from the professional side of the game a few years ago owing to a few personal problems, which we wish him very well with. He's now playing darts at an amateur level, and he's still very capable of producing the goods.
Yes, 100%.
Kleermaker. And it is the Dutch giant who will get the game going against Daniel Bonte of the Netherlands.
Yeah, and Daniel Bonte is one of that 30 people from my area who is here to play in the Dutch Open. So I play against him in my local league.
Well, it's a good start from Daniel Bonte. Good start from the pair of them. Martijn Kleermaker with the 140, followed up by the 140 from Bonte. I'm guessing then that you will have played Daniel at some point in your career?
Yes, 100%. I think I played him quite a lot of times. I think 3 weeks ago we played against his team, and it was 5-all. We play singles in a competition and pairs and team games and everything. 10 games an evening. And it was 5-all, so yeah. It was a nice evening, but Daniel Bot can play. I think his average is around 60 average player. So normally it shouldn't be a problem for Martijn Kleermaker, of course. But you can see Daniel Bot has a nice steady throw. It's good. Of course, Kleermaker is the big favorite. Look at that. What a start for Martijn Kleermaker. A 1-7-1 score. And he's on 8 after 12 darts.
Superbly done. Daniel Bot, well, he's finding the treble 20 with some regularity, and he's potentially going to leave tops here. What a start.
What a start of this game. Martijn Kleermaker. He's on 12 darts on a double. And he does it in 13 darts. But what a lag from Daniel Bot as well. And Martijn Kleermaker showed some appreciation to his opponent from well done, mate. I had to throw a really good leg.
Well, he's keeping the darts very straight indeed. That was treble-less, but it's very encouraging. A player who, you say, Marco, tends to be around the 60 average. He's way outperforming that level.
Yeah, he won his first game this morning with a 65. And his second game, he won it with a 61. So I wasn't far off. But you can see he has a nice steady throw. With Kleermaker, last year, all the way to the semi-final. And after the semi-final, he really felt I needed to win that game, but he didn't. And unfortunately, for all the Dutch guys, it wasn't an all-Dutch final. But at the end, it was Jeffrey Sparrydance who won that title, of course. But look at Martijn Kleermaker. What did he have for breakfast?
Well, in this form, Martijn Kleermaker might be winning this year's Dutch Open.
Yeah, this is also a dark horse. Okay, he walked away from the professional circuit, but everybody knows Martijn Kleermaker is still one of the best dart players in the Netherlands, of course. Can you imagine if, I don't know in which part of the bracket he is, but for example, if you're the number 15 seed, for example, and you see, oh my God, I have to play him in round 3 or something. In the last 1024 or 512 or whatever, then on the other side, if you want to win the Dutch Open, you have to win, I think, around 12 games. You have to beat them all. Sometimes you're lucky with a draw. On the other side, if you want to win, you need to be really good.
Absolutely. You have to play 12 games to win a title. At some point during those 12 games, you're going to be playing someone who's really good, and Martijn Kleermaker is looking really good now. 2-0 up. And after a hugely encouraging start from Daniel Bot, he was unable to hold his own throw. It's a break for Kleermaker. And Daniel Bot's Dutch Open campaign could be coming to an end.
Yeah, I think when he was looking at the draw, he played Michael from Maastricht. Maybe a lot of people who was watching the stream doesn't know him. But if it's the same Michael from Maastricht as what I think of, he played in the Dutch team 15 years ago, plays a lot of soft tip. If you beat him 3-1 with a 65, you know that you're in the third round, you possibly play against Martijn Kleermaker. And that's your goal as an amateur player, of course. You want to go that far because you know I can play on TV lane against one of the big names. And that's your goal, of course, for a lot of amateur players. When you look at a draw and the sheets, the Kleermaker, very impressive stuff today.
Ton leaves a finish. Daniel Bot languishing back on 404. Needs to find some of those straight treble 20 darts. Well, he's going downstairs now. And I think the adrenaline may have been taking him through the first leg of the match. He is somewhat faltered here, but it's been a good display, a good showing. He's back in the treble 20. Score of 81. That might be that. 64 required for Kleermaker on double 16. Wide of the mark.
First match dart missed by the Dutch giant, but he will come back. I think for Daniel Bot, I think he can happy with his performance at this year's Dutch Open. Averaging all his games over 60. And played a decent third round game against Martijn Kleermaker. Martijn Kleermaker was good enough, but now I think they're talking about the first leg. Martijn Kleermaker, deserved winner. and he progresses to the last 512.
Welcome back to Assen, where the Dutch Open is in full flow now. Day 2, and we're just after 2 o'clock local time here at the Bonte Wever for the biggest Open on planet darts, one of the biggest tournaments in the WDF system. And one of the biggest prospects is about to take to the Oki. Aysegul Karagos of Turkey goes up against Stephanie Lawson of Belgium. And it is the Turkish player who has won the bullseye. How impressive was she yesterday? How impressive has she been over the past few months, along with Zera Gamey and in her own right as a singles player?
Yes, 100%. One of the biggest talent in girls darts. Yesterday, we mentioned it before, she played in the ladies pairs competition with Zera Gamey. They reached the final, so we will see them back in front of 3,000 people tomorrow afternoon. And yeah, also last year, she is the reigning World Cup Girls Singles Champion. She won that title at the WDF World Cup in South Korea last year. And also, she won the Europe Cup Youth team events with Saylan Atas from Turkey. So yeah, this is definitely one of the big talents in girls darts. And we said it before, but it's scary. It's only 15 years of age. And what a lovely throw this young lady has.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it's just so good to watch. It's just so simple, back and forward, lots of follow through. Her and Zera cut from the same cloth, and Turkey is producing some splendid young talents.
Yeah, 100%. A couple of years ago, they always attending World Cups and Europe Cups, and nobody thought, well, Turkey, it's nice that they're there, but they're there for the numbers. But now, they're winning a lot of titles. And it's good for world darts, I think, that more countries getting involved and that more countries are winning titles. And not only the UK and the Netherlands. I think it's brilliant for the sport that her past partner is now the world champion. She the World Cup singles champion. We want more global, and yeah, here it is.
Double 9 now. She will come back. Well, that particular double is proving troublesome for Icicle, but she's going to make her way back in the next visit. Struggles for Steph right now. Double 9 is pinned. Took her half a dozen goes, but she has got her first leg on the board. Jimmy Vansky is here.
Yes, of course he's not allowed to play in the singles today because he's now a PDC 2 card holder, and he did really well, of course, in his first tournament. But we will see him in the men's pairs final tomorrow on stage. That's final. Oh my God, I'm going to look forward to that one.
Yeah, the fireworks in that. We've got some very exuberant characters there.
No, never again. Moet je doen, wel een beetje.
One-way traffic this game.
Yeah, it was a long day for them yesterday. Icicle, only 15 years of age. After that semi-final, they were exhausted because they had a really hard game, of course, in the last game. They had some dinner, they went straight to bed. I had a little chat with the coach afterwards. Said they're so tired, but they're so happy that they don't have to play at 10 o'clock in the morning. This is the first game for Icicle. So she had plenty of rest and try to have another deep run today. And then tomorrow again in the girls' competition, of course.
.25 required. Well, that's neither here nor there. She has to go 5 now for double 4. And that was a loose visit from Icicle Karagos. But because she's not being put under pressure, she'll not be panicking at this stage.
No, I think that's the thing they do really well in Turkey. They not working with talents, but they also work really well with the mental side. So they really prepare the players mentally because they know, and you know it as well, Dan, even we are not so good at darts, you need to win it if your brains are really good, and you need to be in a good, healthy position to win a game of darts. And that's what they do really well. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but you saw it at Lakeside with Zera Gamey. They prepare not only her ability, but they prepare her whole body to play games of darts. And that's why they were so good yesterday. And a lot of people think, yeah, do you need coaches in darts? Well, you see it. It works for them.
Definitely.
And darts in Turkey works different than darts, for example, in the UK and in the Netherlands. Darts in Turkey is quite an elite sport. And the government sends money to dart clubs to help players, to send them to Europe Cups, to World Cups. So it's a really massive thing in Turkey if you play darts. Well, and you see the result. It works. It's great to see. I mean, Dursun, the first Turkish lady player who played at the Lakeside. Now we have these two girls. I'm a big fan. And maybe other countries have to look what's their secret that they're doing so well in the last couple of years. Of course, they're great talents, but they still need to do it.
Well, after a few missed starts at double in the first leg, this has been a convincing display from Icicle Karagos. 15 years old, the world is at her feet. Double 8 has secured the win. I think Steph thought that she'd miss. She was about to step up to the Yoki then, but Double 8 is found. And Icicle Karagos wins that game by 3 legs to 0 and dashes off to get ready for her next one.
And we're back with Florian Hempel. And this is the second time we will see him on the stage. It's nice to see Florian Hempel back on the WDF tour. Was of course PDC darts professional. He decided to go to Q school for 1 day, but he doesn't want to commit to professional darts at the moment. He wants to have a break. And he won his first round game on the TV lanes earlier this morning with 3-0. Then on the outer board, he won also 3-0. So this is his third round game. Played also in the pairs yesterday with Laurin Winters. Reached the last 128. But really nice that Florian Hempel decided to enter the Dutch Open. I don't know if he's going to do a full WDF tour, but lives close to the border, Florian Hempel, so he decided to enter the Dutch Open. And it's always nice to see players like this compete here at the Dutch Open. First 2 games, one easy 3-0, 3-0. Let's see what he can do in round number 3. And see, that's the beauty about the Dutch Open. The opponent from Florian Hempel won the bull, and I think all his teammates are above us in the stands. And they were all cheering, because Alfons van der Laan won the bull against Florian Hempel. And he starts with a ton. It's a good score.
Yep, that's something that he can always lay claim to. I won the bullseye against a recently departed professional. But Florian Hempel with a 1-3-5 start. He had a first round win against Matthijs Heking over on the streaming lane, and it was very straightforward for him. The doubling was good, 3 from 4. You would expect him to take care of business, and that's back-to-back 1-3-5s to start. Nice little confidence boost, but this will be a confidence boost for Alfons. He's just denied a 180 there.
Yeah, Florian Hempel played, what you said, a couple of years on the tour, played 4 times on the PDC World Championship. Reached 2 times the last 32. But this year he failed to qualify. And it was quite a surprise for me that he stepped away from PDC darts.
Yeah, I definitely think he's got something more to give, and I do believe he will be back at the professional level of the sport at some point. There too,
100%.
nightmare darts.
And he is, I have a feeling Florian Hempel is more than a stage player than a floor player. Because some of the games he produces on the World Championships were brilliant.
Yeah, the reason why he had to go to qualifiers for the World Championship was because his floor form wasn't great. So it's something that Florian has to try and work out. But that's for another day. Alfons, this is for the first leg. And he's not far off. An 18 dart leg.
1 dart missed on tops. Hempel has 3 darts at double 18. And it is for a breaker throw. And I think Florian Hempel, that's the first leg. I think Florian Hempel, when he thought, okay, Alfons win the bull, and then they were singing and shouting, maybe Florian Hempel thought this is going to be an easy game. But then you see, he has 1 dart, missed an 18 darter. And now you see, Florian Hempel switches on, and you see he has a serious game. So he switches a gear up or 2.
Yes, Florian is definitely tuned in now. This is the last 1024 stage. So these 2 players will have to win 3 more games to make it through to Sunday's session, which will take place tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 10 o'clock is the last 128 for the people who just tuned in. We play in 2 time slots. We started at 10 o'clock this morning till around 3 o'clock. That's the first 2,048 players played, and then at 3 o'clock we are doing it all over again. We start with the last 4,096 till that part of the draw concludes to the last 128. The average drops a bit down for Van der Laan. The second leg is not that good as the first one, but Hempel has a bit of the same.
Yeah, after a quick start, they've both tailed off, and a few of Alfons' darts are spinning wayward into the 5 segments. Florian would love another treble here to leave single to double, and gets it.
Brilliant darts from Florian Hempel. And what you said, it's now a single to double combination. And this is not really the pressure Van der Laan wanted before his 3 darts. Left himself a finish. Hempel needs a double-double.
Yeah, I think that first start in double 8 looked like it was wobbling as well, so it was always tricky for Florian. Just 60 for Alfons, so double 4 required for Florian Hempel to go 2-0 up, and that's about as close to the middle of double 4 as it's possible to get. One, 2, 5 to start leg 3 for Alfons. A lot of the players that take part in the Dutch Open will be local league players in the Netherlands. They'll be playing systems similar to the county system here in the UK. And for someone like Alphonse, the confidence boost you can take from putting on a good showing against a former professional player.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, in Holland we have, I think we have 25 regions. So Rotterdam is a big division. I play darts in a really small division, but everybody can enter. So what I said earlier, I play in a really small league with only 150 players, because I live in a really small town and on a small island in the south of the Netherlands. But for example, Martijn Kleermaker, who's sitting next to us, he lives in the middle near Utrecht, and in that area maybe 1,500 people are playing in their leagues. So you have different divisions. In my team, in my league, it's only one division because we don't have a lot of teams. But in some counties, let's say counties, we have over 100 teams, more divisions, but everybody can enter. And you see, well, you saw it as well, you see groups with everybody with the same shirts, with the team shirts where they play the league on the Thursday night, for example. That's the dart shirt for the Dutch Open.
Well, delayed reaction there for Alphonse, as the camera didn't pick up that he hit double nine, so he's got a leg on the board. Now Florian Hempel is wearing his game face. This is not just going to be an easy walkover for him.
And look at that, Van der Laan starts off pretty well on leg number 4. And at the moment, his average is higher than Florian Hempel's.
He's playing well.
Yeah, and before the game started, when they had a lot of fun together with the bullseye, now it's not so funny anymore for Florian Hempel. He is in a big battle, but this 140 is a really handy score for him in leg number 4.
Nicely done from Florian Hempel. 1-3-4 visit. That leaves 76, so a nice mid-range checkout for him, potentially to win the match. Only 60 for Alphonse. He's got loads of time. Double top.
Match dart missed by Florian Hempel. Can Van der Laan put some pressure on? You have the feeling he needs 2 trebles, but it's only 60. Hempel returns for double 10. 1 dart to go. And that's 3 darts on the wire. And now Van der Laan, only because of the 60, he left himself 156. Can he do something special? The answer is no.
So double 10 for Florian Hempel. And he's negotiated a tricky task. And I think he's given a word of encouragement there to Alphonse Van der Laan, who is being cheered on. He's being serenaded by all of his fans, and I think Alphonse is pointing Florian out to them. Good camaraderie between the 2 players there, but Florian, with that extra experience of being a professional, was ultimately too strong on the day. Games keep on coming. Alvin Vos and Nick Toik. And you could say this game is Nick and Toik, because it is 2-all, despite the very sizable gulf in the averages. Toik has got a big advantage here. Looks at 120. 25 past 2 in the afternoon here at the Bonte Wever, and it is the stage of the 1024, with the draw being split in half this year, so this half will get their games done and then we'll move on to the next half of the draw. Accidental tops and double 10. Toik is just wide. 115 then for Alvin Voss to win the match. Gets the treble 19. 58 left, so should be 18 and tops. Well, he's made a mess of that. And he's miscounted to leave double 17. So Nick Toik wants double 10 to go through by 3 legs to 2. And squeezes it in. Well, Alvin Voss denied himself an opportunity for a match dart, missing the big 18. The two players can have a smile about it, but I think Voss will be furious inside that he didn't give himself that one chance. Nick Toik looking to intervention from above, it seems. He didn't need it. He has got through by 3 legs to 2. Back to the action then after a short break. And Sibren Hybels, who we saw on the stream board earlier, played some very good stuff. He was threatening a 10-darter early on in his first round match. Ended up averaging in the 90s after a few poor darts at double. He plays Lars Houtenbos in his last 512 games. So the numbers are whittling down before we go again later this afternoon for the second half of the draw, if you were. Good start from the Dutchman, but Hybels has that extra experience. Two-time participant at Lakeside, and he's never failed to reach the quarterfinals. And he went one better last year, reaching the semis before losing out to Jimmy van Schie. Pairs winner at the Dutch Open as well, so he seems to have a liking for big stage darts. He's up against the plain black shirted Lars Houtenbos, who has made a very reasonable start to this game. This tournament is getting properly warmed up now. Hybels looking to get to a finish first, needs a big treble. Doesn't manage to get one, so even Stevens after a dozen darts. Thank you, Barman. Well, 69 left, so there are options here. Could go 15s, could go 19s. Well, treble sevens, not the worst result in the world. It leaves 48, so 154 for Lars. Doesn't find it. And what I can tell you is that aside from his first round match, where I'm going to hazard a guess that there were a lot of missed starts at double, Lars Houtenbos is a good player. He's averaging in the 80s.
Yeah, exactly. He's not. He's averaged around 50 in his first game, but the last two games he's averaging 81 and 80. So if he produces the same numbers, Sibren Hybels has a difficult game. But it's Hybels first to a double. And that's an important dart, just in the corner of the double 16. But it counts, and Sibren Hybels is 1-0 up.
And off the post, and you could hear the growl from Sibren Hybels as he, I think, approved of that dart. Probably wasn't happy with how many goes it took him, but...
Yeah, Sibren Hybels, it's quite a funny story what happened with him last year. He was a reserve player for Lakeside. He came into the draw. Then he went all the way to the semi-finals. And then I had a long chat with him, and he said, "Are you going to do Q school?" He said, "My plan before Lakeside, because I thought I wasn't in," he said, "I'm going to do Q school and try to give the PDC, see what I can do. If I can get a 2 card or maybe play some challenge too." But then after Lakeside, he said, "I already have so many points, I will continue with this for another year." And then he changed his plan for another year. He said, "Yeah, I have so many points, I'm nearly halfway there for Lakeside for the next year." So fair play to him. He has a normal job, has a wife, has kids, so it's also a difficult position. What you're going to do if you can't take the time off work. So I understand his decision, because for every decision there's something to tell, and everybody say, "Yeah, you're one of the best Belgian players, you have to go PDC." But I think it's a bit of the same with Frans Salswijn. If you don't have the options, then why not play WDF and enjoy?
Yeah, that's the great thing with having the number of points he's got. He doesn't really have to chase. He doesn't have to go here, there and everywhere as he looks at 83 to complete this leg. Because Sibren Hybels is someone who does travel all around Europe. He plays in a lot of the bronze and silver tournaments. He racks up points that way. And that doesn't necessarily have to be the case in 2026.
No, and he said I have a lot of points for reaching the semi-finals at Lakeside. He said that was an amazing experience to play the semi-finals against Jimmy van Schie in a full house on a Saturday evening. He said, and yeah, I came in with a bit of luck at Lakeside. I went all the way to the semi-finals. Now, I know how it feels to come far in a tournament, and I want to do it again.
Well, Lars was quite unlucky hitting the bullseye to leave 11, but he's hit the single 3. Doesn't hit double 4, though. This time, double 8 goes for high balls to hold his throw. Goes 2-0 up. Closer game than the scoreline suggests. Looks a very decent player, does Lars.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we can see that on the 2 games before he played. It's a good thing. You can follow it all on Dart Connect. And his last 2 games were over 80 average. And to be fair, he has a lovely throw.
Yeah, it's very simple, and there's not much movement. No complaints about that.
Simon Geibels, last year, he played on the big stage. Went to all the way in the men's pairs final. Also, I think a former quarter-finalist at the Dutch Open, so he's used to play on this stage, and he want to do it again, of course.
Yeah, he's a good player. Got a very aggressive action. Really does hammer those darts into the board.
Good scoring visit here from Sybren Geibels. 2 treble visits.
.83 on the board, but Sybren Geibels gets a match dart. It will be at tops. It will be hit. It will be a 3-0 win for the Lakeside semi-finalist. Lars Huntenpos looks a good player, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to defeat the Belgian. Straight over to board C. And we have to keep an eye on Jensen Walker because he has been, as the kids say, doing bits in the early stages of this tournament. Hit 2 180s at 10 o'clock this morning. He nearly teased the dozens of people that were in the crowd to a perfect leg. Is this another 180? It is. Perfect visit from Walker up against Dutchman by the name of Gerrit Terschur.
Yeah, both players won their first 3 games. We saw all the games from Jensen Walker. Look at this, the 1-4-6 checkout. 12 darter from the #1 seed. He is here to make a statement, and one statement only.
Yeah, he's a player who is improving, it seems, by the week. He had another crack at Q School. It didn't work out for him, but he's been playing some great stuff.
Yeah, first 2 legs of this game, both 12 darters. It's impressive from the 19-year-old from England.
What can Terschur do to try and put pressure on Walker, because it seems at the minute like he is immune to pressure. He's just blitzing his opponents for fun. Just had an update from our roving reporter, Anthony Dundas. Martijn Kleermaker, who we saw play some excellent stuff against Daniel Bonte, he's out.
Yeah, he lost to Danny Blom, also a really good player from the Netherlands. But Martijn Kleermaker, last year's semi-finalist, is out of the Dutch Open 2026. And Gerrit de Schuur is nearly have the same, because Jenson Walker, okay, he started his leg with 2 12 darters. But you have the feeling that it was the last chance for Gerrit de Schuur. Walker on 52 for the match.
There it is, 52 for Jenson Walker. It was 2-0 up. And Teixeira is on the brink of defeat, because Walker looks like he could play at this standard all day long. Well, there's half a chance here for Teixeira.
Brilliant darts here from the #1 seed. Left himself 68 de Schuur for a 1-3-6 checkout to stay in the match. What a finish here from Gerrit de Schuur. He stays in the match with a brilliant 1-3-6 checkout.
Well, that really was half a chance, and he took it with both hands. So Jenson Walker, I believe that'll be the first leg that he's lost all day. Look at him go now.
Already had a 180, a brilliant 1-3-6 to stay in the match. Can he do more? That's what you see. This is the 4th game for both players. It's still first to 3 legs. The whole day it's first to 3. Tomorrow the format will increase to first to 4. So it is dangerous also for the #1 seed.
Well, the throw is in danger of being broken. And literally 2 minutes ago, Jenson Walker was looking so comfortable. It's anything but now. Teixeira is odds on to win this leg, and then he's got the throw in the last leg decider.
Yeah, the 1-3-6 checkout changed the game completely. And now Gerrit de Schuur has at least 6 starts for these 1-2-6. So he decides to start on a 20. That's a smart decision. And this is an okay setup shot.
Yep, that'll do. Jenson's just lost his range.
He didn't have to go for the 14s because Walker was not on the finish. He decided to do it, and now he made a bit of a mess of it.
That's a mistake from Gerrit Teixeira.
Double 4 for a level game. Ooh. He snatches it into the 13. Well, the leg before, de Schuur hit a 1-3-6 finish. Walker can't do a 160. But this is a great setup shot from Jenson Walker. Oh my God, Gerrit de Schuur hits a treble 7. He really made a mess of that 70 points. He decided to go for 14s on 64 when Walker was not on the finish. What an unbelievable end of this game, Dan.
Yeah, Jenson Walker gift wrapped the 3rd and winning leg there. Gerrit Teixeira, who got the job done in the end against Teixeira, but Jenson Walker knows he's got to do a bit better He's been playing some very, very good stuff this weekend. That's the first time he's been put under pressure, and in fairness, he did pass the examination. Well, we're rattling through the draw now. We've only just seen Jensen Walker in action, and he's straight back on the board, this time against a Belgian opponent in Michael de Meyer. And as Jensen walked to the back room for a few moments just before heading back, he was pretty scathing about his last performance against Gerrit Teixeira, but a win's a win, and that's all that he needs to be truly bothered about. Chance to, in his own mind at least, maybe try and put things right. And he has won the bullseye against the Belgian, who breaks the fourth wall and sticks his tongue out in disappointment at what he's just done. We have had a substitution in the commentary box as well. I give my thanks to Marco Meyer for his very solid 5-hour stint in the box alongside me. He's out, and another member of team ref, team officials, former pairs partner of Marco, Anthony Dundas, is alongside me. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon.
What have you been up to today?
Just milling around, patiently waiting to take my shot in the box and bringing you a constant supply of refreshments.
You have been like a coiled spring looking upon us in the comms box, wanting to join, and now you've got your chance.
Yes.
We have seen some very good darts today from Jensen. That's a very good visit for the recent Romania Classic winner. Another WDF title to add to his ever-growing tally. If he was to win this weekend, it would be the biggest of his career, no doubt about that. Against Michael de Meyer, who is in finishing range now after those two trebles. That's a great marker for double 16. And gets it, so an 18 darter to kick things off for the young Englishman, who is the #1 seed.
Really having a fantastic 6 months to a year. Had the Czech Open, the Italian Open and the Malta Masters added to his CV last year to go with the massive amount of youth titles he won. Too old now to play in those, of course, but as you say, adding the remaining Classic this year, so 4 world ranking titles and counting for young Jensen Walker.
Yeah, this is more like it from Jensen. 3-8 after 9. And it's on. And it's on. Double 12. Hit a beautiful 1-5-4 finish with his partner Caden Smith yesterday in their match against Barry Van Peer and Patrick Heratz. He ultimately lost, but it was, I believe, the biggest finish we've seen on the stream so far this weekend. And there's double 12. And Michael de Meyer turns around and already is fearing the worst.
Yep, can't afford to give the #1 seed any sort of chance because he will just jump all over it.
Yes, Michael de Meyer is giving Jensen too many chances. The scoring isn't quite heavy enough. Such a talented player, Jensen. He's got a huge future in the sport. I've always been a big fan of his shirt livery as well, paying homage to the ska scene around his hometown of Coventry. You can probably work out that de Meyer is Belgian just from the colour scheme of his shirt alone.
Absolutely. The unmistakable red, black and yellow.
Unless you get it confused with Germany. That's,
Well,
that's easily done.
That is easily done. Well, De Meyer sticking to his task in this leg, 82, and that is a great dart, double 16. And there you go. A leg on the board for Michael De Meyer. Super, super stuff from the Belgian.
That's probably the most aggressively I've seen the dart snatched out of the board as well. Surprised the board didn't come with him.
And again, starting well. Turn 40 to kick off leg 4. As you say, approaching the business end of this session. This is the last 2-5-6. So a win here for Jensen sees him into tomorrow.
Yep. Those games will be being played tomorrow morning. They'll hopefully finish around 12 o'clock, 12:30 local time, while the Aspiranten and the youth finals are being played on the stage.
It is 57 for the match for Jensen Walker, 17 for tops. For a place in the last 1-2-8 tomorrow. And it's there, and a come on, he says. And he was a bit disappointed with his performance in the last game as he walked past us, but he can't be too disappointed with that. That's just under a 90 average from Jensen, so he has to be happy with that.
Yep. Job done today for Jensen Walker. He's in the last two 1-2-8s, which will take place tomorrow.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2026 Dutch Open Darts. More open singles action here on board B of our streaming lanes as Danny Blom takes on Rico Langenberg. Danny, a single ranking title winner back in 2015. He won the Austrian Open. Started the better of the two in this first leg. 4 bang average scores and a ton 40 in between them. That's unlucky from Rico Langenberg. 80 floor. He started the leg with a 95, and it's been, up until that throw there, it was dross, to be honest, but Danny is first to the finish, 86 when he returns. Langenberg back in 266. Needed trebles, but not the one he hit. So 86 and under, no immediate pressure to take it out. Treble 20 should be the next target for double 4. That's unlucky. Single 13 leaves tops on his return. All Rico can do is try and pressurise. And that is not going to get the job done. So at least 6 for Danny Blom from 40. And double 10 with his second dart. Opens his account, leads 1-0, first to 3. Again, this is for a place in the last 1-2-8, which would mean coming back tomorrow. Hello, Mr. McCarthy.
Hello. Yeah, we're at that crossover point now where we've got a mix of last 2-5-6 games, and you could just say on the adjacent board, James Beaton's about to get his singles campaign underway. He and Nick Fulwell were beaten in the pairs relatively early on yesterday, so they'll both be hoping to go one better today, or more than one better.
Indeed. On our other streaming boards at the moment, Sebring Heibels leads Michael van Dijk by 2 legs to 1. And Vessel Tempelars leads Ron Mullenkamp. He did lead him 2-1, but Mullenkamp has just won the 4th leg, so 2-2, that has gone to a decider.
That's unlucky. Well, that was 60 points on the floor for Danny Blum. Much better for Rico Langenberg. Double 9 to double his lead. It's Danny Blum with the most Dutch shirt going I've seen this weekend.
Yep, very oranje.
Oranje.
But he split it left 9. 10 for tops then for Rico Langenberg to restore parity, 2 10s. And he can't do it. So Danny has to burn a dart, of course, to leave himself on a double single. 1 leaves double 4. And that is for a 2-0 lead.
Michael van Dijk, pairs partner of Richard Ashdown, has levelled the game up against Sebring Heibels.
Oh. Have to have a watch of that on the iPad, I think.
He's got to break the throw, but he's doing well.
Yep, he's in front after 9 darts apiece. 182. First Bevan's impression of the day.
Long overdue as well. Marco's impression of Kirk wasn't the greatest.
Can't be good at everything.
I say that because he didn't do one.
Ah, fair enough. Well, Michael van Dijk has 99 and another 180 from Danny Blom. But Michael van Dijk has 99 for the match, with Heibel sitting on 146. And he's made a hash of it, only 32 scored, so Heibel really needs to take this out, 146. And he can't do it, so 67 then for Van Dijk. And Danny Blom, 2 10s for a place in the last 128, and it's there. A great performance from Danny Blom. Took out Martin Kleermaker in the last round and dispatches Rico Langenberg 3 legs to 0. Makes his way into the last 128. And back on the adjacent board between Heibels and Van Dijk, Sebring has 83 for the match. Van Dijk sitting on 40. And we wait with bated breath to see the outcome of this. .41 scored, so Michael van Dijk 3 darts in hand. 40 remaining for a place in the last 128. After a heroic run to the last 32 in the doubles yesterday alongside Richard Ashdown. He's not got it, he's missed it, so Heibel's 42, you can just see it on the left-hand side of the screen there, he's went 2 tops. I think he's went 2 tops. And that is frustration in the actions of Sebring Heibel. So here comes Michael van Dijk again for tops. Oh, yeah, oi. I thought it was in. Turns out it wasn't. Resets, tries again. That's not in either. Is this one? I guess we'll never know. It was in! Michael van Dijk is through to the last 128 of the Dutch Open. Excellent stuff from Big Michael. That is superb. And Sebring Heibels will be disappointed. But that is... You may have heard a growl in the background there. That was Sebring walking past. Not happy, but Michael van Dijk will be delighted. He is into the last 128 tomorrow, as we focus our attentions back on board C. And James Beaton taking his bow. He takes on Björge Steyen.
Good pronounce, well pronounced.
Thank you.
Yeah, James Beaton, the number 2 seed in the open draw at the Dutch Open this weekend. And we are going to go again with the bull up, it seems, yes. Björge Steyen will leave his dart in the board, as per WDF rules. Oh, that's a good bullseye from Beats. Very talented player, James Beaton, someone who has had to do things the hard way, battles with dartitis, but he has won one of these very big WDF tournaments before, won the Danish Open last year, which secured his passageway through to Lakeside.
Yep, last year's Denmark Open champion. 5 youth world ranking titles to his credit also. And also a run to last year's Czech Open final. Well, off to a great start here. As I say, these guys looking to have a strong start. It is 25 past 3 local time. A delighted Michael van Dijk coming past us.
Stay calm. That's the spirit.
Stay calm, that's the spirit, he says.
Oh, how very Dutch.
Very.
So laid back.
Ah, dear.
What a leg this is from James Beaton.
Can't take out the 130, but set up nicely. Styen back on 3-4-1. Probably taking a look at the draw and went, oh, God.
Yeah, you can't really help it if you are one of the pub punters that decides to come to the Dutch Open once a year. You look at the draw and think, oh, I've drawn someone who is rather competent. Better than competent, actually.
It's maybe a good thing to be in the same area of the draw as these good players, but you don't want to face, well, you probably don't want to face them first. There is an argument that facing them first is probably the best time because they'll be cold, but you yourself, you want to get a game under your skin, just under your belt, just to get used to the conditions and whatever, and then maybe take on one of the big names. But
I didn't have enough time to think about the conditions last year. 7 minutes.
Best 7 minutes of your life, I'm sure.
It was a very brief Dutch Open debut.
Just having a look at some of the names that have already made their way through to the last 128 tomorrow. Ron Mullenkamp has just walked past us. He's one of them. Danny Blom is through, as we saw. Gino Voss, Patrick van den Bogarde, Jitse van der Waal all through. Paul Krona is through. Jensen Walker, as we saw. Johnny Nice, Sven Groen, Mike van Dijvenbode is through. Florian Hempel is through. So some familiar names from not only recently in darting history, but from days gone by also.
Some familiar names are coming up on the stage a little bit later. We've got the likes of Brian Roman at 4 o'clock. Jacques Neulart on at the same time. We hope to see him in action. Wesley Harms at 20 to 4. The highest ranked Dutchman in the competition, Corey Grunewald at 20 to 5. Jerry Hendricks 4:20. Reino Blom 20 to 5. James Beaton 2-0 up.
Yep, 2-0 up and throwing very, very well, averaging north of 100. Well, until that throw. Approaching the business end of the women's competition also. Currently making our way through the last 128. And already a few names through to the last 64. Lorena Rietbergen is through. Maud Jansen is through. Cindy van den Boer, Sharon Stratsma, Rianne Althuis and Anka Zilstra. Already through to the last 64.
Well, this has been very straightforward for James Beaton, proving his credentials as one of the highest ranked players in the competition against Bjørge Styen, who has not been able to lay a glove on the man from Chester.
And it's safe to say James is going to get through this one without even breaking sweat. double 8 for the match.
Didn't like that, but he's got time on his side. What can Björge do here? Well, that's not a good start. Good middle.
Steady ending. So here we go then. Double 8 for beats. Double 4. Surely. Yes. Good performance from James Beaton, averaging just north of 90. And he opens his account in fine fashion. Makes his way into the last 2048. 3-0.
Nicely done from James Beaton, who makes his way off the stage, off the hockey. So if you are just joining us and wondering how on earth we're still in the last 4,096 stage, it's because the draw this year has been split into 2 parts, just to prevent more players from simply hanging around and having to wait around for their matches. We get one group of games done, then we move on to the next. Over to board B, where Lorraine Hyde is 1-0 up on Lotte Suomi of Finland. Scotland against Finland, the cold weather derby.
Oh my God. Jordan
Forbes is here.
Excuse
What is
me
he
a
doing
second.
here? Are you going to give him a cuddle?
Absolutely.
You've got to, haven't you? Well, James Beaton is very happy with how he's played. Just got a hearty handshake off him. And Jordan Forbes of spotting fame is here. He has just been handed an invite to Anthony Dundas's 40th birthday party. He's brought a wad of invites and most of them were returned to him. So it's all about Scotland for the moment as Lotte Suomi looks to end that. Didn't go for tops.
I have returned from my bromance. There's 2 ladies here with a good bit of experience between them. Obviously Lorraine the more experienced when it comes to world ranking titles, etc. But Lotte did reach the final of the Riga Open last year. Lorraine, a former British Classic, Denmark Open, Irish Open, Italian Open champion.
4-4 and bull. That's unorthodox.
One way to go. Lorraine also the reigning WDF World Masters champion, reigning Scottish Classic and Scottish Open champion. She will return to Renfrew next week to try and defend those titles. 3 for double 11. No.
Not this time. Lorraine Hyde has probably got away with one here.
Absolutely tops for Laura. Oh dear. Things are into the wrong double. Double 4 then for the Finn. Double 2. Can't take advantage. Go straight for the double 19. Double 8 now. No. Well, that's in though. Just sneaks into the corner. And it's one apiece. Lorraine 1, Lotte 1. The only other active game on the TV lanes at the moment. Ruben Balman's a prolific youth player from the Netherlands. Currently 2-0 up in his match with Ulko Verbeten.
Ruben Balman's another of our Groningen contingent, looking at the flag on his shirt.
Indeed.
You learn something new every day at the Dutch Open.
Joanne Rolls has kicked off her last 1-2-8 match. Currently 0-0 in that one, but we will keep you updated. The three-time Dutch Open Women's Pairs finalist. Can she add a third title tomorrow? We will find out. Not much separating them in this leg. It's good from Laura to leave 149 upon her return. Can't leave a finish now, the Finn. So 6 starts at least from 149 for Lorraine Hyde. Shots on, treble 19.
Unlucky.
Very. Goes the bill route, falls into the 17, so not disastrous.
Probably back to the bull to start the 65 outshot.
So odds loss, you'll probably hit the bill.
I feel like we're seeing more and more players do that these days. They're too accurate for their own good.
Oh, shit, it's the 25.
That's perfect.
It is. 2 10s. Now, Somi's not on a finish, however. The last thing Lorraine wants to be doing is mucking around on the doubles. Barring an absolute catastrophe, Lotte will be on a finish after these. I think she'll try their best to prove me wrong. Double 5 for Lorraine, single 1 for double 2. And it's there. One leg away from victory and a place in the last 64. Matches warming up on the TV lanes. Wesley Harms about to get his campaign underway as he takes on Dennis van der Veen. And Priscilla Steinbergen will take on Jaime Fortunati. And that's in the last 1-2-8. Same round as the ladies we are currently watching. Eileen de Graaf and Jinneke Scholten has kicked off on the adjacent board.
Well, this game is somewhat in the balance. Lorraine needs to find a big score to put pressure on Lotte, and it's not coming.
That's a good start. Yes, it's 60. ton. Lorraine needs at least one big treble. Ton leaves the big fish, but that is now the best possible outcome. Not going to happen.
No finish possible now. She'll go over to the treble 18. Or at least that was the intention. But it's an excellent pick-off of treble 14. And this is a high-pressure situation for Lorraine.
Very much so, but sticking to the task well, brings herself down to a finish. It's a little bit of pressure, but is it going to be enough? No, it's not. 2-2, Lorraine Hyde and Lotte Suomi. That is Lorraine with the darts. A good ton to kick off for Lorraine. What's the answer going to be? The answer's pretty good, 140 in response.
Well, this is where winning the bullseye really makes all the difference. Or at least it should in theory. Oh, it's a great ton for Lorraine.
Needed. Wow. Back-to-back tons for Hyde. Back-to-back 140s for Suomi.
No, she's the number 2 seed. It would be such a blow for her if she was to lose the Dutch Open at this stage. One of the hot favourites for the women's title. I think some of the seeds around her would be very grateful indeed.
Absolutely, yes. Big time. There's another steady score, 83. So 138 when she comes back. And again, Lorraine needs trebles. She needs them now. And they're not forthcoming. So 6 darts, at least, from 138 to pull off a stunning upset.
Well, 2 trebles is probably necessary. 1 essential, and she gets the 1.
She does.
But Lotte Suomi
had a great run to the quarterfinals of the doubles yesterday, and it's tops to march on, and she's done it. And I think she's shocked herself there. She cannot believe what she's just done. A 3-2 victory over Lorraine Hyde, the reigning WDF World Master, goes crashing out at the last 1-2-8 stage. Remarkable stuff here at the Bonte Wever in Assen. Lotte Suomi makes her way into the last 64. Well, we continue with the last 1 to 8 of the women's singles here at the WDF Dutch Open Darts. Brought to you by the NDB here at the Bonte Wever in Assen. And Jaime Fortunati takes on Priscilla Steinbergen. Priscilla had a great 2025, 3 world ranking titles, winning the Bruges Open, the Budapest Masters and the Swedish Open, added to her Italian Grand Masters victory back in 2022. Also a former girls champion here at the Dutch Open. 10 years ago, Priscilla Steinbergen was the girls Dutch Open champion. And it's Priscilla who's off to the better start here in leg 1.
I know, it felt like it was never ending, so yeah. So I'm just looking just now, I'm thinking about
105 left when she returns. Fortunati back in 289, still a bit of a way to go to get down to a finish, but Priscilla has gone off like a train in this one. So 105 then for Steinbergen. 13 or 5. It's 5 for tops on 105. Not to be. She will be back though, Fortunati back on 229. And still cannot get to a finish. So under no immediate pressure, Steinbergen has tops. 2 10s then. And I said this earlier, she doesn't want to start mucking around on doubles. I said it during the last match. That's just going to cause problems, and especially when your opponent starts finding the trebles. And we've had a change of personnel in the commentary box. And for the first time this weekend, and first time I've shared a commentary box with this man for a long, long time, it's my delight, my pleasure, my honour to welcome Richard Ashdown to the commentary box. Hello, sir.
Hello, Anthony.
Lovely to have you here.
Yes, nice to join you. I've retired from playing after my comeback tour yesterday.
A magnificent run to the last 32 of the doubles.
Let's clarify many, 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 many thanks to my pairs partner, Michael van Dijk.
Still going strong.
And he stood head and shoulders above me yesterday.
Oh, yes, that's the norm, but I know what you mean. He's having a wonderful run today. He's into the last 1 to 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, really pleased for him. Came back from 2-0 down earlier to beat top Belgian player.
Yeah, Sybren Heibels.
I was waiting for you to say it. You've had the practice lately.
Oh, yes.
And a top Dutch player here in Priscilla Steinbergen. She's played a lot of darts as well. I'm sure you've already mentioned. I mean, following her in the pairs competition yesterday.
Yes, well, we were coming to that, yes. Finalist tomorrow in the women's pairs alongside Jo Rolls. Jo aiming for her 3rd pairs title in a row, won the last 2 with Bo Greaves.
If Jo were to do that, I mean, she wouldn't mention it, would she?
Rarely, I think it would be.
You wouldn't hear anything about it.
No. It would be mentioned as nothing more than hearsay amongst friends, but no, there would be no banners, no advertising hoardings taken out to show everyone.
I'm not being funny, but we wouldn't hear the end of it. Oh, hello.
Hello, indeed.
Check out on here.
Oh, it's on.
Ah. Is she thinking about switching? She did.
Well,
I've come into the internet stream here to watch some great darts, and she doesn't go for the 155 checkout.
Outrageous.
I'm going.
Me too, bye. But she has left herself on double 16 for a 2-0 lead. Make sure of it the first dart.
Great choice.
Absolutely.
She did the right thing.
A 16 dart leg to double her advantage. 2-0, 1 leg away from a place in the last 64.
Oh, she's on the 9.
Thanks for that.
You can see I've had my coffee this afternoon.
Yeah.
I know you're informing the viewers and the listeners, Anthony, but can you inform me how far down the competition do the ladies go today? Do any go into tomorrow?
I believe it's just
finals?
the finalists that
Okay.
go through to tomorrow.
So they play to a finish as far as the pre-finals are concerned. Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm right.
So if matches suddenly stop appearing, we know they've finished for the day.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I'm sure someone will inform me otherwise if I am incorrect, but I'm sure it's played down to the final of the ladies.
But joking aside, that's often the nature of these type of events, especially one of this scale, that you just keep playing until someone says, that's it, you've done enough.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely.
I've heard so many players here through the years not knowing what round they're in, just completely devoid of, oh, you through to tomorrow. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you've won the event. Oh, have I? Okay.
We've seen a few of those through the years, but I don't think Priscilla will need reminding that she's about to win the match here. 66, so we know she's not going to go 16 ball. She's gone treble 10 for double 18.
What a finish, what a match. And a 15 dart leg after a 16 dart leg before. And an average just shy of 82 as Priscilla Steinbergen wins the match 3-0.
Yeah, clinical finishing there from Priscilla, and she's going to take some stopping already in that pairs final, as we've said. She's pushing on in the singles of the Dutch Open darts. And we'll be back with more informed, concise commentary very, very shortly. Well, we're away in another of our early men's matches here in the open competition. And the former WDF #1 in Brian Roman of Belgium, already checking a couple of scores there. You want to check this score as well. Good recovery. 65. Hello, Anthony.
Hello.
So tell us all about Eric Venema, please.
Yes, he is Dutch and he is bald.
He won the bull.
And he won the bull, yes. That is the only information I am readily aware of. He's a very small man playing on the next board.
What do you mean? Oh. Well, we can see he can play.
Yes, definitely.
Brian, one of my favourite players to watch.
Oh yeah, when he's in full flow, he is a magnificent spectacle.
And many would call it a spotter's nightmare. I prefer to call it, when I'm spotting, a challenge.
Absolutely.
It's like levelling up on a game when he's playing, just all over the place. He tried there for the 225s to leave 167 to equal the score that Eric's on there. Just missed the second one. And as varied as Brian's shot selections are, he cannot check out on 175.
No. It's all gone a bit to pot at this point.
Interesting stance we see there of Eric. Toes the oki twice per throw. It's a 149, where there aren't many variations for this one, though he does start on the 19s. That's probably the only switch, which I find that a strange one, purely for the fact that you're going to go up for treble 20, then back down for the double 16.
Yeah. But again, logically it makes sense. If you miss and you hit a single, you can hit the two trebles to leave double 8.
Absolutely.
So there is method in the madness from the Riddler.
Riddle me this. 104.
16s. No, he goes 19s.
So double 14 was the option there if it hit the treble. 104, one of those finishes that many of you will know. Just pick your favourite treble, is often the case. 16's the favoured one. Oh!
So a chance gifted.
Treble 19, double 3. Oh.
Well, treble 17, double 6 is just as good. Lovely finish.
Clearly doesn't have my checkout card.
Indeed. As I was alluding to on the board next door, Darren Webster, a familiar face to many, kicking off his Dutch Open with a match against Davy Lynx. And he'll feel a bit of a silly sausage if he lets Lynx beat him. Don't shake your head at me.
I would like to give Darren a little hello, as we always do when we pass each other. Hi. Ho.
Take on the same part-time job around about Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I tell you what, it's always great to see an international flavour at any of these WDF tournaments, but sitting yesterday with Jim Widmeyer and Darren Webster with the Norfolk and New York accents combined was marvellous.
Yes. Well, two of the first people I bumped into, in fact, yesterday morning when I arrived. And yeah, I saw Jim first, because he's obviously on my eye level. And then I turned round. Thank you.
Thank you. This is lovely. We're doing comms and being handed refreshments.
Yes, refreshments and a sausage roll. Lovely.
Oh, and there's the bill.
100 euros. Can confirm Darren Webster is 2-0 up in his match, averaging just shy of 94.
You're always the same. You are looking at the other board. Stay on this one. Look. To finish here. It's not been a bright start from Brian. You can see from the averages there, so much better than that. And Eric, he's just hanging in there for now, but this will put things right for Brian. The double 16,
Wow.
the 108, there he is. That
Hello,
was actually
Brian.
quite conventional as well.
It was, yes. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, never seen the like.
2-0 lead then for the former WDF world number 1.
Really would be good to see him get going again this year, but let's remember, it might be long in the day, but this is early form for Brian. This is opening gambit, so to speak. Now, the tournament in the men's competition was capped at 4,096.
It was, yes.
Have all 4,096 turned up?
No. There have been, I had a look yesterday, there were several walkovers already awarded, whether it was players informing the organisers that they couldn't make it, but...
or just some players being exterminated?
That too, yes. However, our friend Christian Sorensen, who's playing in this second session, was due to play his first match at 20-5, I think it was, or 20-6, I beg your pardon. And he was then told that his opponent in that match was either not here or had been scrubbed, and he now plays his first match at 7 o'clock.
Our esteemed colleague, referee, commentator, master of ceremonies, Jacques Newlat, also setting out on his campaign.
Yes, I believe he plays his first game well, I was going to say at 4 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock, so he should be... In fact, he is on just now.
Yeah, do forgive Anthony for his time telling. He's on Glasgow time currently.
To be fair, my laptop is.
Oh, I like this. Tops.
Oh.
Ooh.
Don't bust, Eric, whatever you do.
Well, it might not be spectacular, but it'll be efficient if he can put this 40 points away here. Double 10.
Good switch. Well, he thought about splitting that there, then saw his opponent was on 120 and went, stuff it, I'll go for the double 5. Hits the double 5 and records a 3-0 victory. It wasn't the normal convincing Brian Roman we are used to, however, he does get up and running with a 3-0 victory. Makes his way into the last 2,048.
Is that all?
Is that all? Yes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with our next match, and before we go, a quick update. Jacques Newlat leads 1-0. game, shot, and the match. Jacques Newlat. Good grief. He's only gone and won it. And welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, we were just following that on the board in the far side there, and Jacques just won his match. The reason we're talking about him is he's probably going to be presenting the thing tomorrow on television while you're on the stage, Anthony, but at the moment he's playing.
Yes, and doing a rather good job, it has to be said.
Well, Jacques been around the Dutch scene for many years. So has this man. I haven't seen him for a while. Remarkably, I look back at his Lakeside appearance. His last one was in 2008.
Absolutely.
Remember the champion that year?
Yes, Mark Webster.
Correct.
Don't put me on the spot like that. I panicked.
Okay, if I could give you some Mario Rob stats, are you going to give me some Jeroen Karen stats?
Yep, Jeroen Karen, a qualifier for a Euro Tour event a couple of years ago.
Are you just making these stats up?
Belgian Darts Open he qualified for.
Did he?
He did indeed, and lost 6-0 in the first round to a Mr. Gabriel Clemens.
Das ist gut, ja?
Yeah. Well, for Gabriel, yes, not for Jeroen.
Yeah, Mario was a regular face in those major Dutch tournaments back in the mid-noughties. The World Darts Trophy, International Darts League, though a perennial first-round loser, was always one of those players that was highly rated on the floor, so to speak. Didn't really take it onto the stage.
I'm delighted to see that he has got a better nickname than he had back then. Now known as the Dutch Robot. Back then he was known as Mr. Man. Was a prolific pairs player back then also. He played a lot of pairs events with Edwin Max, another blast from the past. Oh, and to my right we have a standing ovation for Jacques Newlat.
Well, one of the players we've seen floating around backstage, Anthony, is Joey Tenberg.
Yes.
He won the Europe Cup pairs with that man, Mario
yes.
Rob. Back in 2000, World Cup, I should say. World Cup. It was better than Europe. It was the World Cup in Rosmalen, here in the Netherlands, back in 2007. The reason I mentioned the Europe Cup, he was also a Europe Cup winner back in 2004. My goodness, I can't believe how long he's been around.
Yes. Playing pairs yesterday with another blast from the past, Willy van de Wiel.
We've had a few of them, haven't we?
I saw
Co
Jan
Stompe,
Dekker.
Co
Yes.
Stompe was here.
Co Stompe was here, played pairs on.
Talking of old timers, Jacques Newlat's just walked past us.
Yep, congratulations, Jacques.
Jack, a comment on that match?
Doubles for Dell.
Yeah. We'll talk about double two later.
Yes. Yeah, there's been
20th match, dart went in. Great stat.
Yeah, there's been a lot of old-timers and faces from the past floating about. Well, as I say, Jan Dekker is here. I haven't seen Jan for years.
Willem Mandigers.
Willem Mandigers, yes. I saw Tony West today. He's not playing, but he's here.
Is he?
Yes.
It's like a reunion.
He said he walked past and went, "Do you remember you had a photo with me? You were sitting on my knee." I went, "Yes, I do. It was my 21st birthday." Then told him I was turning 40 this year, and he was like, "Oh God, I feel
What a
old."
gift that must have been.
For him.
So Mario here, a leg down. We've been talking about his history, but it's all about the now for him, and this really has gone badly. 99 left after the first two darts. Oh, it's on for 2-0, double 16. High quality encounter so far. That would have been for a 15-leg break of throw. Mario really needs this.
He does.
He's Dutch Open tournament could be over before it barely starts here in the singles. It's double top.
And it's a shade too low.
Double 16 for 2-0.
2-8s then. And no. So Mario with another chance. And it's there. First start of asking in that particular combination. Mario Robe equalises, and it's one leg apiece.
Speaking of old timers, Nick Rolls has just come in to visit us.
Ah, hello.
Thank you.
In a delighted mood as Nick Rolls after his team winning 2-0 today.
Anyway, the darts, it's 1-1 here. Yep, 20-1. Treble 5. I'll just keep talking about anything but football.
Sorry, Richard. Oh dear. Now back to the topic at hand. Jeroen Karon has been a fixture on the Challenge Tour the past few years. Hasn't done any better than reaching the last 32.
Oh dear. Anthony,
Yes, dear.
quiz question. You'll love this one.
Oh, God.
You'll love it. The Europe Cup winning squad, the four-man team featured Mario Robert. 2004 in Tampere, that's Finland, isn't it?
It is.
Can you name his three teammates?
Rick
2004. No,
I'm off to a good start. Michael van Gerwen.
no, it'd have been about 4.
He was probably still good, better
Yes.
than me then.
See if you can
Good
get
grief.
any of them by the end of this leg, because
Edwin
your
Max.
own wants 130.
Edwin Max.
You need to go further back.
Oh my goodness. Roland Sholton.
A bit further forward.
Oh, for goodness sake.
But you're in the right ballpark now.
Ko Stompé.
No, but stay there.
Niels de Ruyter.
No.
Nearly. My goodness me.
.84 left here for the Belgian. 16s or 8s to set up. Mario 104. We mentioned earlier, pick any big treble. What's your favourite?
Raymond van Barneveld.
Yes.
Thank God.
Treble 20, double 12.
Roland Sholton.
No, you've tried him already. Saying it twice doesn't give you an extra point.
Howdy.
Tops.
Yes.
2-1.
No, you.
No, 2-0.
We're on the 9 again. Do you think I should wait a couple more darts before?
Yes. I went through a phase yesterday where anytime a player hit 2 treble 20s, I would go maximum, and then, oh.
You didn't say it.
He would have missed it anyway, so I'm glad I didn't.
So that 2004 WDF Europe Cup winning Dutch squad, Mario Robert, Raymond van Barneveld, 2 more.
Are they glaringly obvious?
Yes, one of them is, and he was here, or is here. Well, not having anyone chipping in from behind us.
Yes, I will, off the top of my head, say Jelle Klaassen.
I mean, Dan McCarthy apparently is having a break from commentary, and he stood behind us. What kind of break is that? I mean, Why am I sat here if you're literally hovering behind me? So, shall I help you along?
Please.
Vincent van der Voort.
Oh, of course. Forgot about Vincent. United.
Maximum.
That's another thing. Every time someone hits a 180, I do a Bevins impression. For that, I can only apologise.
Other referees are available.
Maximum? No. Told you.
Key moments here. Another solid leg from the Belgian. 1-2-1. Treble 17 for the Bull. So to stay in.
I'm still trying to think of the fourth as Mario goes for 111.
Finds the treble 17.
Tops.
Ooh, nearly I get in.
That was a very loud ooh from Jimi Hendrix as he walks past. 16.
Celebs are here. Tops.
Must have heard you.
Settle down, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Should have just gone the first time.
To take us all the way, which will help Anthony have a bit more time to answer my question. Tops for Robber.
Oh dear.
Well, he's going to have to break the 39 down now. Oh, just gets the 7.
Not to be. Jeroen Caron. Tops for the match. And it's there. Come on, he says. And a disappointed Mario Rob departs the Dutch Open. And Jeroen Caron carries on into the next round.
So one more guess for that Europe Cup team before we
I need a
complete our
hint.
commentary. Mario Robber, Raymond van Barneveld, Vincent van der Voort, the 2004 winning WDF Europe Cup men's team, completed by Dick Van Dyke.
Oh. I see. Chimney. Well, we return to action on board B. And young man who made his Lakeside World Championship debut at the tail end of last year, Daniel Bowerdick. And he takes on Arie van den Eyck. One apiece as we join it. Daniel won his first round match on debut at the Lakeside. That was back in late November when he took on Carl Schaefer of Australia and defeated him 3-2. And he then was defeated 3-0 in the round of 32 by Benjamin Pratnemer, the number 5 seed.
Well, I can't tell you much about Arie.
Not me.
Only previous results to the final stages of a WDF ranked event, the Antwerp Open 2023. Reached the last 32. Yep, and he hits the checkout to lead 2-1. You fancied the German here to go through if you were picking a winner.
Yep, absolutely. Former Denmark Masters and Denmark Open semi-finalist. Irish Classic semi-finalist also. So has a good bit of experience in open competitions. Nothing the size of the Dutch Open though. Also reached the semis of the Swiss Open last year.
And he was a late call-up, wasn't he, for Lakeside?
He was indeed, yes.
I remember him very nervous visiting their before he played and must have asked the tournament director 50 questions before he went on, just to make sure everything was clear in his mind.
That is what the tournament director is there for.
I did wonder.
Well, that is Daniel in control of leg number 4 against the darts. 91 points ahead, 9 darts thrown each. Yep, good thinking going for the 25. The execution not so good.
Despite the scoreline as it is, things can change very quickly in such a short format. Daniel can take this leg, and he's looking good to do so. He will have the darts in the decider. Tops. Yeah, 117 checkout.
Super.
Great leg there. 15 darts. And right back into this match.
And it is Daniel who has the darts in this decider.
Daniel's one of those players that when you watch him, Anthony, despite seeing where the darts are landing, you feel he has the potential. A lovely smooth throw. Far more jerky action from Ari. But yeah, I like the stance, like the style. Nice flow to the arm.
Yep, not a lot of moving parts in his throw.
Not enough trebles, though.
Indeed.
Timely 140 there.
Yep, much needed.
Yeah, back in control now, Daniel. Into the finish. He'll be hoping to have 6 darts for that 157, and he will now.
Indeed. So 157 then for Daniel Bowerdick. Not to be. Can he find the one big treble? No, he cannot. So Ari van den Eyck back in 250 needs one big treble. Or tops, I suppose, but he'll take the treble. A timely turn. Bring himself down to 150, but it's 114 for Bowerdick for the match. And he won't do it. So I wouldn't put money on Van den Eyck taking this out, but it is possible, and I'm sure he is capable. But not to be. Oh. And the frustration clear to see as he scores 11.
Double 4. Clearly went for that treble, and you can see why.
Excellent finish from Daniel Bowerdick. Came through a test there. Was behind in the match, but he is stuck to his guns. He has played decent stuff the last couple of legs. And he advances to the second round of the Dutch Open singles. Don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon with the next of our live streamed matches. We are back with the next of our women's last 64 matches here at the Dutch Open Darts of 2026, and Priscilla Steinbergen back on the stream as she takes on her countrywoman Sharon Stratsma. Sharon 3 times has reached the last 16 of the women's series. Has also reached the last 16 of the Antwerp Open, the Belgium Open, and back in 2024 reached the last 16 of the Dutch Open. Would love to go better than that today, but she's up against it against Priscilla Steinbergen, who after 17 darts needs 2 8s. And she will be back, Sharon back in 2-3-1. Priscilla playing some excellent stuff. Would love to make it 2 appearances on stage tomorrow, already in the women's pairs final, where she and Jo Rolls will take on the 2 young ladies from Turkey. As Priscilla takes the first leg. As I mentioned before, Priscilla has tasted success on the stage here in Assen, the 2016 Dutch Open Girls Champion. United. It's not double start, but take them all, they all count. 3 world ranking title victories last year for Priscilla, the Bruges Open, Budapest Masters and Swedish Open. Former Italian Grand Masters champion also. Priscilla well in front in leg 2. She's going to be on a pretty decent finish after 12 darts. 41 left after 12. That is magnificent stuff from Priscilla Steinbergen. We've been talking about familiar faces here at the Dutch Open. Another one has just appeared behind me. My pairs partner from last year, Niels de Ruyter, is in the building. Currently hugging Richard Ashdown. Now splits to leave 24, I believe. Sharon back in 182. All she can do is try and apply some pressure. She is a bit all over the shop with that visit. So Priscilla, 2 12s for a 16 dart leg, 2 6s for a 17 dart leg. 1 to go. And she's found it 2-0. Just had my hug from Niels. Thing about the Dutch Open, it's always like a family reunion. You see players and people you've not seen for a long, long time. Young Jordan Forbes, who will be performing spotting duties during our coverage tomorrow. Haven't seen Jordan since last year's Dutch Open. We were having a catch-up between matches and Richard just listening on intently to the accents. It's true what they say, when you speak to someone from your own country, your accent returns thicker than ever. Once again, it is Priscilla in charge here in leg number 3. And she will return with the big fish required. Now, what a way this would be to seal your place in the last 32. 170 for Priscilla Steinbergen. Shots on, another one of those. Oh, very unlucky. Treble 18 then. Valiant, valiant effort. I don't think we've had any big fishes on the streaming lanes as of yet this weekend, but we have had some on the floor. I think there's been about maybe 6 or 7, in fact. Had a quick look at that earlier on Dart Connect, providing the goods, all the stats. And that is a magnificent victory for Priscilla Steinbergen, an excellent performance. Averaging just shy of 82 in a 3-0 victory over Sharon Stratsma. Excellent, excellent stuff from Priscilla Steinbergen, and there is no rest for the wicked as we return to board B. And another young up-and-coming Dutch talent. Moreno Blom. He takes on Ivo Schellens. And we just catch the end of the first leg. Moreno checking out 210s to take the first leg. 16 darts, no less. Great start from the former Zlatibor Darts Classic and Royal Grafenegg Masters champion. Former Hungarian Classic and Budapest Classic champion also. Also qualified for the Dutch Darts Championship back in 2024. Won his first match after qualifying for the Dutch Darts Championship. Defeated Ryan Joyce by 6 legs to 3. And then fell to Chris Dobie in the round of 32, 6 legs to 0. But plenty of big stage experience has Moreno compared to his opponent Ivo Schellens, who we don't know very much about. Indeed, we don't know anything apart from his name and his nationality. But sticking to his task here, not playing badly. Again, this is the first round match for these guys, playing in session number 2. And Moreno, a 20-dart leg, taking out leg 2, a 2-0 lead. 1 leg away from a place in the last 2,048. Still absurd that we can say that at 4:45 in the afternoon, but that's what happens when you have 2 sessions. The draw made in advance, which you don't see a lot of now when there's Dart Connect involved. Usually there is a registration process in the morning of the tournament and then we kick off. However, for a tournament this vast, 4,096 entries in the men's singles alone, probably not feasible to have a queue of 4,000 people registering in the morning. So the draw done in advance, well in advance, so everyone can plan what they're doing, maximum. Oh no, 120 floor. Not the first bounce out we've seen from Ivo. And it's not what you're needing when you're playing a man the caliber of Moreno Blom. We know how good he is. But Ivo looks to be enjoying himself, smile on the face. Happy to be here at the Dutch Open and enjoying his experience, playing on the TV lanes. I'm sure if someone had told him, yeah, you'll be playing on the live stream, he would He would have been chuffed with that before a dart was thrown or a ball was kicked. Yet another dart ends up on the deck. And that could be the last darts of the Dutch Open for Ivo Schellens if Moreno Blom hits double four. And he doesn't, so Ivo will return. And he will leave himself a finish, I am sure, unless we have a major catastrophe. Well, I've said he'll leave a finish. Turns out he does, just. And it's the big fish. Will he get a shot at it? Will Moreno be charitable and give him a shot at the big fish? He will. Go on then, Ivo. Let's see it. 170, 2 treble 20s and the bull. There's the first. Oh, love it. Absolutely brilliant to see. Double two then, double one then for Moreno. Yes, it's there, and a 3-0 victory for Moreno Blom against smiling Ivo Schellens. I'm sure he's had a fantastic day playing against one of the finest that the Netherlands has to offer. He marches on to the next round, and we'll be back with our next match here at the Dutch Open Darts in a few minutes' time. We return, ladies and gentlemen, to the open competition here at the 2026 Dutch Open Darts. And crikey, oh blimey, it's a Scotsman. Lewis Mackenzie of Scotland taking on Bas Bonte of the Netherlands. And Bas is a former quarter-finalist in the Dutch Open Paradarts back in 2022. His opponent, Lewis Mackenzie, a quarter-finalist at last year's Faroe Islands Darts Open. And also reached the last 16 of the Slovenia Masters and the Summer Special Darts Open. Reached the last 32 of the Malta Open and the Tórshavn Open also. So he's got a little bit of experience playing in these open tournaments. All that happening in the last year. And it is Lewis who has started the stronger of the two. That's another first round clash from the last 4,096. Maximum. Oh, a wire's width away. Very, very unlucky. But 93 left when he returns. Double 9. But again, he will be back. Bass back on 2-5-6. Spraying them about a bit. So here we go then. 2 9s for Lewis Mackenzie. And first dart, make sure of it. Steady 22 dart leg to take leg number 1. And it's 1-0. Around the boards, Lotte Somi, the conqueror of Lorraine Hyde. She goes marching on, a 3-0 victory for her. On the adjacent board, Emine Dursun playing the Netherlands' Jalisa Zegel, and she leads 2-0 over her Dutch opponent. Familiar face also warming up on the board next door. Pretty sure there he is, the man himself, Arjan Konterman. This is good stuff from the left-hander. From the north of Scotland, wearing that shirt he's wearing is the Highland Darts County shirt, I believe. You can see it emblazoned on his back, Highland. And this is a county weekend, so if Highland are meant to be playing this weekend, they'll be missing one of their very good players who's here plying his trade at the Dutch Open. Well, 38 left when he comes back under absolutely zero pressure whatsoever. Averaging more than double what his opponent is currently averaging. Will he go straight for it? He will. May change, single 6. Yeah, single 6 for double 16. And that is a good switch indeed. Lewis Mackenzie takes a 2-0 lead in this race to 3 for a place in the second round. Steady 60 to start things off in leg number 3, averaging just a shade under 76, which isn't bad. .60 followed by a ton. This is good stuff. Another couple of results coming through from the women's competition. Yuki Sakaguchi and Anka Zylstra both winning their matches through to the next rounds. Emine Dursun has defeated her Dutch opponent. She is also through. And back in the men's competition, or the open competition, I should say, my apologies. Lewis Mackenzie, big favourite to get into the second round, the round of 2048. Looks to be using a Darryl Gurney style barrel with the Mission Darts lights and stems. And they're definitely working for him. Yep, good setup to leave the big fish on his return. Again, under no immediate pressure, so should it get that far, he doesn't have to go for it. May still try and delight us all as his opponent records a score of 7. Shots on, another one of those. Will he go for it? Oh, Lewis. .95 left. And Unlucky with the last one, down to 92. And 7 followed up by 11. So Mackenzie 92, treble 20 for double 16 for the match. Fantastic 20 dart leg to register a 3-0 victory. Very well played from the Scotsman. 76.4 average, not bad at all. And it is Lewis Mackenzie of Scotland marches on to the next round. Looks like we will be turning our attention to board 2 and the previously mentioned Ariane Conterman. He takes on Jose Fernandez Rodriguez of España. Ariane Conterman made his first and so far only Lakeside World Championship appearance back in 2023. Came through the qualifiers along with Sean McDonald, Jarno Bottenberg and Christian Gödel. Won his first round match against Danny Porter, 2-0. Fell at the next hurdle, 3-1 at the hands of Alexander Merckx. Also qualified for the Dutch Darts Championship back in 2022. He was a 6-0 defeated first round player to the hands of Danny Noppert. Also a mainstay on the Challenge Tour, has won a little bit of money on the Challenge Tour. Semi-final, a couple of semi-finals, a couple of quarter-finals. He's picked up a little bit of prize money on the Challenge Tour. Also played in some Players' Championships also, but has never gone beyond the last 64. He's got double 4 for the first leg here. Not to be, but his opponent from Spain, Fernandez Rodriguez. Back in 2-6-2. Can't do much. Double 2 then for Ariane. Make sure of it this time, takes the first leg. It's also a break of throw. Conterman, when he qualified for Lakeside, came through the likes of Dalibor Smolik and Johan Engström to make his way to the Lakeside. As I say, won his first match, defeating Danny Porter before losing out in the round of 32. So has that little bit of big stage experience. Well, well, well. Marvellous 110 from Conterman. 2-0 the lead, 1 away from a place in the next round. Tell you someone who's in the next round of the women's competition is Jo Rolls, who's just defeated Marilou Damen by 3-0. As the two-time Dutch Open pairs champion, looking to get onto a stage for the second time tomorrow. Already in the pairs final, would love to be in the women's final also. Just finding the wrong side of that wire on both sides. Only 21. So this has not been a good leg from Ariane Conterman. Finds himself behind. The average has plummeted also. I don't think he'll be behind for long. Zara Gamey, the reigning Lakeside Girls World Champion, has marched on to the last 32 of the women's competition. Lorena Rietbergen 1-0 up in her match. Tom Becker of Luxembourg currently playing Stefan Berenson on the TV lanes also. That'll be over to the side. Well, this is better from the Spaniard. Much better from Conterman to get back into the leg. However, it is Fernandez Rodriguez. Single 16. Leaves tops to get a leg on the board. Just a tad low. So 114 for the match then for Ariane. Treble 18 leaves tops. Single 1 does not. So 3 darts in hand for Jose. That is clattered into the number ring, hit the 0 of the 10, I believe. 2 5s. Oh, that's a wide, foul and a miss. It's nearly landed in Groningen. And that's a great first dart, double 16 for the match, and yes, indeedy. Not the greatest last leg from Ariane Conterman, but he has managed to come through it. Takes a 3-0 victory and takes his place in round number 2. And we will be back very soon with the next of our matches here at the 2026 Dutch Open Darts. We return, ladies and gentlemen, with the next match in the Open competition here at the 2026 Dutch Open Darts. And it is the 2006 Lakeside World Champion Jelle Klaassen taking on Rico Albers. And a change in the commentary box. Also, I am now joined by the man himself, 180. The man himself, Mr. Nick Rolls, making his debut this afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Anthony. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm good, thank you very much indeed. Stepped in at the right moment there, didn't I? Literally the first 3 darts I see were Jelle hitting a 180.
Indeed. Offering his hand in apology that the 9-darter was not on after that throw.
Yeah. Very amusing to see that this is a last 4,096 match.
It's madness.
It is crazy. I do like what the Dutch have done this year, though. They've split the draw in half.
Yeah.
Much better for the players. I was speaking to the organisers earlier. They say it makes it life that bit easier for them as well. But for the players, it's not such a big wait between matches. So.
Yeah, I spoke to Martin Decker, who's one of the NDB officials running the tournament like clockwork on the TV side of things.
Yeah.
And he said exactly the same, that the officials aren't as stressed, they're more rested, and that can only be a good thing. The players are, as you say, not having to wait so long between matches. So only good things I am hearing. Indeed. I think the only person I've heard complain is Christian Sørensen, because he's not playing his first match now until 7 o'clock.
And his last match at 7 o'clock as well. I didn't say that, Christian, sorry. He's a good player, Christian Sørensen, as it happens.
Yes, former medalist at the Europe Cup.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And Jelle Klaassen takes the first leg in 19 darts. Good start from the former world champion, also the former Dutch Open champion, winning it back in 2022 in what was only his second world ranking title after the Lakeside. Added to his account, though, he took the Irish Open in 2022 also, and then in 2023 added the Budapest Masters, the FCD Anniversary Open and the Malta Masters to his CV. Also has 4 WDF gold medals, 2 at the Europe Cup, 2 at the World Cup. And 3 Players' Championship titles from his time in the PDC as he rattles in another 180.
Yes, a 2-year stint on the PDC came to an end at the back end of 2025. And Jelle, once again, finding himself playing at the Dutch Open.
Had a fantastic run in the pairs yesterday.
Yeah, so I wondered whether that would affect him yesterday. I sat and watched the last game, I think probably about 9 PM by the time we played the last game, and he paired up with Andy Bartens from Belgium, and they were 3-1 up in the very last game of the whole day, and were defeated 4-3 in the end by Dirk van Dijvenbode and Mike Kijvenhoven. I just wondered whether that might play on his mind today, but dare I say, and with no disrespect to Rico, but playing this is a nice way to warm up, let's put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jelle will just be hoping he doesn't go the same way as his partner from yesterday did, because Andy Batten suffering a shock defeat. Well, I say a shock, if I remember correctly, he was playing Robin Smeets in the first round.
I think so, that rings a bell. I must admit, I was on the afternoon shift, so I was looking but not paying overall attention to this morning's fair. Anthony is now using the wonders that are Dart Connect to find Andy Bartens.
Well, it wasn't, it was Robin Satter.
Robin Satter of the Netherlands.
Of the Netherlands, and it was a 3-1 victory. And Andy only averaging 65 in that one.
Yep.
But again, is that fatigue from yesterday?
You just don't know, do you? You just don't know.
It's possible. He played that match at 10:34 it started this morning.
Having finished at 9:30, then you go for a meal or go for a bite to eat, etc.
Got to have food, just try and replenish some of the energy, chill out for a while, because you're never going to go straight to sleep after something like that. Your adrenaline will be going. So it could be a case of he is just knackered from yesterday.
Yep, very true. whereas Yella those extra hours, and here we are on 44, running a 91 average, tops for the match. Thank you and good night.
Absolutely wonderful way to finish from Yella Class in a 14-dart leg to close out a 3-0 victory. Excellent stuff from the former Dutch Open champion, and he marches on into the next round in emphatic fashion.
Emphatic and quick fashion.
Indeed. Well, we return to the women's competition, the last 32. And a young lady who is setting the darts world alight at the moment. From Turkey is the reigning Lakeside Girls World Champion, Zehra Gemi. And she takes on Rashna David, a seasoned campaigner in Planet Darts.
World Masters runner-up last year to Lorraine Hyde. But you're absolutely right about Zehra. So composed in that victory at the Lakeside.
Yeah, just watching her playing at Lakeside, it was like she'd been there 10 times before. She was just phenomenal.
Indeed.
Nothing seemed to faze her. Yes, that is in, Rashna. Carry on.
Waiting for confirmation there from our marker that, yep, you can go and collect that one, Rashna. Such a lovely throw Vera has as well.
Absolutely. Will already be appearing on stage tomorrow. She's in the final of the women's pairs.
Remind me who that was against?
They'll be playing against Priscilla Steinbergen and is it Rolls?
Yeah, somebody
Joe
like
Rolls,
that.
yes.
Yeah, not quite sure. Oh, we seem to have a problem with the scorer or scoring board.
Either that or the markers just decided, stuff this, I'm off.
No, I think he's questioning who should be throwing first, perhaps. Or he's put a score in. He's put Zehra's score in as 100, which it was, as we can see. And from what we can see on the screen, the little green dot is by Zehra's name, so it should be her throw. So, no, not totally sure of what the problem is here.
Well, it smiles all round anyway, so they're not
It's
too
all
stressed
amicable.
out.
Yep, exactly that.
Gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the two players. Starting with Zehra, the, as I say, reigning Girls World Champion, came through the Lakeside World Championship qualifiers in Budapest. Took her place at the Lakeside and emerged victorious. Didn't have it easy either, defeating the likes of Paige Pauling and Rebecca Allen and getting that title. But she's also got a couple of Europe Cup Youth gold medals to her credit. And then we have her opponent, Rashna David. 2 times the Finnish Open champion, 2 times the Hungarian Open champion. Has also won the Cyprus Open.
Back on track again now, so it will remain a mystery for now.
Indeed.
Doesn't seem to have done Zehra any harm, though.
No, happy of the break. Rashna has played at the Lakeside on 2 occasions, back in 2014 and 2018. Never going beyond the last 16. And as you say, a finalist at last year's WDF World Masters. That was the best result she had had at the World Masters. Bettering her previous best, which was the quarters back in 2022.
amateur, and then 161. Doesn't need to go for the treble 17. Had she had hit the treble 20, should come downstairs now for a treble 19. Take the 101 to leave 60. And a fabulous average running at the moment as well.
Yeah, 93. She finds herself a leg down. The girls taking over the streaming lanes at the moment. I'll talk more about that in a second once we have a look at Zera Gamey going for tops for the second leg to restore parity. Oh dear. And the other matches on the streaming lanes at the moment. Priscilla Steinbergen continues her run. She is 2-0 up on Florscha van Zanten. And Paula Jacklin against Ina Tola of Germany. One apiece in that one.
Double 8 then for Zera to level things up, and that is exactly what has happened. Parity is restored. One leg all. No, now we'll throw at the start of leg 3.
As we have reached the last 32, the format has changed. It's now up to the best of 7 legs. That's the first to 4.
Thank you for the reminder. Having said that, it is quite funny the number of players when you sort of say it's best of 7. They got that. What? So first to 4, right?
Yep.
Isn't it? As a referee, it's okay. You're meant to be quite good at maths as a dart player.
I find it helps. Maximum. Oh no. Still an excellent visit though. Yep, tremendous stuff.
This is becoming a bit of a show, isn't it?
It is indeed.
92 average. 141 left after 9 darts. Remind me, Anthony, the Zera is I want to say 15, maybe a bit older. You have
16, I
16.
think.
You have the. Here, she's on the double 12 for a 141 here. Oh, on the wire of the double 12. Anthony busily scanning through. She is 16, yeah?
Yep, 16
yeah,
years old.
Talking of 6s, double 6. Whole of the 6.
No bonus points for that, even though it's quite impressive. Oh dear. Oh. There's Richard. We need someone to hit double 3.
Treble looks as though it's a. Oh, it is the treble, is it? Oh, and if it was, and it is, then that is a disaster. The second dart. Trying to be brave and go for another treble 20 where a big 20 would have left her the bull. She's now got to pray that Zera Gamey does not hit this double 3 so she can come back for tops.
Up a bit.
Not quite sure where that is.
It's in.
Oh, it was in.
It's in.
Well, I don't think either of us thought that was the case.
No, definitely not.
It was whether it was in the 3 or the 17, I thought, but
just having a look at the player profiles I was given just before Lakeside. And Zera Gamey's favourite dart player, Boris Kruchmar.
Oh, okay. That won't be written on too many
definitely not.
sheets, will it? Boris. Piling in the treble 20s again.
What I will say is if Boris tells you he's your favourite player, he's your favourite player. you're not going to argue with him.
Fair.
If he tells you it's Tuesday, it's Tuesday.
Again, fair.
Zera's countrywoman Emily Dursun is currently 2-0 up in her match against Stephanie Hugavane. 2 legs away from a place in the last 16. Yuki Sakaguchi 2-1 up in her match. Maud Janssen 3-1 up on Isigul Karagos, who is Zera Gamey's pairs partner. And Lotte Somi, the conqueror of Lorraine Hyde. 2-0 up in her match. Rashna just having a bit of dialogue with the marker, I think. Possible telling him to not move about as much, I don't know. Certainly looked like what she was trying to say without saying it.
I think so. 156 for Rashna.
Not to be in this occasion, as we see handshakes on the board adjacent. Priscilla Steenbergen marches on.
Good ton there from Rashna, but Zera had the chance to win the match. Sorry, no, take a 3-1 lead, I should say. Forgetting it's gone back up to a best of 7, having just been told that. Well, I think that was probably deliberate. Oh, no. Judging by the smile on the face, perhaps not. Perhaps not.
But she'll take it.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Not going to turn it down.
Double 16 then for Rashna for a 2-all match. Desmond. Not to be. So, Zera Gamey, 20 for tops. There's 20 of them.
This is exactly what she did in the pairs game yesterday, and then bang double 10 to win the semi-final against Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zilstra.
Shake of the head there. She readjusts.
Oh,
and that's a wire's width away.
It is. I think Maud Janssen has just won her game.
She has indeed. 4 legs to 1.
And that looks as though it's made things 2-2. 2 double 8s for Rashna David, and I'm not sure she's known that either of them have been in, to be fair.
So here we go then, leg 5. And it is the Norwegian to throw first. We were having a conversation yesterday, and it kind of spilled over into
a full fight.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was a conversation that carried on post darts yesterday.
Okay.
Like sitting, chilling out last night, and the conversation was continuing. We were talking about darting siblings and like darting family.
Yes.
So me and Dan McCarthy, we had the conversation here yesterday. Rhymed off a few siblings, forgot the Rodriguezes, and we forgot the Highbrechts. For that, we apologise profusely.
Rashna for a 180. Well in front in this leg.
But our Norwegian player here is also part of a a sibling.
Is it back to back?
It is.
180.
Excellent stuff from both players. But yes, not only has Rashna played at the Lakeside World Championship, her brother Runa has also played. Made 1 appearance at the Lakeside, played against Wesley Harms, I believe.
That was the case of the missing dart and Hugh looking for it on everywhere when it was on the floor in front of him.
Indeed.
Yes.
I was second ref for that game.
That was amusing.
I was shouting at Hugh, throwing dart, and he was that confused by what had transpired that he paid no attention to what I was saying.
And that third leg.
A great 92 finish from Rashna David.
Yeah, 15 darter, 3 legs won, all 3 legs won on double 8. You've intrigued me now with the pairs that you, with the the siblings that you would have named. I guess that the Turners would have come up. Well, no, they're not siblings. They're husband and wife, aren't they?
Yeah, that's completely different. That's frowned upon.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, yes. I wasn't meaning to take the conversation down that route.
It was because, who was playing? It was...
Nicole and Caleb are boyfriend, girlfriend, so they were playing at Lakeside, and we were talking to them about who else. So Anastasia and Tony Martin.
Dean and Lorraine Winstanley.
Yes. So how many other brothers and sisters did you come up with?
Not very many. The best brother and sister combination I could come up with, forgetting about Rashna and Runa, was Bo Greaves and Taylor Greaves, because we don't really see Taylor that much, but he is a very good dart player.
Yeah. But from a Lakeside point of view...
brothers were Tony West and Steve West.
Well, yes.
Tony is here this weekend.
Yes.
Well, Dan McCarthy is standing behind me and just mentioning that we forgot the Hybrex and the Rodriguezes.
All the dozens of Rodriguezes.
The dozens of Rodriguezes.
I'm pretty sure we gave the Vandenbergs a mention.
Right. At Lakeside?
Well, no, just... That
just
was,
in general.
it kind of
yeah.
frittered out towards just...
Zanti played here last year.
That's true, yeah. Zanti did play here last year.
Yes, yeah.
Viewers are probably hearing me answering a question. They can't hear the question.
Yes.
But it's 15 reds, 15 blacks, and all the colours for Rashna David.
There's the 15 reds.
Foul and a miss.
She's actually done very well to come back here, Rashna, because having gone 2-1 and down, there was some excellent scoring coming in from Zera, and she was averaging around about the 90 mark.
And after
combated that, yeah.
After that 13, Zera needs Snickers. So this could be it. 56 match point for Rashna David to claim a place in the last 16. And it's
48 for double 4.
Well, double 4. She's finished on double 8 every other leg. She finishes in double 4 in that leg. And words of encouragement from Rashna towards Zera. Not quite sure how much of it Zera will understand. However, I digress. It is Rashna David who takes her place in the last 16 of the Women's Dutch Open. A fantastic result for her. Great finishing in the doubles.
Absolutely. And a good conversation with the player, good conversation with the marker. Never shy of having a conversation, is our Rashna.
Definitely not.
Well done, young lady.
Zera has just walked past us looking a tad dejected, it has to be said.
Upset. We now have an all-Dutch affair. And we have yesterday's pronounced as the best player in the world by himself, Berry van Peer. He's 2-0 up on Davy Moelenbroek. And
one of another pair of darting brothers, because his brother Carlo's playing this weekend also.
Yes, true.
Last time I played in the singles at the Dutch Open, it was Carlo that defeated me in the first round.
You lost in the first round?
I'm as shocked as you are.
Oh.
Yep, Berry van Peer, a former Dutch Open champion, winning it back in 2023.
He's about to leave 36, but he's left 76, so I'm not sure that we're going to be following this game for too much longer by the looks of the scores. 30-point average in the difference and a 2-point average in the score. That's 2-0. 16 for tops. Tops it is then for Berry van Peer to make his way in to the last 2,048, quite unbelievably.
Speaking about Carlo, there is Carlo in the background supporting his brother. 2 10s then for Berry. And it's there, and it's great to see Berry Van Peer throwing a good dart again. It's been well spoken about and publicised how much he struggled with the dreaded dartitis, but that seems to be a thing of the past for Berry. Throwing a fantastic dart and a 3-0 victory sees him through to the second round of the Open Singles. And we will take a very quick break and we will be back very soon with the next of our Dutch Open matches.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dutch Open Singles, where we are in the last 4,096, and fear not, it's not because we've had technical problems that have prevented games from going on, it's because the draw has been split into two halves this year, so we know approximately half of the players that are playing in the last 128 tomorrow. That was the top half. They started at 10 o'clock, ended around 3 o'clock. The second half games have been getting underway in the past couple of hours, and we have a former Lakeside participant and PDC Tour card holder Nick Fulwell in action against Joram Rietdijk of the Netherlands. And you can tell who the Dutchman is because he's emblazoned in the Oranje colours. Oranje versus the Black Country. And Nick is down to 79. Needs 20 for tops. Not choosing to move. Didn't need to move. Lovely finish from Fulwell. 18 darter. Myself, Dan McCarthy, has rejoined the commentary position alongside the WDF Secretary General Nick Rolls. Nick, you've had an enjoyable stint in the commentary box for the last couple of hours. What have been the highlights for you?
What have been the highlights? Jelle Klassen definitely played very, very well earlier.
He's looking a lot smoother than he has done in recent months.
Took about 3 minutes, it felt like, to win 3-0 with a 92, 93 average. That was high quality. Just seen Rashna David play very well against Zira Jemi, the young Turkish girl. Went 2-1 down, and for all intents and purposes, not dead and buried, of course, but she was. The averages were about 13 points in favour of the Turkish girl, and but Rashner David did what Rashner David does and came back and won the game relatively comfortably in the end. So, yeah, it's been good fare, to be fair. And this is good fare. Nick Fulwell's playing very well. 93 average, albeit we're only a leg and a half in, but...
Saw him in action on the stream yesterday with James Beaton. They were a pairs partnership, but perhaps surprisingly were eliminated in the relatively early stages of that game, that tournament. No finish for Yoram, so Nick will come back pressure-free on double 12. Now double 6. Which he hits. And Nick Fulwell leads 2-0 against Yoram Rietdijk.
Yes, because first to 3 still in the men's tournament, or I should say in the open tournament, of course. So Nick just 1 leg away. Barry Vampire giving me grief as he goes past. Looking at the game that's on the stream at the moment.
Arguably, Berry has been the most mischievous player this weekend.
Yep.
With the various interactions we're having with players when they're both walking on and walking off the stage. So 84 average, plays 59. It's one of those games that you tend to get in the early stages of the Dutch Open. Yoram Rietdijk will have received the draw. He will have perhaps anticipated he'd be coming on the TV lanes against a former Lakeside player, against a former professional darter, if you will, in Nick Fulwell. Yeah, he's doing okay enough. It's a solid showing without being anything spectacular. Fulwell looks at treble 18, doesn't get it. Had to just check there with the marker that it wasn't in. Tees up tops, and this has been a good display from
Standard
Fulwell
stuff,
so
really,
far.
hasn't it? Been nice and steady. Just the sort of game you want in your first game. Someone who's had a 60 average is not the worst, but that's game shot in the match.
Yep, Nick Fulwell, nicknamed the hero, and it wasn't exactly a heroic display, but it was good enough to beat Yurik Rietdijk 3-0. Welcome back to the Dutch Open, where we have our number 2 seed James Beaton in action in the bottom half of the draw. Young Englishman taking on Roberto Blum, looking for a place in the last 1,024, and it's incredible to think that Beats needs to win 4 more matches just to guarantee his place in tomorrow's field, where the last 1 to 8 will take place. The field will then be whittled down to 8 that will be played on the stage. So a darts player's work is never done, Nick.
Most certainly isn't. As you rightly said, this morning they played the top half, if you like, of the Dutch Open tournament. So we already know half of the last 1 to 8, if that makes sense. And I think it's been a nice change that the NDB have brought in. It gives the players much better rhythm, if you like, in so much as there's not so much of a gap between their matches.
Yeah, players aren't just sitting around for 2 hours waiting for their next game. So I think it's a change that's worked. It's a change that's been welcomed, and it's luck of the draw as to whether you are starting at 10 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, players will have their preferences. Some might prefer the early start, some will prefer the later start. So depends on each player, I suppose.
Agreed. James, of course, quarter-finalist at Lakeside in 2025. I mentioned yesterday, if you were with us, that has a very unique throwing style brought on by the fact that he suffered badly with dartitis a few years ago. And he found the way that he now brings his arm down and back up, brings his arm all the way down, for want of a better phrase, and back up, works for him.
Yeah, it's like a mechanical arm in a factory, the way that it just arcs from down to up. It works for him, and it's working for him nicely now. Leaves tops for a 19 darter. Now double 10. Solid stuff from Beats, who played very well earlier on the stream.
Pete's girlfriend sitting in the background, patiently watching her man. Should also say that in the ladies' tournament, they're down to the last 32 now, and the 16 matches are about to take place in that last 32. Or is it actually? No, it's the last 16, isn't it?
Last 16.
It is last 16. Sorry, yes, the last 8 matches are about to take place. So some very interesting ties in that particular draw, which, whilst we're watching James pedal his way through his 2048 game, and can give you a bit of a feel for, where are we? Here we go, women's singles. As always, Dark Connect to the rescue. There's the bracket on this occasion to find our games. The number 1 seed, Lorena Rietbergen, will be on the streaming lanes very shortly. She'll be playing against Jo Rolls, the number 16 seed.
I hear you know her well.
Yes, indeed. Then we have Maud Jansen and Anke Zylstra, Priscilla Steenbergen and Adriana van Vigerdern-Vermaat, Irina Armstrong and Yuki Sakaguchi, Lottie Siomi and Rihanna Otius, and Amin Dersan and Paula Jacqueline, Eileen de Graaf and Rachna David, and Paige Pauling and Nina Lek Wusialska from Poland, who made her debut at Lakeside in December.
Yeah, I thought she played quite well at Lakeside as well.
Did. I think that's spurred her on to go, do you know what, I'm going to do the tour this year. She qualified last year for Lakeside by coming to the playoff at the World Masters in Hungary, and seemingly has caught the bug. 1 or 2 ties there that catch the eye. Talking of catching the eye, James is after double 10 then to go 2-0 up and 1 leg away from victory. Now double 5. And there is the double 5, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, break of throw for James Beaton. He's straight in the treble 20. I think he knows he's got Roberto Blom under the thumb.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And it's all about being businesslike, getting the job done.
In one of those pre-mentioned ladies' matches, Elina Armstrong and Yuki Sakaguchi are at 2-2, averaging 75 and 73. So, decent game there.
Yeah, fair play to Yuki for making the trip over from Japan.
Yeah, interesting actually. That she came over, and many people that are watching the stream will know that Yoshi is always, wherever the Japanese are, Yoshi is there looking after them, and if you like, their translator. And he had to go back home overnight, leaving Yuki on her own. So she was a little bit nervous today that her English isn't exactly great. Her smile will win her fans wherever she goes, to be fair. So she's being looked after by a number of the guys and girls out the back. But, yeah, she was certainly a little bit nervous yesterday. She just lost, as it happens, the 5th leg. So she's now 3-2 down. Best of 7, of course, the ladies have got to, because they're in that last 16. James Beaton, on the other hand, making very light work of this 2048 match against Roberto Blum. Potentially just 2 darts away from moving into the last 1024. Went for the bull. Not a change of expression, though.
A change of expression here. Not really. He has sealed a 3-0 win against Roberto Blum. Easy for James Beaton. Didn't really need to break sweat in that 3-0 win. So he secures his place in the round of 1024. It's very easy to lose count.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So those 2 players make their way off the stage, and now, Nick,
oh, okay,
we are going to be watching your better half, Joe Rolls, in action.
Yep.
Against Lorena Rietbergen.
Yeah, we've already played 3 matches to get to the last 16.
She's saved a more eye-catching shirt for today.
Yes, yes. Certainly has.
Ditching the black polo.
I'm not quite sure what's in line for tomorrow, but not something I'll get myself involved in, to be fair. Lorena, the #1 seed. Of course, Lakeside finalist. Made it to the final for the first time in her career. I personally feel there's going to be a few more finals for Lorena.
Yeah, she's got all the talent in the world, but she can often get flustered if things aren't going her way.
Yeah.
She can portray her emotions a bit too much for opposing players.
I think I'm literally just looking at this moment in time. I can't remember what age Lorena is, but she's still very young in darting world. And I think last year she grew up a lot in the, yeah, it's 23. So she grew up a lot in the knowledge that she had to take the rough with the smooth, so to speak. She was beating herself up far too much. I remember, funnily enough, in Sweden, she lost to Joe in a quarterfinal game in Sweden. And it was one of those games where she didn't play as great as she could. Joe played really well, and that happens, you know. It's going to happen throughout tournaments, and I think she's learnt a little bit from that. Good to see her mum sitting in the background there with her. Follows her around all over the world.
Played pairs with her yesterday.
Yes, she did, yeah. Yuki Sakaguchi has indeed bitten the dust. She has lost 4-2 to Irina Armstrong. Now, there is another girl that's on a good run, by the way, Irina Armstrong. She played very well in Romania, beating Dieter in one of the Romanian finals. So now switching down to the 19s. 20s are not working. We'll try the 19s.
Nick, how do you sit here so calmly? Or is it calmness on the exterior?
Calmness on the exterior. Dan, you and Anthony were commentating yesterday when Joe and Priscilla were playing in the pairs final, and I think you can see the little groove in the concrete behind us where I was walking up and down when they were playing in that semi-final. I know what Joe's capable of, and she enjoys her darts, and yes, of course she wants to win, as do all of the girls that are playing there, but as long as she plays well, I think she'll come off feeling okay. She'd like to raise that average a little bit, it would be true to say, and is going to need to if she's going to make an indent on Lorena, but she's throwing a bit quicker now. That tends to be her downfall, in my humble opinion. Says he who doesn't throw darts, of course.
Yeah, you said that when she speeds up and when there's her action less staccato, she throws much better.
I feel that way. Yeah. That's a DRA fine.
Grass. Lorena wants 72, gets the treble 16. Now needs double 12. That's just on the outside. That's on the inside, exactly where she wanted it. Lorena Rietbergen 2-0 up.
Playing nicely.
She had a real fright in her very first match of the tournament, Lorena Rietbergen, against Sharona Veld.
Okay.
Who took her all the way, 3-2.
Yeah, 71 average to this point. Eileen de Graaf and Rashna David sitting at 2-2. Amin Dassan and Paula Jacqueline sitting at 2-2.
Big score here for Joe would put pressure on Lorena. They're two well-thrown darts, but three very well-thrown darts, but only get 60 points, and those are the fine margins of this sport that we love.
Yeah, I'm not out of this leg by any means. We're only halfway through it, so we said again, if you can find a big score. Rashna David's taken the fifth leg against Eileen de Graaf, so that's 3-2 to Rachna.
Rachna, the 14th seed, I believe, here this weekend, so opportunity. This is number 1 against number 16, and
yes,
we've said a few times that the number 16 seed being that can be a very much a poison chalice.
Very true. Yes, I think you're a little bit lucky if you're the 16 or possibly the 8. You're invariably going to run into the #1 seed earlier than you would like to do so. But look, that's the draw, right?
It's the way it goes. Can't complain. You've just got to get on with it.
120 plays 126. Big leg this, I think. It's good dart. Single 20 for tops then for Lorena. Tops it is. Not to be. So a treble 19, a single 19 and a bullseye. Or even 2 treble 19s and double 6. Needs the treble. Not to be. So 88. Going back upstairs, or I think, yep, looking that way. Maud Janssen 2, Anke Zylstra 3. As Lorena takes the third leg, and you may just hear in our microphones there's good support here for Lorena. Obviously the Dutch player on her home turf.
Yeah, this is an away game for Jo, but as a seasoned county player, she'll know all about away days.
Yeah. In fact, I think it's actually quicker to get here than it is to some of the county games that you have in England nowadays.
Yeah, Hampshire to Northumberland or Hampshire to the Dutch Open.
Yes, exactly that. Paula Jacqueline leads Amin Dersan 3-2. That's a repeat of the Romania final. Back down at the 19s now for Jo. Best way to think about this is to, I'm saving them for the final tomorrow. There we go. I'll say it now.
She's using this as practice for the final.
That's exactly right. Exactly that.
Those were your words, not mine.
Yes, yes, they were. I can say that. Eileen and Rachner are 3-3, so that's gone the full distance.
Maybe some pressure on Eileen for her not to get to either the pairs or the singles final, given this is her open. She's the best Dutch player around in the women's field. Well, you could argue Lorena is on ranking, but Eileen on experience, and having won this tournament a number of times before.
Great 1-3-3 to leave 170 from Lorena. Anke Zylstra beat Maud Janssen. That game's finished. Ooh, out on the big fish. Oh, she snatched that one. That might be a DRA fine, just that I can't tell whether it was or it wasn't. I can't translate. It wasn't words of, oh my goodness, I'm really sorry. I know that much.
It was definite English.
$87 then, treble 17. Yep, double 18 then for a relatively comfortable victory. Now double 9.
Well, all Jo can do is just try at least a ton is what she wants on 270. It's not going to happen.
No, it's an 83.
Lovely treble 20 with the last dart, but Lorena has time on her side.
A little bit surprised she hasn't split this, to be fair, and that's why. 10 for double 4. 171 to leave 16 here. Or
147 left. Depends what Jo wants. She could go 17s, and she does. Leaves the double chance 130. So if Lorena misses, then there is a chance for Jo. And she has bust once again. Drags the dart low into the double 14. So, over to you, Jo. Bullseye. Not far off. It's a fabulous effort from Jo. Lorena will come back again. Surely she won't make the same mistake. She splits 6 for double six.
And has eventually hit the double six. Interesting, though, that last leg there, in that was exactly what you were saying about Lorena in those last few throws, wasn't it? There was a bit of anxiety there and a bit of frustration that really came out in her face. And other players pick up on those sorts of things. I think that's the one thing, perhaps still to learn, if we want to call it that.
Yep, certainly is. But Lorena Rietbergen knows that she's safely through to the quarterfinals after a 4-0 win. Well, we've just missed the match start, but it's not all bad news for Team Projo, because Priscilla Steenbergen has just beaten Adriana and Weigert and Vermaat 4-0.
Welcome back to the Dutch Open 2026, where we are about to watch a ladies' quarter-final match between Germany's Irina Armstrong and the Netherlands' Priscilla Steenbergen. Best of 7, first of 4. We have our 4 ladies' quarter-finals all mapped out in front of us. Lorena Rietbergen will play Anke Zylstra in an all-Dutch affair. As we've already mentioned, Priscilla and Irina here. You can just see on the board next to Irina and Priscilla that Lotte Suomi and Paula Jacklin are battling out in the 3rd of the quarterfinals, and the 4th quarterfinal will be Ragnar David, who will play England's young rising star, Paige Pauling.
Yeah, who do you call from that field? I mean, Lorena's got the advantage of being the #1 seed, but she's up against a very experienced campaigner in Anke Zylstra. Paige Pauling is the rising talent of the octet that are left. Ragnar David's experienced, as is Paula Jacklin, as is Irina Armstrong. Lotte Suomi beat Lorraine Hyde earlier this afternoon, so I think it was always a very open field coming into this women's tournament, with the absence of some of the star names, and it's very hard to pick a winner out of everyone.
I totally agree. I was just about to say, I think you could drop them all in. People say, do you want to have a go on the sweepstakes sometimes? And a bit like the Grand National, you pick out the 150 to 1 outsider, but I think you've got 8 runners and they're all 7 to 1, aren't they? It is literally that even. It is, you go, okay, I've got a chance whoever you draw, wouldn't you?
Well, Priscilla could be in for a busy Sunday if she gets through to the final. Obviously, I know Jo was disappointed to lose to Lorena, but she can't be too despondent. She's got a final to look forward to.
Yes, indeed. And is this going to be a 170? It isn't going to be a 170. I think if I had to nail my colours to a mast, I think Ragnar. I just think she's just, yeah, I think so. I think so, but it wouldn't surprise me if any one of the 8 won. Go on then, your turn.
I think if the 8 play their A games, for me, there's only one winner, and it's Paige. If it's the A games.
Okay, interesting.
But Paige can be quite inconsistent
yes.
in the women's field. We know she's swept up titles in the girls' system, but it's a lot different when you're playing experienced players. I just think she's got that extra star quality when required.
I agree with you. I felt when she was coming into Lakeside that her form just dropped off a tad in the last couple of months. In the World Masters, she didn't win the World Masters, which was a, what do you mean Paige Pauling hasn't won the Masters, you know? So it'll be interesting to see whether, oh, listen, she's in the last 8 of the Dutch Open, so it must be there or thereabouts. But yeah, interesting. Interesting times.
I'll be honest, based on play yesterday, I really thought we were going to see a Turkish winner.
Yes.
Emin, Aysegul, Ozira, I thought they were such a strong team, but it's a strong field because none of them have made it to the quarter-final stage. Irina's dart didn't make it to the board at double 3, so Priscilla Steenbergen steps in. It's a scruffy opening leg.
I'd say she stole that
it's
one
a break
rather,
of throw.
Yeah, yeah. She stole that leg rather. Paige's brother Reese Pauling is playing in the men's tournament at this moment against a Dutchman called by the name of Tom Tuntelder. Just about to start on board 125, if anybody wants to make their way out to board 125 and watch that.
It's probably a long walk.
Most things are.
You know, I'm so used to being in this position that everything feels like a long walk. We just had a handshake from Connie Grunewald, who was smiling, so I'm going to assume he's won his game very comfortably indeed.
She'll have a quick flick through Dark Connect. When I say quick flick through, you can't even quickly flick through Dark Connect. for this, and that's not disparaging towards Darknet. It's just that there are so many names in there, right?
Cornet is the highest ranked Dutchman in the open field, so he is a significant name that we haven't yet seen, so it will be interesting to see what he can produce. A close friend and teammate of Marco Myers as well.
Keep you all over these 4 ladies quarterfinals as we move forward. Arena's played a very nice leg here. She's on tops after 12 darts. She'll be hoping for less faffage, I think we called it yesterday, on the doubles than she had in the first leg, which saw her in the end not win the first leg. Double 10. Still has time, but when you are missing, every dart that goes by just makes it that little bit more anxious stroke nervous, right?
Absolutely. And Priscilla Steenbergen is on her coattails. So double 10 for Irina Armstrong. That's a lovely dart. Nestled right in the middle. And it's an instant break back after being broken by Priscilla in the first leg. First to 4 legs. Format has extended in the women's tournament.
Yeah, the ladies play down to and including the semi-finals today. So 1 more game for the 4 victors from these 4 quarterfinals for today, and that's their job done.
Nicely done from Priscilla. Look at the averages. 0.3 of a decimal point between them.
And there you see all 4 of the ladies' quarterfinals taking place on the streaming lane. I think that's sneaked in a ton, it has. Just 40 points between the 2 ladies now. Lottie Siumi and Paula Jacqueline are tied at 1-1. Lorena Rietbergen has just taken the first leg against Anke Zylstra. Ragnar David is looking at tops for the first leg against Paige Pauling, which he has failed to hit, so Paige comes back 1 in 115. Meantime, Arena 2 treble 20s and double 20 for a 2-1 lead. There's the first. Unlucky for the second, could still leave a very handy finish.
I think she'll accept it. 100. Oh, that's unlucky. That was in.
It was.
Oh, that is in.
That's
what
brilliant.
A recovery
That's
from
brilliant.
Priscilla Steenbergen. Well, mere mortals would have seen that first dart bounce out, shook the head, thought it's not going to be my check out, and then have flung the second dart. It wouldn't have gone in the treble, but she remained ultra focused. That is a superb check out.
It was. I think there's a lot to be said for what's the word? The way that people come back from adversity with things like that. And we saw this yesterday in the pairs game where Joe and Priscilla were 2-0 down and came back at 3-2. At no stage did they give the impression that, hey, that's it, we're done. And Priscilla there, you're absolutely right, Dan. The treble 20 falls out and it's, oh my goodness, why me? The call of, you know, hard luck, why is it always me type of thing. It's, but it wasn't to be. She just put it behind her. Treble 20, double top. Thank you very much. And it's a 2-1 lead. Paige Pauling nicked the leg off Ragnar David, so she leads 1-0 in that one.
Yep, 1-0 to Paige Pauling.
Of course, the men's tournament is continuing as well. Still, believe it or believe it not, in the last 2,048 at this moment in time. They will whittle down to the last 128. We already know 64 of that last 128. They played this in this morning session. The open draw was split into 2 halves. And pause while Arena looks at a 180, but that 140 is good enough to leave her half of the score that Priscilla is on. So yes, they'll play down to the last 128, and then the last 128 in the men come back tomorrow. 132 is on. 12 or 20, big 12 I would have thought. Just don't go where you can bust. Nice and safe. Lovely 6 darts to set up tops.
Excellent from Marina Armstrong.
Yeah, 140 and 92.
So double top up against 127, and it's double top.
Good leg.
Comes out on top.
Yeah, good leg.
So it's 4 breaks in a row.
Yeah, yes, yeah, good point. Lorena now 2-0 up on Anka Zylstra. And Paula Jacqueline 2-1 up on Lotte Suomi. Ragnar David and Paige Pauling are at the business end of leg number 2. Ragnar currently throwing for double 16 to see if she can tie things up. She'll want to get this one out of the way, given that she gave Paige the first leg. And she does do. It's 1-1 in that one.
And that was after what looked like a few misses at double for the leg for Paige. She was on 76, then left 4, so presumably inside double 8, double 4.
They're both giving away legs, so to speak. Arena back in the treble again. Don't think that one was in there. That one is, though. Clap at the hands as if to say, how dare you? Thought, hey, we're trying juggling now.
I think she liked that last start. The clap was get in there.
Yes, indeed. Priscilla, though, still in the leg. Another double treble visit. Down to 68 and beginning to open up a gap on the averages as well. 9 points now. 77 for Irina and 68 for Priscilla.
She doesn't get spoken about much among the women's players, doesn't Irina, but she's a very, very solid player.
And has been for many years.
Players are ultimately judged on how they perform on the biggest stages. We've not seen her do it at Lakeside the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, lost out to Sophie McKinley in her first game, and I believe it was Maria Carley at the Lakeside just gone. Marina Armstrong does hit double 16, goes 3-2 up, and it's a lesser spotted hold of throw.
Paige Pauling has just taken out 96 to lead 2-1 against Ragnar David. And Paula Jacqueline is extended her lead to 3-1 over Lotte Suomi. Whilst Anka Zylstra needs 110 out to go to 2-1 with her opponent Lorena Rietbergen on 4. She's at 92 to leave 18, so double 2 then for Lorena for a 3-0 lead, which she's hit in the first dart. here again, you can see the fantastic stadium or stand, whichever way you want to look at it, that the Dutch Open set up each year, so as you can come down and watch 4 or 5 games on the TV lanes. What you don't see, actually they'll pan away again in a minute so we can show you, or you will be able to see, is the fabulous dark-connect screens that go up on each one as well. Can't quite see them there.
And when we show you the wide shot, it's basically like an iPad that's been grown in a lab. That's massive. There we go.
You can see the massive iPad, so you actually can see the score in the game that's in front of you as well within the crowd. So really well thought out, very well executed. And a big winner here at the Dutch Open.
Excellent visit from Priscilla.
Yes, this would make it 3-3. She's looking odds on to win this leg.
Double 14.
Think she was probably going for a 6 there, but
I agree.
Very clearly didn't fancy the double 19. Not the greatest thinking there from Marina. Left herself on a bogey 165. It may make no difference. Rachna David has just levelled things up in 17 darts against Paige Pauling. That game's gone to 2 legs all. And we have gone to a final leg.
We have. Connie Grunewald has beaten Richard Vilmink 3-0. Nice performance from Greenfield.
Paula Jacklin needs 52 to see herself into the semi-final. She's left 16 and Lottie Suomi's on 36, so this could now go 3-2. Meantime, a good start, a good ton from Marina first row, followed up by a second ton as well. And it has indeed gone 3-2. Lottie Suomi 2, Paula Jacklin 3. In that one, and Anka Zylstra has won the 4th leg as well, so she's back in the hunt against Larina.
.180 from Priscilla has given her a real advantage in this potentially deciding leg.
The averages in this one have been close the whole way through as well. Won't be happy with that one though. 25 would have left the 170. And potentially, if Irina could find a treble here. Nah, she's not. Wonder whether that just that extra need to hit a treble has stopped Irina's flow a little bit. Oh wow. Treble 10 here.
Well, it's good anyway. Marina Armstrong thought she was in control of this game. But Priscilla Steenbergen has left single to double. Visit of, I think that was 82, not 81, but
yeah. Tops it is. And tops it is for Priscilla Steenbergen. A wry smile from Marina Armstrong. Good atmosphere between the two girls, and that was a really good last leg again from Priscilla, pulling it out when it was needed.
Absolutely superb from Priscilla Steenbergen. And as we move over next door to the game between Rachna David and Paige Pauling, it is the Norwegian who leads by 3 legs to 2.
Yeah, she just took that 5th leg with Paige sitting on a double as well, so another one close. Both players averaging 75, I think. We haven't got the scoreboard up yet for us, but it'll be there in a second. There it is, as if by magic.
Played well today as Rashner.
Lorena Rietbergen down to 56. And will be back. In fact, she's now coming back for that 56 to see herself through against Anke Zylstra. And she takes the 56 in 2 darts, and it's a 4-1 win for Lorena Rietbergen over Anke Zylstra.
So just one more hurdle to jump before she potentially finds herself on the stage for tomorrow's finals day at the Dutch Open, broadcast live on RTL 7 in the Netherlands and streamed worldwide for everyone to enjoy. 3-3 now between Lottie Somi and Paula Jacklin.
May just be me, but it looks to me as though Paige is standing up a bit taller and a bit straighter when she's thrown. I don't know, hopefully we'll get, well, I say hopefully, not from Rashna's point of view. She wants this out done and dusted out the way. Get another chance, see what you think. But we may not be having a look. In fact, we're not having a look because Rashna has taken out the 68 to win 4-2 over Paige Pauling and make it into the Dutch Open semi-final.
Yep, wonderful weekend on the cards perhaps for Rashna David. She beats the former girls world champion 4-2. We have a Dutch derby on our hands for a place in the final of this year's Dutch Open here at the Bonte Wever in Assen. And it's no real surprise to see Lorena Rietbergen and Priscilla Steenbergen competing at this stage of the tournament. Lorena, the #1 seed. Priscilla, who's already booked her spot in the final of the pairs tournament, along with Joe Rolls, has played some good darts over the course of the weekend. But it is Lorena who gets the game underway. The perhaps more heralded of the two players. Priscilla, the more experienced. And it is Priscilla who, despite that bounce out, has made the better start, doubling the score of Lorena Rietbergen. Should be a good game, this, and one thing that you can guarantee with these two, it will be played at quite a pace, Nick.
Yes, certainly will. No messing around. Dutch teammates, of course, as well. Two of the younger stars of the Dutch ladies scene of darts at this moment in time, and you're absolutely right. Just get up there and throw, and which is always good to see, in my humble opinion.
Well, no surprise to see these two at this stage of a competition. They've played 5 times before, and 4 of them have been in at least the semi-final stage.
Ah, good knowledge.
3 semi-finals, a final, and 1 last 32 match at the Denmark Open a couple of years ago. It is 3-2 in the favour of Lorena.
You were saying earlier, Dan, that it could be a very busy afternoon for Priscilla. Already in the pairs final, could make it a double visit to the big stage tomorrow.
Hopefully she's got plenty of energy left in the bank.
The other ladies' semi-final just about to start on the board next door. Rashna David and Paula Jacqueline. They are warming up. I know that because it says so on Dart Connect. Double 19 then. Going straight at it. She went on it, had the 98 and hit the 60. And has fallen short of the double 19 on 5 consecutive darts now. Double top then for Lorena. Oh dear. Went for tops and hit the treble 20, so not what was planned, and Priscilla has hit the double 19 to win the first leg.
Well, she raises a smile, Lorena, but inside there will be a raging inferno, because how can you be going for tops and hit the treble 20?
Must just have slipped, surely, to goodness. The girls are that good that they're not going to be anywhere near the treble 20 with her. With a dart at tops. But she settled into a good rhythm here. Looking at an 83 average at this moment in time, and given that she had 7 darts at double 19 in the last leg, that's pretty impressive. 95 and 100 to start this second leg. And another ton as well. Piling it in.
That's unlucky. Bounce out for Lorena.
Great dart. The fact that it went in the bullseye is a bonus, but it was 75, was it not?
There we have it.
Good thinking from Lorena, down at 19s on 265. Wasn't to be, so at least 6 for Priscilla for 131. She got rid of the odd one to start with. She'll take 81. She gets 81. think we'll be looking 10 tops here for Priscilla.
Correct. Finds double top. 17 dart leg, and Priscilla Steenberg going to settle like snow into this semi-final. Lorena around about 20 points behind on the averages. She's got to pick herself up and quickly.
Yeah, 83 plays 64 on the averages, as you say, Dan, and straight back in there. This was a feature of what Priscilla was doing in the pairs again yesterday. Was her opening throw was had a treble within it, if not two, on so many occasions. It's a lovely trait to get into with your opening throw. If you can find a treble, your opponent's immediately on the back foot. Bit of a berating herself for going into the 5, but this is exceptional stuff from Priscilla at this moment in time.
87 average, in more than all likelihood he's going to win this tournament, let alone this semi-final. So if Priscilla can keep playing at this standard.
What did you say, Dan? Sorry.
Oh, no.
Just makes a change. It wasn't me.
Hopefully this will make sense when I say it to you, but it was a very well thrown 5.
Yes, yeah, that's fair.
That's better.
And another sign, Dan, of that, hey, what's gone, what's happened with that 5 has happened. Forget it. Next throw into the treble.
Lorena's annoyed. She's only chipped off 70 points, so Priscilla, well, she needed at least one treble to put big pressure on Lorena.
Another one of those. Should be coming down for the 16. And Priscilla on a bogey number.
I thought she was going 3 balls then to leave double 8.
It's an interesting way, and 166, isn't it?
I think the scoreboard may have been wrong.
Ah, okay.
It did say 166 on our screens, definitely.
And she's hit 67. What did I must admit, I can't remember. It wasn't 99, I know that.
68 to leave 67.
Okay, right. So, double 8. And double 8 is there for a 3-0 lead.
Well, it's a double break of throw, and Priscilla Steenbergen is in a glorious position to go on and reach the final of this year's Dutch Open. Paula Jacqueline and Rashna David have only just started their game. It's 0-0. Rashna won the bull, and she's on 176 after 5 visits. Paula on a finish, but a long-range one at 161.
Whatever happens here, and we're thinking Priscilla's, well, she's 3/4 of the way to winning her game. It's an amazing run over the 2 days, the number of games she's played, and coming through, could be coming through unbeaten. It's six yesterday, I think.
On those lines, it's definitely double figures.
Yes, yes.
This is where Lorena needs to prove why she is the WDF world #1.
It's a very good point. And I know you don't mean it in a harsh way. I mean, I know what this is where you've got to show. You've got to show the Jimmy Vanschke at Lakeside 3-0 down in the Lakeside final.
Yes, exactly.
Type of form. Well, she's heard you.
Well done, Lorena. 145.
Ooh.
Does it matter?
It's not the worst thing in the world, that 15. She would love to treble 10, but a 15 or a 10 really makes no difference on 55. Oh, couldn't find the bullseye, so it's 55 then. 15 and tops for Priscilla for a place in the Women's Dutch Open final.
For a place in the final of the biggest open in the Netherlands, and Priscilla Steenbergen.
Oh,
Well, that dart was lobbed away in fury more than anything, and she hasn't given it much thought. It leaves double 11.
I'm not so sure that Lorena wanted that either, but, well, maybe she did. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
Not the conventional way to take 25 out, but doesn't matter what double you hit, unless it's the double you require. So Lorena Rietbergen has a leg back.
Now we'll see where Priscilla's head's at, having had a double, having had a double to win the match. Not the treble finish, sorry, not the treble start that she would have wanted for this leg. Good switch. That's got the marker thinking. Going left at the moment, Priscilla, a lot. 5s and 7s. Just needs to get a bit of purpose back in her throw. Lorena is definitely heard your words, Dan. And there we go again, another dart to the left.
And another one there, even though it was in the treble.
Doesn't need to go here. 18. Good 80.
Should have been looking at the bullseye there. 25 would have left 167. I know it's only a tiny bit of pressure, but it is pressure.
Yep. And she might have hit, if the first one goes in the treble 20. It doesn't, it's gone back in that 5 again. Although 85 to leave 87. That could be awkward. No score. Well, 87 for the match then, from absolutely nowhere. Priscilla Steenbergen should get a dart at least at the bull, and she's got to at double 18. Double 14. Oh, and she's hit the double 9. So it's 10 left. Let's do that.
Wow. How close can you get to winning a match at the Dutch Open? Will Lorena snatch it away from Priscilla for now? No, she won't.
Can't say she hasn't had her chances in this leg, Lorena.
She'll get more chances.
Interesting. A lot of the time yesterday, Priscilla off 5 was going 3-1-1, but this time she's gone 1 to leave double 2. Will she be back for it? The answer's no.
Well, we said that Lorena needs to show why she is the number 1. That's what she's doing. Doesn't matter how she does it, she's taking legs.
Lorena back with that double treble visit first leg, but she's been surpassed with an excellent 180. Ooh, now we're on a game now. She's going to stay there, I think. Felt that second one looked a bit loose to me.
You don't expect favouritism between two Dutch players, but I think the crowd are a bit more boisterous when it comes to Lorena.
Yep. .140, 140, 60 to leave 161 after 9. Can't leave a finish now, Lorena, so it's 6 darts at 161. 19 would lead double 12. 62 coming back. Treble 10 for double 16. Okay, 16 and tops. On her preferred tops. Now
well, that's 3 match starts she's had.
But this time she's on tops, which is her favourite double. Tops and 10s for Priscilla.
Four match starts. 5th time lucky. And Priscilla Steenbergen has made it through to the final of the Dutch Open, and it promises to be an astonishing weekend for the Smurf. She is in the pairs final along with Jo Rolls. She is in the singles final as well. I hope she's got plenty of energy because she is in for a very busy Sunday. And we go straight over to Board C, where Paula Jacqueline, who's throwing now, currently leads Rachna David by 2 legs to 1. Paula, a recent winner in Romania, so she's here in good form against the Norwegian Rachna David.
Yeah, Rachna took the first leg. Paula's played 2 excellent legs. And as you can see from the averages, there's a 13-point average in 13-point gap in the average. It's 77 to, well, now 66, but 77 average is not to be sneezed at all.
Just 40 for Paula, so Rachna, despite that 41, is in a favourable position. If we do go all the way, Rachna will have the advantage of throw first. Decent leg from Rachna this, 3 tons and a 41.
Yep, yep. Rachna just looking down at her darts, not looking at the board at all. Not interested, but my game, 160. There's 100 to leave herself 60. And again, looking down at her darts, Paula berating herself and trying to get back into those trebles, which seem to have deserted her. Well, have deserted her in this leg. She hasn't hit a treble in this leg. Rachna, on the other hand, has managed to find 4. She very nearly bust there. But hey,
cool as anything. Normally, when you see players come that close to busting, they'll wince, they'll pull a facial expression, they'll
take a
step back.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
None of that nonsense from Rachna.
The final of the ladies' matches for today. If you have just switched onto the stream, Priscilla Steenbergen has just beaten Lorena Rietbergen in the first of our ladies' semi-finals. And she is awaiting the winner of this match. Bit of yoga going on in the background, I think.
Yeah, lots of stretching around.
Paula's got back into the trebles in this leg, and it's Rashner who's not found one. She hasn't strayed out the 20s yet, but she hasn't found a treble. Now she has. I would suggest a much-needed treble as well.
She worked so hard to wrestle the advantage back in the last leg. She didn't want to give it away.
Good last dart there from Paula. Used the second one to ricochet in. Down to the wonderful 141 that we all love so much.
Well, every dart so far has been straight.
And again. Oh, double straight.
That one just off course, so finish won't happen. Could look at the bull.
Okay, not great, but 120. Still a chance. It's only one treble. Rashner indeed needs a treble, so treble 19 for double 12. Should go 12 and bull. Treble 12 would leave double 13. One dart of the bull for a 3-2 lead. Oh, my word.
Plumb right in the middle. Absolutely wonderful dart at the bullseye from Rashner David.
That fucking teddy bear in your bag.
Rashner now 3-2 in front. We've got some rabble behind us. So I think this is the point where we have to apologise if there was any foul and abusive language you might have heard on the stream there.
I didn't hear any.
You're used to that sort of language.
You could say that.
Been joined behind us. Richard Ashdown and Charlie Corstefine now. PDC, but former WDF referee, has joined us for the weekend, for those of you that haven't seen him.
They have both had wonderful weekends and continue to have wonderful weekends.
Yes. One has had a wonderful weekend on the dartboard. The other one has a wonderful weekend that they're not going to remember too much about.
You work out which is which.
Yes. But I'll give you a clue. One of them got to the last 16 of the pairs yesterday.
And one of them has had 16.
Yeah. Very true. I feel this might be going all the way, and this throw from Paula would say the same thing. I was very taken by Paula's footwear. Mine is very shiny.
Yeah, it's like those shoes that light up whenever you step on them, you know, that kids wear.
Yeah. I get the feeling if you got kicked by one of those, you'd stay kicked as well.
Could kick you back to Schiphol Airport. No finish for Paula.
No, Rashner needs a big one, a big score here. Hasn't found the treble yet in this leg, and still hasn't. 15 darts in. And in fact, in this leg, she hasn't stayed straight, which she did in the previous leg, until she did found the trebles. Two, three, four.
No, it's good use of the board, moving around. It's only just in the 19. Should look at the bull.
It's good thinking.
Don't think the execution was there. Indeed, it wasn't. So 1-2-1 for Paula Jacqueline to take us all the way.
Treble 17. Should go back to the treble 20. That might be a gap that Rashner can explore. 194. Indeed, it could very well be. 133. Going to stay up by the looks of things. There we go. Stayed up on the treble 19. Up to Richard Ashdown anyway. Paula 81, treble 19. Yes, double 12 for a 3-all game. Oh, bed next door. We had this with Priscilla and Lorena in the other semi-final.
Well, this would be gut-wrenching for Paula Jacqueline if she was to lose from here. Double top for a place in the final for Rachna David. And she's missed. Double 7, no gimme. Jacqueline steps up. There's room to the side. There still is.
Not to be. 3 clear darts at tops for Rachna.
Nailed this target a couple of times. She is getting closer. She can see the Dutch Open final, and she's reached it. Rachna David will take on Priscilla Steenbergen in the final of this year's Dutch Open after a 4-2 victory against Paula Jacqueline. Straight back then to the action in the Open tournament, where we may have got our final sorted in the women's. We're still in the last 2048 stage of the Open. And Jelle Klaassen has just taken a 1-0 lead against Bas Rijnbout in an all-Dutch derby. We saw plenty of Jelle yesterday. He was in action on the streaming board with his pairs partner Andy Barton's team Benelux, which reached the semi-finals. Andy had a terrible time of things earlier this afternoon, lost in round 1 with a mid-60s average, but things have fared much better for Jelle. And I will labour the point, Nick, that I do think he's looking an awful lot smoother at the moment than he has done for quite a few months.
Yeah, wouldn't disagree with that at all. Looked that way yesterday and looks like it again today. So, yes. And we've already seen him play, as you say, yesterday, but also today, when he rattled through 3 quick legs with a 92 average, and we're halfway through leg 2, and we're on 94, and this is only going to add to that 94. Pushes it on to 100. I've got to say, I'm very impressed with the shoes of Bas Rijnbout. Look at those.
Yeah.
They are quality.
I'm not sure what shoe shop you'd have to head to buy a pair of those, but they're very unique.
Perhaps we should point those out to Mr. Dundas. It's his thing, 54 tops. We're getting close to the time where Christian Sorensen must be thinking about waking from his slumber, because he's on at 1900, his first match of the day.
Well, I'm looking for his name, and it's...
I think it's another half an hour yet, but...
Wow.
Yellow takes out 40 for a 2-0 lead, 17 darts.
Well, if he's on this board, he won't have to wait long.
Well, there is that, yes. He could actually come in early.
Not been too bad from Baz.
No.
And I'm not just talking about the footwear.
He's enjoying every minute of it. Glasses are a bit of a statement as well. A bit of a fashion guru, our Baz.
Has he nicked Joe's glasses?
No, I don't think so.
Yellow looking like he's banished any demons regarding his throw,
yes,
regarding his grip and setup.
Another treble, another 2 treble visit, or actually it was a 3 treble visit, but 2 good trebles. 189. Baz trying to wrestle back the advantage in this leg. Needs a treble really, and hasn't found one. So Yellow now 189. Now 49. And this, for Baz, may be his last visit. He might leave himself a 170. He hasn't even managed to do that.
No, that's not the way he wants to go out.
No.
Hoping that Yellow can miss this. 9 tops. Yellow does not miss. And that is a wonderful performance from Yellow class. And once again, he is showing that he is getting back to somewhere near his best form. Handshakes all around. Baz may have won the contest of best footwear in that match, but the best darts definitely belonged to Yellow Klassen.
They did indeed.
A nice treat for everyone's eyes. It is the demolition man, Darren Webster, about to frequent board C on the TV lanes. Saw him in action yesterday against Jim Widmeyer, and we have seen him win 3-0 already against Davy Links of the Netherlands. And we have seen him win the bullseye at the start of his second round contest Diminutive Darren from Norfolk against Mario Lippold of the Netherlands. Former PDC, not just tour card holder, but top 16 player. Someone who, at his very best, was one of the best players in the world, and that's no exaggeration, but variation of things like age and injury and everything like that can catch up with you. But there's no question that Darren is still a very good player on his day. He's looking to prove that. He and Jim Widmeyer departed in the pairs maybe a little bit earlier than expected yesterday. But this was good practice for them. And he is well and truly in action against Mario Lippold. That is an excellent second dart. We'll be looking at the bullseye with dart 3. And although he didn't hit it, it's clear to see that Webster has lost none of his darting nous as Lippold steps up in this last 1024 contest. And the thing is, because Darren has not really played much WDF darts, he comes into this tournament as an unseeded player. And would you really want to be bumping into Darren Webster at this stage of the competition, Nick?
Very, very good point. A dangerous floater, I think they get called out in these tournaments. People like Darren, it's a brilliant leg. 13 darter to start proceedings. Darren will be chuffed with that, if you can keep that going. Interestingly, that Darren played pairs yesterday with Jim Widmeyer from the US. And Jim Widmeyer's next opponent in the singles is our very own Jacques Nulat, who has won 3 games today, so I've just been told. Yes, apparently so. We're going to have a look at that on Dart Connect. But, yes.
Our very own from Lakeside, Alex Moss is still in the competition as well. The Dutch version that has one less S in his name compared to our commentator.
I was going to say, I hadn't seen Alex.
Evening, Lal, if you're watching, and no doubt you are, because, well, what else do you do?
There you go, Jacques. 3-2. Against Robin Mulder with a 63.97.
One interesting game we've got on board 88, because we do have that many games in action. We're not going to get many of them, but it's an all-British derby.
Oh.
Between Sean Fisher, the Welshman, who is the partner of Lorraine Hyde. And I don't know if you know the story of Danny Goddard, who came 1 game away from winning a tour card at Q School this year. He is a taxi driver from Lincoln. And when they went into Arena MK to do a live update, as the camera hit play, went to Dan Dawson, you heard a big yell in the background because Goddard hit a 9-darter to win a last 32 game or something like that.
Well, okay.
So a really good player, but he's 2-1 down to Sean Fisher. It appears as though the Wi-Fi is behaving a bit better than it has done previously, as Darren Webster went for a very unorthodox version of 77. He leaves double 11.
He might not get a shot, though. 2 waywardish darts, but a bang on the double 5 for Mario Lippold. And it's 1-1. Last 1,024. Still probably got, I'm going to say, a good couple of hours, haven't we, Dan? Do you think?
I think we've got an hour and a half, probably more than that. We finished at about 9:30 yesterday evening, so the darting night is still young, as they say.
Just the 24 from Darren Webster is not going to cut it. He knows that. And especially when his opponent flops in a maximum.
Well, we are getting to the stage of the evening where players are getting a bit fatigued, because as he was walking off from his last game and we were off air, James Beaton came up to me and said, Dan, can you play my next game for me? Because it's getting hard work now. And I warned him against it. I said, I'm not really going to be able to fill in quite as well for you as you'd like.
Yeah, yeah, I can vouch for that. I don't think you should be asking either of us. We're doing this because there is a reason we're doing this, right?
There is a train of thought that all sports commentators are essentially just frustrated players of said sport they're covering.
Fair.
I do football as well, and I am garbage at that, to say the least. Only a 41 for Mario Lippold. He had a chance to win, and Darren Webster, it's working for him on tops. Webster is only marginally taller, I'd say, than Richard Ashdown, and yet top seems to be the favoured target for him.
Yes, it does.
We have some very unsurprising news from Germany as well. After winning title earlier this afternoon, she's doubled up. Bo Greaves has won 2 tournaments in the women's series yet again, beating Lisa Ashton in the final of both. What a player. 180 for Darren Webster. What a player he is, as he's averaging nearly 102 now.
Second 180 for Leopold as well. But he's left no finish. And Webster could be on a very handy, in fact, he is on a very handy number at the end of that. I'm not sure his score has gone in, I'm not sure. We're a little bit behind on the scores here. Oh, here we go. It is tops for Webster. There's tops. It's the match. 103 average, thank you, and I'm in the last 512.
3 tops from 3, and Mario Lippold put up a fight there. He was clearly a very good player and gets all the respect in the world from Darren Webster. I'm not sure how much Mario will be understanding what Darren is saying to him right now, but it's lovely that they're posing together for a photograph, quite rightly so as well. Webster with a really good performance as we turn our attention over to board B. The game's flying rat-tat-tat. As we sit here, we've got Jeroen Caron in action against Martin de Jong. Jeroen Caron identifiable because it says JC on the back of his shirts.
Actually says Jeroen Caron as well, I think. Straight down the middle, I think, when he turns round. Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
or
yeah,
it might say Jeroen, to be fair.
Yeah, it does. It's in the orange outline.
Yeah.
Martin de Jong, identifiable for the man bun, I suppose. Not seen many of them about.
Yes.
Big Mr. T style chain round his neck as well. I think that's 2 21s and a 19, which leaves 61, which leaves 85. That's not going to help Martin de Jong. Only 22, doesn't get to a finish, so Jeroen Caron doesn't have to consider the bullseye at the end of this.
66. Treble 10, might go treble 14. Oh, he's gone bull. He said he wouldn't consider the bull at the end, but he did.
My new least favourite player.
Oh, we're all at it. We're going to throw just randomly at the bull last dart.
This is what you're meant to do when you're on double one for about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Closest to the ball, come on. But Jeroen Caron goes 2-0 up, first to 3 legs. And Martin de Jong is in trouble.
That would be true. clearly whipping through the games here because, unless I'm mistaken, Yellow Klassen is back on the board. Whether he's on one of the streaming lanes or not, I'm not quite sure, but just seen his name. Yeah, we've got a few 512 games already underway. Klassen is 1-0 up in his 1024 match. Carlo Vampire is on the hockey as well. He's 1-0 up.
You may have heard that in the background. The Greenfield Army. Do you reckon Cornet won?
I think he probably did, yeah.
I'm scrabbling around Dark Connect trying to find out when obviously he did. If he hadn't have won, he would not have shouted Greenfield Army at us.
No, I would agree with that. Open singles, here we go, let's have a look. No, I can't find it either. I think we're possibly struggling with our internet connection again, Dan, to be fair. It's been a little bit intermittent, should we say, this afternoon. Caron down to 126, and he's got 6 starts at it, so no need to go treble 19 here, although we said he wouldn't finish on the ball last time when he ended up throwing at the ball, but he's not going to. 80 leaves 46, 14. Okay, 16, that's an odd one.
That's Littler-esque, isn't it, to leave double 15?
Yes, I'm not quite so sure that that's what he meant, but
He's just trying to challenge himself, perhaps. Your own Karen, double 15.
Oh, he's gone 14 double 8.
Well, why leave double?
Yes.
Okay, your own, do things your way. You've missed double 8 twice. Martin de Jong has got a ton plus checkout to take care of. It's still on, needs treble 20. Doesn't get it. And makes a hash of the setup shot as well. Only 40 scored. Double 4 for your Rowan. It's 2 darts squandered. 2 more darts squandered.
Okay, double. Oh, interesting on 72 to go treble 14, but there we go.
To leave double 15.
Yes, double 15 is a...
Are these copying each other?
Yes, must be.
Doesn't matter anyway. Your own Karen wins 3-0. Safely through to the round of 5-1-2. After a win over Martin de Jong. Just quickly update you on the goings-on of our Lakeside Tournament director, Jacques Neulart. He and Jim Wedmeyer are in the first leg of their match. Jim won the bullseye. He's on 180 after 12. Jacques on 258.
Yep, Jacques just found his first treble. And we're moving across to board C. Where we have a Dutch affair. Levi Frauenfelder and Pieter Collenge.
Now, yesterday, as Peter Collenge has dropped a dart to the floor via a bounce out, and he was...
He would have been on the 9.
Right? 9 darter as well.
Yeah, he would have been on the 9 if it stuck in the board.
Now, Frauenfelder yesterday, I thought, deployed some wonderful potential sponsorship and marketing. He was wearing a Levi's t-shirt. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
Yes.
It should be, and if it's not, I'm very disappointed.
Widmer and Nulat have got to 40 each. They are deuce in the first leg. It's Widmer throwing first. And he has hashed it. Well, no, he's halved it. It's probably a better way to say it.
Well,
For the
Peter Colline has missed 2 at double 8. And Jacques Neulart has taken the lead against former Lakeside thrower Jim Widmeyer. Frauenfelder wants double 16 for a 1.52. It's all popping off now.
A lot of foot movement and the body movement, isn't there, with Levi when he's throwing?
Yeah, it's not the most elegant of throws, but it works for him.
Yeah.
Not a lot of still body parts as Colline takes double 8. Now, Nick, a bit of Dutch Open trivia for you.
Oh, I'm terrible at this sort of thing.
What does the name Cohen Phillipson mean to you?
No, it doesn't. Should it?
He's the man who beat me last year. He's been knocked out in the last 5-1-2.
Which is why I should have remembered it, right?
Good player as well. Hasn't necessarily played his best stuff today, and he lost to Tony Veenhoff at 3 legs to 1. But on board 51, Cohen Phillipson has been knocked out.
You're not bitter in this in any way. You've remembered the fella's name.
Yeah, I'm not bitter at all. That's not the reason why I decided to bring it up.
Okay. Hitting the double in leg 1 has gone to Jacques' head. He's now gone 41, 41, 45 in leg 2. And whilst Widmeyer hasn't hit a ton score yet, he has hit 81, 96 and 77 and has a decent lead in this second leg. But that was the situation in the first leg as well, so as we see a 180 from Peter, putting himself handily placed on 118 and averaging 92, which is none too shabby.
It is this stage of the Dutch Open where maybe 2 or 3 games into the Open tournament, you will come across players who, well, maybe people in the Netherlands will know them a bit better because they're the equivalent of their county players. But we as Brits will look at these players and think, oh, you're handy.
Yes.
Why aren't you giving things like other WDF tournaments, Q School a go? I mean, it's very much easier said than done, but Peter Colline looks a really good player.
He does indeed. Frauenfelder an 18, the first one leaves him at 85, so treble 19. 78. Okay, gone on the ball.
I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you don't often see 18 first on that. As Jacques, we think, may have missed a dart at double on 82.
You'd suggest probably at tops, because he's left double 10. Widmeyer on the awkward double 19, but he's hit it in 2 darts, and it's Widmeyer 1, Neulart 1. Well, the first dart did sneak into the 13, but he couldn't get the second or third darts to sneak into tops.
So Frauenfelder will watch on in hope more than anything. His hopes and prayers have been answered. Colline goes inside on double 5. Double 10. Now, you don't want to have to bring up the D word too often, but it looks like Frauenfelder is another one that may have suffered with that at some point, or maybe still is, because there's so much body movement, and he was stopping himself from throwing the darts then.
Double 2. And that first dart is now awkward. But not that awkward. It's 2-1.
Superb. And it's a break of throw as well for Peter Colline. Almost level pegging in the third leg between Jim Widmeyer and Jacques Neulart. 12 darts each, 227 for Jim, 224 for Jacques. I think it might have been with you yesterday that I was talking about Jacques being incredibly multi-talented across darts.
Yes.
It may have been you, or it may have been...
Yep.
It was you, yeah, definitely. What I failed to mention is the fact that on Sunday evening, after the Dutch Open's done,
Yeah.
he's driving a couple of hours south towards Amsterdam, and he's commentating on the Super Bowl.
Yes.
What a life.
He does the pool as well. Pool, American football, darts, MC's darts. He's going to be emceeing the PDC in, is it Rotterdam week 2 or 3, I think?
Oh, the Premier League?
Yep, in the Premier League.
Nice.
Yep. If it's right, I can't remember. I'm terrible with the venues of which where they're going, but certainly in Holland, let's put it that way. And Jacques Nulat has just missed the bull for a 164 and left himself 25. And has lost that leg to Widmer, who's gone out on double 18 in the first start. We wouldn't have lived that one down for a while, though, to be fair, Dan.
In fairness, I wouldn't have begrudged him it. Not every day you hit a 164 at the Dutch Open.
Or anywhere, for that matter.
You ever hit one?
No. Can't count that high. Double 8 then for a 3-1 victory for Peter Colijn. Not to be, but he was able to go on the 16 route because of Levi being way back on 280. It's become a routine of throwing the darts at the board now, I think, for Levi. Waiting for Peter to seal his fate, which duly comes along. It's a 3-1 win for Peter Colijn, and he goes to the next round.
We move over to Board B, where we've got a former Dutch Open winner in Barry van Peer in action, up against the larger-than-life German, Kai Huntsman.
Fantastic shirt. That's got to be up there, Dan, for the weekend, doesn't it not? Is it not a map?
It looks like the equivalent of a tube map. You know, with all
Yes.
the lines going in various directions. Or is it just a map of Germany and all its regions? And there's a padlock chain around the belly area.
And it's got a German flag down on the bottom left-hand corner, I think. And some sort of design on the back as well. Very...
Nick, I'm putting you on the spot here.
Oh, God, no.
Greatest dart shirt of all time. I know. I already know my answer.
It's gone quiet, hasn't it? Because I don't know. I honestly don't know. Go on, you'll have to...
Karel Sedlacek's homage to Max and Paddy on the back with the Evil Charlie drawing.
Okay.
Absolutely stupendous, that shirt.
There we go. Studied by...
Closely followed by Robert Grundy's current number, which...
Oh.
He's nicknamed the Grenade, and he's from Hartlepool, and people from Hartlepool are nicknamed the Monkey Hangers.
Yep.
So it's a monkey with essentially a lot of grenades.
Is that a 25 or?
It's only an 18, so 57, and then tops left. Jim Widmer and Jack Neulaerts are level. It is 2 apiece between the American and the Dutchman.
Yeah, Neulat's just taken out 45, with Widmer having had match starts.
Tops now for Van Peer.
That looks as though it's in.
Yeah, I don't think he believed it at first, but he's walked up now.
It looks like the two phoenix. It looks like the phoenix symbol on the back, but I'm not so sure.
Closing leg between Jim Widmer and Jack Neulaert. Jim has kicked off with a visit of 21. Oh, and Jack's followed it with 24. Oh, he's not taking advantage, has he?
No. Well, 3 points.
Could make a difference.
Oh dear. Widmer's then hitting with a double treble visit. I keep saying that this afternoon. 133. Barry Van Peer averaging 82.
Jim, you're crushing our dreams. 133 and 174. Even a 140 from Jacques. Sees him more than 120 points behind Jim.
Oh my goodness me, he's made up for that 21 to say the least. 21, 133, 174, 121.
Now, it's borderline cheating.
Rude.
Kai Huntsman will see that 15 score as rude. Oh, look at the grouping.
Good straight darts. Jim busts a 52.
I think the dream of seeing Jack Neulaert on the big stage at the Dutch Open might be coming to an end. Only 27. Jim's hit 14 on 52.
12 and double one?
Yes. Yep, that's the only conceivable way I can think of.
Well, can he have a shot at the 110 that he's left? With Mayer on 38, we should, of course, look at the game that we're looking at. We're on treble 20 for double 18 for Barry Van Peer to take the match. He's going to have to rely on Huntsman not taking out 1-2-1. And unfortunately, Jacques will not be getting a shot at the 110 because Widmer has hit double 19 with his first dart. And the Jacques Neulaert run has come to an end. But well played, young man.
Fair play, Jacques. Tops now for Berry, who has been by far and away the better player in this game. And yet, Kai Huntsman's got a chance to halve the deficit. He needs 16. And gets it for double top. The wryest of wry smiles on Berry's face. He wasn't far away at all. Berry wants 10 to just get this one out of the way. He's gone inside. Try again. Double 16. Closer to the treble. Well, double 1-1, double 1.
Love it. Love this.
He's showing off.
Oh.
Kai's getting closer. And it is in. Kai Huntsman wins the third leg. I don't think he can look at Berry. I think he's almost embarrassed. He's sheepish about it. Couple of last 2-5-6 games getting underway, so we're at varying stages of the tournament in the second half of the draw. Willy van der Wiel, a 5-time Lakeside participant, is in action against Rick van der Helm, and the aforementioned Danny Goddard of England is 1-0 up against Dennis Offringer.
You were talking earlier, Dan, about Corné Groneveld being the highest ranked Dutch player still left in the tournament. He's playing Dan Bastiansson and having has lost the first leg, and he's a little bit behind in the second leg, albeit with a throw. So, and he's just at 140 to put himself in a nice position. But yeah, not easy running there for Corné. Moreno Bloom, 2-1 up against Wesley Verschuren. Verschuren is thrown at 25 and has somehow left double 1 from 25. So Moreno Bloom has a chance to take out 100 and win the match.
Breaking news, Brian Roman says hello.
Hi.
And he did that thing that people do on TikTok.
Vampire then on 116. And he's not going to be going out here. Left himself 72. Moreno Bloom has made it through to the next round. He's taken out 60 in 2 darts to win 3-1 against Wesley Verschuren. Corne Groneveld is in trouble. He is 2-0 down to Dan Bastiansen. Double 12.
Well, Barry Vampire has missed at least a dozen match darts now.
Lots.
We have lost count of the number of match darts he's missed, and this is a better leg from Kai Huntsman. Still can't get down to a 2-darter, so Berry wants double 12 and finally crawls over the line. I don't think he's too impressed with his own performance there, but a win's a win. It's 3-1 against the German Kai Huntsman. Shakes his hand and, well, it'll do for him. He's a former Dutch Open winner and he's still on the road to doubling his title tally here. Right then, Jelle Klaassen against someone who we saw an awful lot of last year in the pairs format. Koen den Hartog, brackets 1986, I don't think that's his given name. He was part of the winning pairs team along with Klaas Bijsman. But in the last 5-12 stage, he's been given a rather tough assignment against the former Lakeside winner, Jelle Klaassen, former Dutch Open winner as well.
Who crazily is, we said he was playing well when he put up 91 and 94 averages, but if he takes out this 52 in a couple of darts, this will be over 100.
He's in good nick, isn't he? Double 8.
He'll be frustrated with that because Jelle's not stupid. He knows that he was on a big average there.
Oh, he's got to go 11 ball now. He's unfortunate. That dart was in the 25 and it's gone out. 11 and bull. Oh, it's a valiant attempt. It would have been a phenomenal comeback had Koen den Hartog hit that, but double 4 for Jelle. He's in no mood for niceties. Double 2.
Oh,
he's presented a chance to Koen. Missed the big number that he wanted. 3 for double 4. Koen den Hartog gets a leg back.
Corne Groneveld from 2-0 down has made it 2-1, but has missed darts at double 16 and gave his opponent an opportunity to win the match, Dan Bastiansen, but Groneveld has taken out the 16. You can just about see that on the far board on the streaming lane. There we go. You can just see it in the background there. 2-all in that one. Going to a 5th and final leg. I guess the only thing that Jelle can think of is, well, I can get my average back over a ton. Ah, Mr. Christian Sorensen has appeared.
Christian, have you played a game of darts today?
Yes.
He says yes, he has played.
And his head was bowed.
Ah.
He got blitzed, was the verdict from our Dane. What was the score? 3-0?
Oh, yes.
How many darts at double did you get? 3.
And
He nearly said the word he can't say, but he blew it. Well, you've learnt your lesson, Christian. Did you enjoy the experience?
Not losing, but apart from that, yes.
That'll do.
The Groeneveld game was going in Cornet's favour with a start of a ton 40 in this final leg. But Bastiansen has hit back with a 180. So while it's still looking as though it's going to be Cornet's leg, it's not quite as clear as it was 6 darts ago. Klassen, on the other hand, wants double 18. Double 9. Oh, my goodness me.
I think you could see him snatching that dart at double 9. It
Yeah.
didn't appear to come out of his hand correctly.
Groeneveld needs 66 and bangs the 66 in 2 darts to take a 3-2 victory with his opponent sat on 32.
Den Hartog wants the ball, and he gets the ball. What a finish from Koen Den Hartog. Gets the round of applause, and quite rightly so as well. That was superb against Jelle Klaassen.
We were talking that if Jelle took out the 52 in 2 darts, he would have averaged over 100. Cornet Groeneveld goes past us, giving it the come on. Yes, we were talking about Jelle taking out the 52 to win 3-0 and average over 100. He'll now just be happy to get across the line. He's against the darts, albeit what a start from the former world champion. A maximum. But here comes Den Hartog back at him, and this could be a max back. And is. Well.
I mean, the gap in the averages stands at 12 points in Jelle's favour, and that'll continue to grow following that 140. But this is proper resilience. It's a fight back from Koen Den Hartog. He's in the treble 20 again.
If he finds another treble here. It's 1-2-1. It's gettable. Klaassen needs to find a treble. He finds it. Can he leave himself handily placed? 58 left. Den Hartog, 121 for the match. He's just taken 126. Oh, my word.
11-all treble.
Oh,
he's hit the double. He was going for the safest of safe single 11s, and he's hit the double.
Oh.
And that is a nightmare. He's left on 39, and he has to hope that Jelle Klaassen will not pin 58. And when you're relying on a man not taking out 58, when he's on that score after 9 darts, you are in trouble. Den Hartog, to add insult to injury, has clearly miscounted. He did not want to leave double 11, but he has left it. Wow. That is drama. And that is drama too. Well, you botched it, you fixed it, Koen. Fix it he does. What a comeback from Koen Den Hartog to defeat the former Dutch Open champion, the former Lakeside champion, Jelle Klaassen, who was in outstanding form this weekend. But Den Hartog knows what it takes to win here in Assen. That might be the game of the weekend so far.
Our good friend Alex Moss.
Yes, the weekly Dartscast co-host, Burton DeWitt's psychic. No, not that one. The Dutch version, with a more streamlined surname, is 1-0 up against James Beaton. But Beats has got time on his side, or he has for now. He's already missed 3 darts at double 16. Double 8 is there in the end, so the number 2 seed levels the game up at 1-1.
I think you're absolutely right on the previous game that we were looking at there, though, Dan. Certainly game of the weekend so far. An incredible comeback from 2-0 down and absolutely buried and going to get beat by 103, 104 average to winning 3-2.
I mean, the way that Yellow was playing this weekend, would you have been surprised if he'd have gone on and won?
Absolutely.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
James Beaton this weekend has not been at his outstanding best, but he's been very solid and consistent throughout the course of his games. It's all about the tons for these two in this leg.
Talking of tons, different way of getting a ton.
That's a great dart, right on the top wire.
A 6th consecutive ton in this game. I like the symmetric look of the scoreboard here. Don't let me down, Alex. He hasn't. That's 7. I quite like the ton out on 101. Very, very rarely seen.
Yeah, and in theory, it should be quite commonly seen.
Yes.
The ton's a very common scoring visit. Ton 01 in the ton plus checkout range is common in its own right. Is that another ton?
It is.
It is. 8 consecutive tons. And if we get one from Alex Moss, he'll have to go back to 101. Instead, double 16, and he finds it. And that is 4 tons, followed by a 101 when James Beaton has hit 4 tons himself. That is as rare as hen's teeth.
That is absolutely brilliant. I just managed to get a photo of that on my laptop, or I should say on Anthony's laptop, but yeah, ton, 101. Thank you and good night.
A proper darting collector's item.
Yes, indeed.
You could sell that as an NFT.
You reckon?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
James Beaton has kicked off this leg with a ton. Oh, the scoring visits of 100 have ended at 5 for Beats. .180 for Alex Moss. Puts him in charge of what could be the last leg. Another ton.
Stefan Schroeder's stepped through his latest game in the 5-12, so he's in the 2-5-6. Stefan, of course, made his debut at Lakeside in December. Good player. I like Stefan Schroeder. He's got a lovely throw. Very laid-back individual as well. Loves his darts.
1-4-1 for James Beaton. All about the setup turn now.
What a bit of leg movement here with James, which is unusual. I think you said to me earlier, Dan, he was feeling tired after a couple of days of playing, but 65 to leave 76. 137. Well, it's on. Treble 19 would leave double 10. I think that fell out of the treble 3.
Yep, so had it stayed in the board, he wouldn't have been on a double anyway.
Instead of that, he is now.
He is now. He's staying up there for double 18. Has to go. Pulls it inside. James Beaton might be on the verge of elimination. Alex Moss wants double 10. Now that might be so close to the double that it's awkward. It's not awkward. He does hit the double 10 required. And James Beaton, the number 2 seed, has been eliminated by Alex Moss of the Netherlands, despite the plethora of ton scoring visits. Beats did not have enough, and Moss goes through by 3 legs to 1.
As Dan was saying, we are now approaching the last, or in the last 2-5-6 now. Good number of games, and Barry Van Peer is back on our screens.
And he's back with our rabbit shirts adorning friend Peter Colline, who's just celebrated something. I think he's won the second leg of their match. He's won the first leg, I should say. So Peter Colline leads Barry Van Peer by a leg to 0. Games all around the place getting underway in the last 2-5-6 stage, which will be the last stage of the competition for tonight before play reconvenes tomorrow. And while the youth finals will be taking place at 11:45 local time, they will start. The last 1 to 8 of the Open tournament will be whittled down to 8 players who will take to the stage.
Indeed they will. And will this be one of them? Peter Colline, 140. We saw Barry Van Peer play really well in the previous game, but struggled on his doubles. He's lost the first leg. I would say only averaging 74 here. Colline averaging near enough 100. Caden Smith, England young man, is 2-2 with Gianni Pret. Caden has gone 180, 95, 56 to leave 170 in the final leg. His opponent's back on 255, so Caden looking good, although he's only hit 40 to leave 130. So that's not over. 8-8 for Barry Van Peer. And he struggled to hit the double again. Colline 97, should be at treble 19 first start. Is treble 18 would leave double 12. Single 20 would leave tops, which is where he's landed. Caden Smith wants 31 to see himself home. And he would be through to tomorrow because this is the last 2-5-6 game. Left 16. Van Peer has put away the 16 to equalise.
Games happening or just kicking off. Well, something has kicked off in the Caden Smith-Gianni Pratt game. Caden Smith started the final and deciding leg off with a 180. He was left on a score of 8-8. Gianni Pratt has hit a 156 checkout to win that game. That is an astonishing way to win a darts match, and it will be absolutely gutting for Caden Smith, Jensen Walker's pairs partner.
Literally had darts to get through to tomorrow as well. Tough learning curve there.
Games that are happening elsewhere or that have just started. Stefan Schroeder, we've just been mentioning, a participant at this year's Lakeside He's playing Martin Somers. Brian Roman, who you may have just heard do the hey or thing, whatever that is, has gone 1-0 up against Geert Nentjes. Moreno Blom leads Jori Vos by a leg to nil. Reece Pauling, brother of Paige, leads Robert Vilka 1-0. Barry Van Peer has just missed a 113 on double 18, so Peter Colline will want to put a flake in this. Single 6-10 or whatever he wants to leave double 16.
Oh, good out. Good out.
And that is a lovely ice cream finish for Peter Colline.
Averages are quite distinct as well. I think there's about a 17 or 18 point gap in the averages in this game. We'll see it after this first throw. The averages will reappear as if by magic. Moreno Bloom's just gone 2-0 up. I think you said he was 1 up. He's now 2 up.
Lennart Fast leads Nick Fulwell 2-1.
Jarno Botterberg leads Kevin Arts 2-0.
And I am surprised that Jarno Bottenberg is a former winner of this tournament. We've not seen him in action today.
No.
He's having to make do with board 15, which is somewhere on this massive complex here in Assen. That
I think you take the number 13 bus and then there's a tram. Comes along, takes you down there as well.
And then a 10-minute walk.
Yeah. Brian Roman now 2-0 up on Geert Nentjes. Van Peer desperately trying to hold on to his hopes of a second Dutch Open title. And he's trying very, very hard. 108 left.
Almost as hard as you, Nick, to not bob your head along to the music we've got on the
Rolling
tier
Stones
system.
in the background. Bit of brown sugar in my coffee. Very dangerous. Peter was on 96. He took out 99 to win the third leg, so 96 shouldn't be a problem. And that 9, the treble 3, has left Barry Van Peer unable to finish on this attempt. 80 left. Should be looking at treble 20 and hitting treble 20. But it's 96 for Peter. Oh, went double-double. Wasn't to be. And are we going to go to a fifth and final leg? The winner of this game has one more game to play after this. The last 2, 5, 6 games are clearing up as we speak. Yep, we have gone to a fifth and final leg. Nick Fulwell's got back to 2-2 as well. So he'll go to a fifth and final leg.
Favourite Stone song, Nick?
Probably this one, to be fair. Brown Sugar. I'm sitting next to the guru of music. Anthony Dundas is to my right-hand side.
I think I'm more of a started up man.
Starting out. Rolling Stones' favourite song, Mr. Dundas?
Don't stop.
I beg your pardon?
Don't stop.
Don't Stop. There we go.
Don't stop. Oh, don't stop.
Reece Pauling now 2-0 up against Robert Wilkie. A 180 from Peter Collin to lead 2-6-1. He needed him, to be fair, because he's going to be, well, I was going to say he is just behind after that Barry Van Peer throw, although Barry will be very disappointed to only score 45. 10.5 point difference in the averages. But means nothing. Corne Groneveld is 2-1 up in his last 2-5-6 against Perry Noordermeer. Noordermeer, I should say. Let's try that again. treble here would really leave Van Peer in trouble. He's in trouble as it is, I think, but if he can find a 2 treble visit, or even a 1, not to be. 1-4-1. Colin with a 1-1-6 opportunity.
It's not enough for Berry.
Yes, now looking good. 16 for tops. Tops it is then for a place on Sunday for Peter Collin. And it's Berry Van Peer that misses out. And he could be in civvies tomorrow rather than his darting attire. We are getting very, very close to the end of today's play here at the Dutch Open. There's another reminder that the players are looking to get into the last 1 to 8, where it all picks up again tomorrow morning. And we are in our last set of 2-5-6 matches now. There's one game continuing in the last 512, which is 2-2, and then it will be every game will be the last game of the day, if that makes sense, on each board. And this one is our good friend Alex Moss is back, who, whether he's actually come down off of the ceiling from his magnificent victory against Jelle Klassen or not, I'm not quite sure. Dan, what do you think?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but the way he started this opening leg suggests that he's firmly back on planet Earth, which is a good thing. Not for Richard Plank.
No.
Who is one game away from reaching the final stage of the Dutch Open. And in his first match here on the stream, I think one or two nerves may have settled in Richard.
Yes, it certainly looks that way. For a reminder for you, Alex Moss was 2-0 down to Jelle Klassen, who was averaging 104, wanted 52, and missed 2 darts at tops to win that leg. And Alex Moss came back and beat the former Lakeside champion 3 legs to 2. On the board to the left of Moss and Plank, you will see the absolutely renowned, I'm going to call it, haircut that is. I'll wait for Dan to, there we go.
You can't mistake that mullet for
you cannot.
Anything else, can you?
Nope. And Danny Jansen, of course, and he is playing Peter Collijn, who we've seen a couple of games of his, and so that's not going to be an easy task. Moss, on the other hand, is trying to make this an easy task against Richard Plank. And amazingly, I think there are about 14 games left, and we have got 6 games that are all 2-2. So 6 people are going to be absolutely delighted tonight, and 6 people are not going to be very happy that they've got all this way and failed by 1 leg.
It'll feel like something of a checkpoint for these players, the fact that they can get to the last 1 to 8 stage and almost reset themselves, right? Have a good night's sleep.
Yep.
Get up in the morning and really attack the final day of the Dutch Open.
Absolutely.
And who knows what they could achieve. 141's not going to be achieved by Alex Moss, and Richard Plank isn't on a finish after 15 darts.
Gerco Teeb is the first of those. He's gone through 3-2. Milan Van Dermen, he's gone through 3-2. Jan Timmerman, he's gone through 3-2 against Kino van Velzen. So, and 3 of those 3-2s, or 4 of those 2 all games have now been completed.
Well, we've seen this 3 or 4 times. The double 18 being hit erroneously, and 22 left. 22, Richard. And he's about 2 inches away from his intended target. So, Alex Moss finds double 16, and that double is working out very nicely for him indeed.
Danny de Graaf has won 3-0 against Angelo Alfs. So just the 8, well, in fact there are 9 games left because there was 1 game. Dennis van Rijn and Marco de Kruijs, they are out on board number 13. They are just warming up. Danny Diller has beaten Bart van der Zon 3-2. So he is in the last 1 to 8. Ivo Lexmar, as a name that's been associated with the Dutch Open in the past. He's 1-0 up, averaging 100.
Against Brent Pleisier. I wonder if there's any relation to Wesley.
Yes, I wonder as well. Rowan van Aalbeck has come through 3-2 against Miente Hibmar. So 6 games left.
We do have one that's warming up on board 13. Yeah. I think that'll be the last one to be completed, but there are only 2 games left on the TV lanes.
There are indeed.
And then I believe we're done for the evening.
And this is one of them. And with this one on board C, we can then flick. I think we'll be able to flick to Danny Janssen and Peter Collan to see the end of that game on board B. As you can see, boards D and E are already vacant. And the last game of the day is now underway out on board number 13 as well. Board 13, board 51, board 99, board 29, board 95, and 2 TV lane games. Take your pick. Double 12. Alex Moss misses double 12 and double 6, but he will be back. Plank back on 172. Hasn't quite been the level that he reached against Jelle Klassen, Alex Moss, but he won't care a jot if he can find this double 3. He's just having a look at his opponent's score to see, can I afford... Oh, that was in, I think. Dan, that was in, yeah?
That was definitely in.
Yeah. He had a quick look at his opponent's score to see whether he could afford to go 2 double 2. Decided not.
Richard Plank went for treble 20, and if you go to the left-hand side, you've always got the danger of hitting a single 5. He's left 27. Alex Moss is left on 6. He's still stranded on 6, and Richard Plank could take this out to halve the gap. 11 now for double 8, and that's been found in the bottom corner. So a bit of a steal for Richard, and Alex Moss, he stood there motionless. He doesn't know what's happened to him. Looks bemused. Very quick thrower is Richard. Really gets rid of the darts out of his hand as rapidly as possible. In the other TV lane match between Danny Janssen and Peter Colline, it is the mullet that leads 2-0.
Yes, we might not see the end of that game because our game may, of course... Oh, we've swapped across anyway. Okay.
Okay, we're going over to this one instead. Janssen 2-0 over Peter Colline.
.306 looking at the 19s first. Right way to go. And I always think there aren't enough players that actually, when they hit the single 19 on .306, when it's underneath or blocking the treble, don't then go up to the treble 20, because 2 treble 20s can still leave you a finish. Their thinking's halfway there, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, I think if you do block the 19s, you've just got to attack the 20s. Yes, you would leave 167 instead of 170, but a finish is a finish.
Bullseye. Well, good leave. 152 for Janssen would see him home. It's on. It's definitely on. Double 16. Oh, what a way to win the game. A 152 outshot from Danny Janssen to put himself into the Sunday hat.
Yes, excellent shot from Danny Janssen. A 152 was a 15 darter, and it looks as though Alex Moss has got the job done against Richard Plank. He's won that by 3 legs to 1. So with that, the coverage on the TV lanes has ended. There are 4 more games still going in the last 2-5-6 stage of this year's Dutch Open. The last 1 to 8 will go through to tomorrow's action. They'll play in the morning. That'll go down to 8 players. But for now, thank you very much for joining us. And join us again at 11:45 local time, where we'll have the kids' finals before the serious stage action gets underway. Thank you for joining.